In a season that began 175 days ago, it all lands up here in the land of the rising sun to crown 3 champions. Welcome to the 12 Hours of Fuji and the final round of the Gomez Sim Industries Endurance Series presented by IVRA. Hello everyone and welcome along to a blockbuster Saturday here on RaceSpotTV as we get started for 13 hours of coverage working into the night to crown our champions. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined alongside in the RaceSpotTV car tribune to kick off the opening 4 hours of the broadcast by Will Chadwick. And Will, 12 hours at Fuji. It's a relentless challenge, especially knowing that the prototype traffic can be difficult to manage from both sides, but we head to a track where, after plenty of races being endurance and distance limited, now we're time limited. Thinking about the strategy a whole different way once again.
Yeah, well, like you say, a lot of people really liked Fuji when it was an addition. It was a very popular addition to the iRacing set of tracks. We're here for the final round, which is super exciting. I think some of our championships may already be a little bit over, but we want a bit of drama, so we never know what can happen. There's still 12 hours of racing to go. And yeah, for the drivers, be interesting to see how they manage the prototype traffic and how they get on in qualifying.
Qualifying already getting underway for the 3 classes that we have on the docket, and let's talk you through the schedule here today, because first up, GT3 rolls out. They get 15 minutes the track to themselves, a short intermission before GT3 Pro heads on out, the bigger GT3 Pro field of course. And then GTP, after midway through the season we switch from the Dallara LMP2 over to the BMW M Hybrid V8. We'll get to see those GTP machines roll out. And then a brief warm-up session for the drivers to get their eye in, to make sure they're dialed into the conditions before about a quarter past 12 UTC. We'll go racing for 12 hours non-stop, although don't forget, safety cars are sure to play a factor. Let's talk a bit about the cars then, because I did mention that we switched over our prototype contender over to a BMW M Hybrid V8 that now has some podiums in the real world, but it's a stacked GT3 Pro and GT3 field in terms of the car choice. And let's not forget that the team over at IVRA works very hard in conjunction with TFR Lab to produce a custom BoP for each of these events to try and mean that you could be crazy and pick the McLaren MP4-12C if you wanted to, but theoretically, you shouldn't be totally out of the woods.
Yeah, well, BoP's a massive part of iRacing and of general race events, whether it be in real life or in IVRA like we have here today. It's important to make sure that you're setting a BoP for every event, because that allows you to balance the cars more evenly, because like in the real world, iRacing measures track elevation, and that has a huge impact on what cars are fast. You know, at a high elevation track, you know, the turbo cars are going to be a lot better than when we've got the lower elevation stuff and the naturally aspirated cars are producing more power, stuff like that. And just some tracks in general suit cars better, so it's great that TFR Lab and IVRA have worked together to make this BoP, and I'm sure all the drivers are not happy with it, because that's what drivers do. No, if a driver ever is happy about BoP, therefore the BoP maker has done their job wrong. That is the truth. GT3 standings then, and Will alluded to this, one of our championships already wrapped up, and that's because Maniti Racing have been perfect in 3 previous races. When we say perfect, what does that mean? Not just winning at the checkered flag,
but leading at the halfway mark when we give out halfway points as well. They lead by 173 points. 150 is the maximum that you can get. Maniti Racing have a 12-hour coronation drive. However, that does not mean that the likes of Satellite Racing, Torque Freak Racing, and even SRN Motorsports and Rusty Spatulas will not be thinking that they can have a crack for second, because Archer Brothers Esports cannot be comfortable.
100%. I think that when you look at a championship like this and you see it being wrapped up, it actually arises new opportunities, because you wouldn't have to think. It depends how you look at it, but sometimes people, if you've wrapped up a championship, you go into an event maybe more relaxed. You don't maybe do as much practice and put much prep as you've done for previous events, and I think that it can definitely open up opportunities for teams to shine. So we could see a standout team here today that have got a lot of pace, they put in a lot of effort to really make a statement for this final round of the season and go into next season with the mental upper hand.
The summer is always an interesting time for sim racers. The common refrain and insult bandied around is "go touch grass." The summer's the time when a lot of sim racers actually go and do that, it turns out, and so we have this winter endurance season that's obviously cycling to a close now. Let's not forget that for some of these teams and drivers, they're also thinking about how their success today will lead them to potentially have the chances of being able to go and fight in the likes of the Neo Endurance Championship, now of course rebranded after many, many years as the 24-Hour Series Championship. And so a lot of those drivers wanting to get their chance to have a crack in a championship with, I think it's 10,000 euros in prize money, and of course plenty more to go with it in their association with Preventing. So 10 GT3 cars are out on track. There's only 10 GT3 cars. There's, I think, closer to 20 GT3 Pro cars. However, they share the track, which always makes things a little bit interesting. Qualifying here, maybe not the be-all and end-all, because ultimately they are filtered into the rest of the pack. And Will, when it comes to being a driver, how does a GT3 Pro driver see one of these purple numbered machines when they're pulling up alongside?
I think when you're looking at a class where you've got like this kind of pro and am split, I know we don't call it am, but like the slightly slower class, you're probably wary about it, because in a race like this, a 12-hour race, it's very, very easy to make a mistake early on or get in a crash and ruin your race, not only for yourself, but for your teammates that have practiced for such a long time. And I think when you approach a slower car, you sometimes are wary of what they may do. You kind of give them a little bit more room, or that's what you should do. But this can definitely change with time. Under pressure, under any sorts of changes in weather, it can really affect your mental decisions, and maybe even fatigue as well, because some of these drivers could be driving for 3-4 hours. You never know. The maximum drive time here today is 7 hours, so we can't get any longer than that for a single driver. But fatigue and all this stuff can go into the factors of how you make your decisions, and hopefully, fingers crossed for some of these teams, we don't see any reckless decisions and everyone has a really good race, but there's no guarantees.
You talk about 7 hours maximum drive time. Saw yesterday that there is someone who's going to be doing the upcoming iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring all by their lonesome. They're likely to be in top split on our broadcast as well. We'll see how that one goes. It will be for a good cause. So with time starting to wind down on GT3 qualifying, you expect them to start ducking their way down onto pit lane, getting a fresh set of boots on the car, and pit entry here is definitely a bit of a talking point. We're not going to get many camera angles of it initially, but you could see it's a bit of a chicane on entry. We'll see how that funnels through with GTP cars trying to cycle on through. Provisional pole currently a 1:39.076, where Archer Brothers do lead. Of course, sitting second in that championship. Haven't talked much.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, we haven't talked much yet, Will, about the weather conditions just here. Yes, because we're going to be working through the course of 12 hours. Qualifying here starting about 4 p.m. It's only going to get cooler from here, which means by the time we cycle over to the GTPs, in contrast to the last time I was part of the GSI Endurance Series, where it was only getting warmer at the end, the fast times will come in the dying seconds of qualifying.
Very interesting point, actually, that you make, because it means that when we look towards qualifying, you want to keep your tyres alive. I know specifically in the LMDH cars that we have available for us today, they are very, very hard on tyres, and they can really overheat. Just a small slide on the exit can really overheat them, and if you've not got your tyres in the best condition for when the qualifying is the best and the track temp is the lowest, it can really impact your starting position. Of course, the drivers aren't going to be too worried about the starting position, but starting in the middle of the field opens yourself up to potentially getting in accidents, incidents, and losing a bit of time, which could eventually cost you at the end of the race.
One thing that I'm noting is mostly cloudy. That's an uncomfortable thing to see, I think, for teams and for drivers. We will start the race in sim at 6 a.m. Means we finish in sim at 6 p.m. I don't think that actually means too much nighttime running, but we'll see how it plays out. This is the WS Racing Esports 223, which is also going to jink its way down on towards pit lane, which means that we will cycle on through to complete another lap. I mentioned it earlier, Will. We can talk about it a bit more now while we wait for the cars to start flying attempts again. This is a tight and twisty track, even though it's got this long, long blast of a main straightaway. For the GTPs, being patient is going to be easier said than done. I wonder how it's going to be for the GT3s in terms of predicting the sends that those prototypes will make and trying to place themselves in the right positions at the right times.
Well, Arjuna, it's a very wide track. You know, you can see from your pictures on screen, very, very wide amount of space. So technically, that should mean that it's easier to overtake. But it's going to be the main difference in speed. The biggest difference is in the corners, and when you've got decisions and prototypes coming up, not wanting to lose time, they can make some interesting sends, which could relate to some accidents here today. But as a GT3 car, if you've done any of the open practice sessions that IVRA have hosted over the past few days, you may have got to see how the GTPs are sending it. And once you've done, let's say, a few rounds of traffic, you start to get the idea of where the GTPs are liking to send it in a way. We'll probably see a lot around 100R, the very, very long right-hander. We'll see probably some cars around the outside. I'm thinking the last corner as well, you maybe even see cars really cut under and dive in. A lot of the apexes here at the Fuji International Speedway is kind of blind, and you're turning for such a long time, which means you take a really interesting wide arc, and it does definitely give the opportunity for the GTPs to kind of send it in up the inside and undercut you just by taking the shorter line. And yeah, that could maybe have some issues where we've had a spin in the background, but it could maybe have some issues where a car comes in and they just don't see it and turn into them. But we'll see. It's still going to be 12 hours of racing. That
was, I believe, rusty spatulas in the Mercedes. No rusty tires, unfortunately, just screaming tires, even with cool track conditions. And with time starting to wind down, we may be heading into those final attempts. Archer Brothers back across the line and will improve and find now 7/10 to the rest of the field. And they did not enjoy any sort of draft whatsoever. They were feeding it to the rest. I think they had a couple of cars behind, not just the rusty spatulas, but even as Thomas Fisher in the satellite racing car improves, it's still only 6/10. That's a big margin at a track like Fuji.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a 1 minute 38 lap, pretty standard for a GT3 car. It's not too long, not too short. You know, even at Silverstone, you're doing what, 1:58s maybe. So it's really, you know, a relatively medium-sized lap. 5/10 is a huge margin, and a big shout out to Jacob O'Reilly, really, because clearly the practice that he's put into this event is paying off, and being nearly 6/10 of a second on pole, that is no mean feat. You know, you look at your field spread between the rest of the cars, and you've got 6/10 from second to 8th, which really kind of puts in perspective how good of a lap that is from Jacob O'Reilly. And I will be interested to see how that stacks up to some of our pro GT3 competitors, and, you know, kind of where that time is.
If I remember correctly, they filter into each other
yeah.
At the start of the race, and so O'Reilly will be mixed in, and so has a chance to try and break away slightly. Remember also, the first time through traffic is always the craziest, and we get multiple bites at that cherry, given that we have safety cars that are not just a possibility, are an inevitability, and the subsequent drama of the restarts that is associated with that. So back out through the final corner. Don't remember if this is the longest straight in motorsports. In fact, it can't be. It's one of the longest straights at 1.475 kilometers. It's wide, like Will mentions, but somehow here in IVRA they have this knack of having magnets on the cars. Maniti Racing jump up into 6th. There's Torque Freak go up into 2nd, but still, it's about 6/10 between Archer Brothers and the Torque Freak car in 2nd. That's an interesting gap, and it'll be interesting to see how the race plays out from here, but qualifying is a very different consideration, especially given that, we do have tire changes and maximum tire sets to think about, with GT3 cars having 12 tires changes, which means 1 per hour. Maybe not so much drama unless we have lots of safety cars.
Well, you do say that, but I went and did a little bit of digging. I went and talked to Alex Bennett, one of our drivers in the Pro class, and he said that on fuel, there's no real issue. You know, they're going to make it on fuel. It's not going to be too much drama, and that's sometimes a concern in GT3, that you can't lift the air on fuel. But what he did say is, especially if the track gets a little bit hotter and the clouds start to open up and we get a nice blue sky, hotter track temps could really cause a lot of tyre wear. So a bit of a concern for some of these teams will be the tyre wear in those hot conditions that we'll see in 3-4 hours time, well, probably even more than that, saying when the race starts at 6 AM, but you know, your midday time, like 6 hours into the race maybe, it could be incredibly hot and we could see some real struggles on tyres.
Oh, I'm a racing driver. I have to deal with tire wear. Oh, what a pity party it sounds like. Valorous Motorsports up to 2nd. I am curious what sort of track temperatures we're going to see. I want to ride on board and just show everyone this pit entry, though, because 12 hours, that's a lot of pit entries that you're going to have to make. And with the gulf in speed between your GTP and your GT3s, you get a sense of just how patient some of those GTP contenders are going to have to be, as I believe I did see the first GT3 Pro cars starting to cycle to the end of pit lane. 1 minute remains in the session, and so the Archer Brothers 201, Jacob O'Reilly back out to set up for one final qualifying flyer. Let's ride around with provisional pole and see what a lap at Fuji is like. Down in through turn 1, it falls away from you. You can always see them try and maximize on the outside. Plenty of AstroTurf to take advantage of. Fly yourself through the kink at turn 2 and then run yourself over to the right-hand side. Slight dab on the brake, but not down a gear in this BMW through Coca-Cola. Straddling a bit too much of the anti-cut curb and risking an incident point, maybe for race running, but as you cut back and V it through 100R, it's onto the brakes next, down the hill through the hairpin as the track once again just falls away from you right when you need it the most. You begin to climb up now, though, in through a brief sweeping right-hand corner before you get into what, in my opinion, is maybe the most treacherous point for all in terms of traffic. All the way down through the gears and in through the Dunlop chicane. It cuts back sharply and you will see too wide, but it's not the most easy place to work through sensibly. Now starting to crest over the top of turn 13. Car works with you initially before it starts to struggle here as you turn left, and just all the while waiting for the rear to settle and get onto the power as early as you can. Then the final corner, swing out wide, cut it back in, because it's a 1.5 kilometer run down the main straightaway. Doesn't look like it was the ideal lap for Jacob O'Reilly, but it doesn't need to be ideal when you're already 5/10 clear of the rest of the field, and he'll practice coming down to pit lane with the checkered flag out for the GT3s.
Yeah, and brilliant lap to see on board, just see kind of what the driver's seeing from the cockpit. Like you say, it was an off track at Coca-Cola Corner, which kind of ruined that run for Jacob, but didn't really need to threat about it really, because it was just an all-out push lap, really, just trying to get that little bit more time comfortably on pole, which is you know, a really good job from Jacob. And one of the key areas of that lap that I was looking at is that when you go into Dunlop Corner, right, it's what, I think about, you turn through 160 degrees. You're almost turning back on yourself. That is how sharp that corner is. You can really launch it over the curb to cut it as much as possible to try and get some sort of traction, which is especially hard in the BMW M hybrid prototype. And yeah, very key area for the race, because we could see some big sends into there and hopefully some not so big crashes.
Let's grab a look at the results then for GT3 qualifying, and what a margin it is for Jacob O'Reilly in that Archer Brother Esports 201. Remember, trying to establish themselves second in the championship. That's a pretty healthy margin to the rest of the field. Emil Vimbo in the Valorous Motorsports 236 second. to make it, I think it's a BMW 1 and 2, but then the Porsche of Torque Freak Racing 3rd, Satellite Racing 4th, with the Rusty Spatulas down in 5th. Prestanda Nomad, Maniti's championship winning car, back in 7th spot with SRN, W Racing Esports, and then the Quasar Sim Racing Hydra team. Aaron Ackles behind the wheel of the Mercedes down in 10th position with 1.5 seconds splitting that class. Of course, with one section of qualifying over, it teases up nicely to cycle on over to the GT3 Pros, where as Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports try to win a championship, they just need 44 points here today to make sure they lock that up. That can come either at the halfway point or at the checkered flag. However, after Motegi was a very difficult round for not just Urano but for Impulse, they've got to come back and bounce back as we get underway here.
Yeah, and that's going to be on their minds. You know, I imagine that they will have put in a lot of prep to make sure that they're succeeding in this championship bid. Only 44 points, and it seems pretty easy. You know, they might make it by the halfway point, but there's a lot of racing to go, and there's a lot of chances for these drivers to pick up and do some really good qualifying times and really put it to Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. I'm really excited to see this kind of pro race, because I still think it's 110 points the gap, or just under. But I think it's going to be a really good race. And as we look towards the qualifying session, it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top, because that'll give us a little bit of an idea of what the true core pace of these drivers is here today.
So Mercedes AMG Team Urano's 190 needs to be first or second at the halfway mark to wrap up the championship. If you're Urano, Will, are you thinking let's just do that and not worry about the checkered flag?
I mean, 100... technically, what you could say is they could maybe go off strategy, but I don't think that's going to happen from the pure point of, if it was, let's say, we were doing 59-minute stints, and you could actually just extend, or you could do a bit too much fuel saving to extend to make sure you were leading at that halfway point, it would be actually a strategy that they could employ. But because it seems to be an easy hour for all these drives, or at least what I'm being told, watch it not be now, from at least what I'm being told, being an easy hour will make that a little bit different. So it'll just be really about pure pace, I can imagine. But yeah, interested to see how these drivers do now in pro qualifying, as we're watching Alex Bennett go through 100R, actually getting an off track.
It's a big train of cars that we've got right now, and that's the thing that you'll notice. It was just 10 GT3 cars. There are a lot more GT3 Pro cars. It's a numerous class. Going to be interesting to see how they deal with a busier track, especially given that there is plenty of track that you can use. By no means is this a short track. The first car that we're going to see set a time is going to be the Obsidian Racing 138 of Fernando Anatoli Busquets, someone that we saw duking it up on RaceSpotTV as part of the iRacing Road America 500. Came out on top in the GTO class, if I remember correctly. The same race that we did see IVRA's own Casper de Court race in a GTP. Now, if we do get the chance to chat with Casper today, we are going to have to ask him about some of his murdering over in the Road America race, but we'll let the bygones be bygones for the time being. So the first lap time from a GT3 Pro car, well, it's 8/10 off of what Jacob O'Reilly set, but now they'll start to come on in. Glacier Racing initially go up to second. Paceworks will go into, second overall, first on the provisional board. Is this all about tire conditioning, Will? Are these drivers trying to set up for the ultimate flyers?
I think personally, knowing what I kind of understand, how I understand the tyre in iRacing, when you've got an open session like this, I believe you can kind of prep the tyre to a point of where you've got a little bit more grip. Now, of course, they get to choose the fuel loads. It's not like when I go and do the Porsche Esports Pro Cup Great Britain, where like we have a fixed fuel load, fixed setup. They get to choose the fuel loads, but I do believe a couple slow out laps just to bring the tyre in gently will aid performance. Just imagine it like the tyre. If you're going out straight away and hitting it from cold and putting a lot of heat through it, you kind of lose a bit of that initial performance. Where if you kind of gently warm it up, put it in a slow cooker, if we were talking food terms, and get it to a temperature where it's on its optimal operating temperature, but you've not abused the tyre, you've not used already some of its good grippy rubber, you'll get a little bit of an advantage. That's at least my opinion of it, but we'll see as Impulse Racing go to the top of the tyres.
And that is faster than Jacob O'Reilly's time, but only by 300ths or so of a second. So I think that time from O'Reilly is going to stack up relatively well initially in this session, although as the times drop off, that will remain to be seen. Obsidian on their second lap find even more time, but we're on board with Miguel Vigo in the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing black car. He'll try not to make the team name mistake with that one many times. Just look how he's getting the suck, as some would call it, as they work down the main straight. It's only a 139.2 though. The danger of relying on the draft, the hold in the air, is that if the car in front of you is struggling in the twisty bits, you're limited by their speed.
Well, unless you have a teammate, for example, to be able to kind of coordinate it with, it can be quite challenging. This is something that, you know, a dilemma that, you know, you can always have in an open qualifying session. And at least from my perspective, I would always prefer to be in control. As Ross McFarlane sets a very good time. But I would always prefer to... I've just seen how close it is between Maniti.
1,000th back from Alex Bennett. Now, we shouldn't get so excited because I get the sense that the times are still yet to tumble down. The way the times are represented, 138.554 for McFarlane, 138.554 for Bennett, which means that even though it says it's plus 001, if you round them together, they are, to three significant figures, identical lap times.
That's fantastic, isn't it? It's exactly what you want to see from a qualifying session like this. You don't want to see someone on pole by massive time. But that's really interesting because do you know what that is? That's 2 Porsches to the top. 4
Porsches now running 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, and of course the BMW was what we saw from O'Reilly driving, so clearly there's some pace in that. We're yet to see Urano do a lap. What it looked like to me is Urano have actually come in for a second set of tyres. So they've gone for a lap, they've not been happy with it, they've either off track, made a mistake,
traffic, because they were in the heavy parts of traffic as well. We saw them.
Yeah, I was having a little watch on board, and it definitely didn't look all together, and potentially, you know, going on to a second tyre run, not having a time on the board, it definitely builds the pressure inside your head, and it's something that you want to try and alleviate and not worry about, but it can be a factor in these qualifying sessions, but there's still plenty of time for Nicholas Leibish to be able to get a time on the board, and certainly we'll be hoping for that to be a good time from his side.
I remember Motegi. I've done too many broadcasts this year already, and so my mind is very, very hazy. I remember Motegi, we saw Urano up inside of the top 10, although not at the very top, and we saw Leibish bail on qualifying early, and then that was the start of the misfortune. I wonder if they feel a little bit more pressure. Now, this is a 22-car GT3 Pro field, so in total we're going to have 32 GT3 cars out on track, and what does that mean in terms of the prototypes? I think it's closer to 12 prototypes that we've got. The prototypes might end up being bullied by the GT3 Pro cars, because let's be clear, yes, GTP stands for going to pass, but GT3s can be menaces as well.
100%. I mean, it's not always the prototype's fault, as many GT3 drivers would love to tell you it isn't. But it truly depends on what we see from the race and how much of an impact the GT3's line can depend on what the prototype can do. You know, it'll make up for a lot of it. Nicholas Leibish starts his first lap here, first timed lap potentially, cutting a nice bit of inside curb there.
That was a lot of curb.
It was a lot of curb. I assume it's fine because it's continuing the lap, continuing to push. So very, very close, but that's what margins are for. That's what track limits are for. You want to be pushing them right to the very edge. That's where you gain the most time.
And so he almost got caught by McFarlane leaving pit lane at turn 1, and now I'm concerned he's going to be caught by more traffic now through the twisty bits. Fortunately, the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing machine gets out of the way, but I don't think this is the optimal lap necessarily for Leibish, but at the very least, he'll get a banker in, I guess.
Yeah, and it's important to have a banker because it can settle a lot of nerves. You know, like you say, he did bail early here as well, and with you saying that he bailed early last time out, it definitely starts to build that doubt inside your mind that you can actually get the lap together and you don't want to mess it up, worry about it, etc. But I must say, this lap's been tidy. It's looked fairly well placed. You know, there's not been any massive misses of apexes or anything like this. So if this car is competitive today and this setup is untuned, I'd expect this to be within 0.4 of a second at least.
So to the line comes the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports car. It's going to be a 38.727. It's going to be about 2/10 off, but it will be good enough to jump inside of the front three. Front two rows make that because it's within 2/10 of pole. And I don't think Nicholas Laubush will be done with qualifying, but that's at least a lot of weight off the shoulders now.
Yeah, I mean, the way that initial lap, you know, not having the time on the board from your first runs, it can really help you to be able to push a lot more. That was even more curb cut on the inside this time by. We look towards Alex Bennett, who I got a chance to talk to, as mentioned before the broadcast. Very nice person, and a fellow Brit, so I'll have to be cheering him on. In P2, yeah, behind Pure Sim. Sorry, for a second I thought that he was on P1, but yeah, very, very close. Be kicking himself a little bit to be that close to pole, but not quite have it. But there's still time to go. Still got time to prepare the tyres and go for another run. Maybe a little bit of tow can help you along the way. And I'm sure he'll be close towards the end of this qualifying session.
He's setting up for another one now as Obsidian jump up into 7th. There's a second that splits the top 20 in this GT3 Pro field, and let's remember, half a second split first from second in that GT3 field. Jacob O'Reilly still hanging up there in 7th in the combined class as well, which goes to show how strong his time was, considering that I'm sure the conditions continue to drop away. We're 1 degree Celsius cooler than we were the last time we looked at these weather conditions, which by the rule of thumb means about 1/10 of a second or so, right, Will?
Yeah, something like that. You try not to think about it, but yeah, you give it a 10.
Impressive lap time in a BMW as well. He is the best BMW in the field because the best BMW in GT3 Pro is in 13th in class. That's the Ingersoll Rand 134. It is still Porsche 1, 2, 3, then Mercedes, then Audi, then Porsche again in terms of the manufacturers up at the top of GT3 Pro. The rear engine Porsche looking quite good for the time being. Here comes Alex Bennett back towards the line. Absolutely no drafts, but no worries at all on that lap, but it was very much about setting up for the next one. But time does start to wind down and the drivers start to run towards their final lap.
Yep, so you got Alex Bennett coming on a lap here, and you look back towards some of the Impulse cars, I believe, actually using each other for slipstream. Like I was saying, when you've got teammates, you can coordinate it a bit better. So a nice little gap there, just 0.6 of a second separate them, which gives them a really good chance to generate a good bit of tow. So the 157 is being towed by the 156, which is probably the way that I would do it, considering where they are in the times. Not quite sure if the 157 was on track there, but yeah, you're going to see a good bit of tow here. You're not going to see too much dirt here because there is a little bit back, but actually the 156 has to bail, which will kind of jeopardize the 157's run a little bit, but at least they had that probably 1/2 advantage from the home straight.
So I'm just trying to see how many minutes we have left here in qualifying because it is starting to wind down. I thought we were meant to be in the final minute, but might be coming up on that marker now. Still, again, a second splits 20 GT3 Pro machines. Mercedes AMG Team Urano trying to set up for a final flying attempt, but I think getting a bit compromised maybe with Ty set up here as they come out of the final corner. It is Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, there are a lot of Porsches in the GT3 Pro field. I'm not trying to say that by any means the BoP has shifted towards the Porsche here today as Bennett goes up the top. But maybe just in qualifying with one lap, the Porsche has a little bit more.
Definitely could be the case. You do tend to get a little bit of a mix between what cars can do what in terms of lap time. Maybe the Porsche has a bit of a disadvantage on tyre wear, so its stint pace isn't as good. But it certainly looks like, you know, from an outsider's perspective, that the Porsche is a more dominant car here at Fuji. Bennett with a good time there. You can kind of tell when a driver's done a time that they're happy with because they complete the lap. I would imagine if Bennett hadn't pulled into the pit lane, he'd be like, well, I'm not going to improve. But that is the top of the times by only 0.03 of a second. But considering the margins that we've seen, that can certainly be enough to get pole position here today.
1 minute is now left in the session, and so as Ross McFarlane through the final corner deals with the Hydra Race geodesic car directly in front of him, he will get a toe down towards the start-finish line, and it's a decent run, and so Marius Rommelfanger in the Deutsche Payment 187, he's up to 6th. Can McFarlane find those 300s in the toe? No, but look at that consistency within 2,000ths of the previous best. McFarlane will get one more attempt, except he does not, because the checkered flag has literally just flown in qualifying as Nicholas Laubisch has spun it around in the final sector. Mercedes-AMG Team Urano, the best they'll start is 7th.
Yeah, it'll be disappointing for Laubisch. He would have liked to have done better than that, but like you say, I mean, in regards to the Mercedes, he looks like he's done fairly well if we were to anticipate that the BoP was slightly favoured towards the Porsche in qualifying. Spins aren't ideal, but it's something that happens when you're pushing to the limit. You know, you don't want to leave anything on the table in qualifying, and you know, if you ain't spinning, you ain't getting the car to the edge. So realistically, I think he gave it a good go there.
He'll at least get a pit entry. I guess that's the positive. One way to think about it. Wonder if we will get any more times on the board as Luca Alpert in that Phoenix Racing Esport Audi heads out of the final corner and then jinks off to the right. Indicates that that's all the times done and dusted, and we can show you how they finish up for qualifying here in this GT3 Pro session. It is Alex Bennett in that Maniti Racing 179 that leads the queue of Porsches at the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Ross McFarlane second, though, for Pure Sims Esports, with Lars Meyer for Impulse, one of the contingent in the 156, getting across the line in third. He'll have Obsidian Racing alongside for company after Fernando Busquets came fourth. ATRS Esports, Deutsche Payment Esports, 5th and 6th, with the first of the Mercedes down in 7th, with Nicholas Laubisch behind the wheel of the Urano Esports car that needs either first or second at the end of the halfway marker to win the championship. Phoenix Racing Esport, Impulse, and Glacier Racing making up the rest of your top 10. And again, remember, a second separates the top 20, so even though these drivers may look like they're starting in the very, very heart of the pack, by no means are they going to be out of any sort of fight in what is a stacked field in GT3 Pro. And so now, with the talking about Grand Tourers done and dusted, we can start to talk a little bit more about prototypes and this brand new BMW M Hybrid V8. It was a change just before the 12 Hours of Daytona, heading out of that Dallara LMP2, where we had plenty of real wheel locking at the World Center of Racing. Now, though, in 2023, the drivers have had time to adjust, to figure the car out, to dial in the setups, and Maniti Racing lead by 90 points, coming off the back of the perfect race meeting at Motegi. 100 points at the checkered flag, leading at the halfway marker as well. The equation not so simple for them as it is, or was, for Urano here, Will. 90 points lead means they still need a good 60 points to be able to come out on top, and they will have that Urano Esports Data Group car that has always been in contention, pushing them to the very end.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, really, because I think that Maniti were definitely the underdogs going into this season. You know, there's no disrespect to the drivers whatsoever, but Urano are a huge outfit in terms of esports. You know, they have a lot of backing. You know, Urano in terms of a brand itself is a very big brand in everyday life, especially with inside the German area and some of the countries around there. But yeah, interesting to see how qualifying goes. It'll be a big factor for the race, because it gives you that little bit of a mental edge, like I talk about. You know, having that overall pace advantage can help you in many, many ways, and especially keep you out of trouble on lap number 1, which will be the major priority for the top 2 championship contenders. Well, let's not forget Pearsons as well, because technically they're in with a shout as well. Absolutely.
They are definitely in with a shout. We talked about 12 tire changes for GT3s. However, in the GTPs, it may actually be a bit more salient, a talking point, given that shorter pit stints, we're talking closer to 35-40 minutes in terms of fuel load for these cars, and they only get 14 tire sets over the course of the race. We'll see how they decide to play it out. One talking point I'll just note as the BMWs wind their way around and get themselves started with their first of what I think will be a couple of flying lap in multi-lap runs here, is that we'll have a special guest driver in one of these cars, and he's out on track for qualifying right now. who better to talk, I'm sure at some point, hopefully, we'll get the chance to chat with him, but who better to give us a bit of insight into the world of endurance racing than someone that's experienced it from behind the seat of a real car. However, Tommy Milner's going to be an interesting talking point because he's usually more used to having prototypes sending it on him in his Corvette. Now he has the opportunity to return the favor.
Exactly. It's an interesting one, isn't it? You know, you get a bit of that pent frustration out of you. You get to send it on some cars. You know, I very rarely drive prototypes with inside iRacing. It's not something I do very often, but I do enjoy it when I get a chance. You know, I think it's an interesting car. I remember being at the Sim Racing Expo when this car was kind of teased and announced, and there was a lot of hype around it. You know, I gave it quite a few laps on the Fanatec stand at the time, and I remember it was quite an interesting experience because a lot of people end up spending a lot of time, and it's been a good car addition to iRacing, and hopefully with more LMDHs rumoured to be coming soon, maybe even as early as next season, this class is only going to get better.
No comment. I know which ones I want.
I know which ones I want.
That's the thing. But there are plenty of choices that I think we want now in this universe, in this new era of prototype racing. We'll see how it all ends up shaking up, though. Across the line, and again, I think this is the first of multi-lap runs, so I believe these times are only going to tumble, but at least provisionally, ATRS Esports 1:27.1. We're about 12 seconds quicker than everyone else, but like I said, provisional. Nathan Moore comes in and sets the new benchmark. Dylan Triven to 6 seconds off the pace. Satellite Racing also 6 seconds off the pace. You talked about tire conditioning with the GT3s. I think that might be even more important here with this car.
Yep, and certainly there's going to be some tyre conditioning going on. You know, you see some guys 6 seconds off. It's certainly a strategy just to get the tyre in check. You know, it's the fronts really in these cars. There's plenty of power going through those rear wheels. The fronts is where you kind of need to generate the temperature, and it does definitely take a couple of laps for them to get in to play. I remember when we were doing one-lap qualifying for, I believe it was VCO Pro Sim earlier in the year, Pro Sim Infinity, I believe. A big thing was, because we were having one-shot qualifyings, the important thing to do was to really activate these front tyres on the outlap, and there was some quite, not wild strategies, but aggressive strategies.
I was about to ask, what were you doing?
Well, just aggressive. No, nothing crazy. Just aggressively warming the tyre up on the front of the car. But that's only because it was a one-lap quali. We won't have any real shenanigans here because you are taking performance off that tyre by doing it.
I've just got a message from the Satellite Racing camp confirming 1 to 2 lap tyre warm-ups, and Graham Saunders initially on his second lap immediately blasts his way back up to the top. But I wonder if it's better to preserve the tyre like Urano and Satellite seem to be doing right now versus what the rest of the contenders are doing. As Urano jump up to the top, Satellite go up to 7th, but it worked out for Becky apparently.
Well, you know, Becky told me that he was going to send it on quite a few cars today, so I was hoping that he'd be a bit further back, but still on pole for the time being. And I think we'll definitely still see improvements from a lot of drivers. You know, I'm expecting 125s, to be honest. You know, we've got pretty cool track temp, plenty of time for these drivers to get a good lap in. I certainly see that as a possibility. One thing I was thinking about is when we talked about the 14 sets of tyres that you're allowed for this event, I thought for a second it'd be really interesting actually if instead of 14 sets we gave them 28 tyres, and then we saw how they distribute them, because I think they go a lot more to having rear tyres than front.
Yeah. Now you're trying to make iRacing build stuff in just for you, Will. Just for you.
Well, it was just a wonder that I was thinking. I thought, well, what happens if we just gave them 28 tyres instead of 14 sets?
Maybe in the future we could think about that. Right now, let's just get rain in first. Let's one step at a time. Now what, the third flying lap that we're going to see out of them, so 1:26.243 initially our benchmark. Hydra-Race Geodesic Racing able to improve but not pass what we saw out of that Urano car. I get the sense that while Urano don't think they're going to improve, there is going to be someone that finds a little bit more time. SRC Movano, they're up to 4th. What does the number 17, the championship leading car, Team RSO's drivers making the switch over to Maniti, and Huthsfeld finds himself about 2/10 and jumps up to pole.
Good lap from Huthsfeld, where he needs to be considering where the championship position is at the moment. just over a tenth of a second on provisional pole position, but there's still a little bit of time left to go in this qualifying session. Like you say, with the amount of laps that you can do as a push, I don't feel like anything over 2 is beneficial. You know, once you've done your 2 flying laps, I think you can come into the pits and get some fresh boots on it. One thing to mention as well is it's not just the tyres that you're worrying about, it's actually the boost as well, because if you're going below a certain boost, you'll get less lap time, so you can't just keep going forever. And it's something that we'll maybe note and see in the race, that initially the lap times will be quite fast and then they'll drop off a bit as the cars drop below the ability to boost for a bit more of the lap. And it is an interesting little bit of strategy, because, you know, obviously you can sit there as a driver, you can attempt to save a little bit of boost to make an overtake, but that's something we can talk about a little bit later on when we start to get drivers really pushing to make overtakes in the race. But for now, Maniti on pole. And it's quite close between all cars. And, you know, you will have noticed this at the Sebring 12 hour. A lot of the cars there for qualifying, it's like 0.2 of a second between the top 10. And it does seem to produce some really close qualifying sessions, this LMDH.
So as the first set of cars back out onto track already, we get the second set head back in towards the pit lane. Boost management, I thought it was going to be a bigger talking point in the race when the car was announced, but it seems to be the case that they don't really change the mapping too much. It's good that we're not going back to the old LMP1 days, Will, where it was basically all manual deploy, because that was pretty awful. But I guess it's pretty accurate to the real world as well, because most of the time you're meant to just let the computer do it for you.
Well, the LMP1s were really complicated, and I think that it's important to simplify them for the cost benefit and also for the drivers, because I drove those LMP1s at Le Mans at a time and they were very, very complicated.
I'm trying to remember if I was ever any good at dealing with the hybrid deploy. I was always the person that got very greedy. There was once a race that I did, the 6-hour endurance race on the weekends, where Jimmy Broadbent got very irritated with me because I was the idiot dumping my battery all in the opening couple of laps. Guess who got past about 6 laps into the race?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to guess, Arjuna, but those times, I miss it. I like the manual deploy from the LMP1s.
You miss it?
Yeah, it was really fun. I did the iRacing 24 hours through the French countryside last year with a bunch of mates, and it was really, really fun, and I really enjoyed driving the LMP1s because it's a little bit out of my era really of sim racing, because I only started in 2019, so it was an interesting thing, and I think it's good to have these new modern prototypes in the game. My voice in the game, and yeah, it's a good thing for motorsport in general. It
is. No. These are slow prototypes, though. I think that's something that we are having to grapple with. The identity crisis, as Alessandro Lau finds 2/10 in that ATRS car. I saw Dylan Trivens pulling off to set up his next attempt. What we're estimating lap times in the French countryside to be around 3 minutes 30, which is about the same times as LMP2 used to do. Now, I haven't had the chance to go see these cars in person yet, which is something I'm looking forward to being able to do, Will. I never saw the LMP1 cars in person either, but everything I've ever been told about them is those look and just everything about them was rocket ship status, SpaceX status. This maybe is, yeah, I don't know the right way to say it.
Yeah, it is like a bit of a faster LMP2, really.
Yes.
They're not anywhere near the kind of levels that we used to see from the LMP1s, which were ridiculous, to be honest. And originally, the plan was to make these cars more powerful, and they were scaled back a little bit, I believe, in the initial development and production. Might be wrong. I believe they were initially supposed to be homologation cars, am I right?
Yes.
In hypercar, that is, not
right.
in LMDH.
Yeah, no, this is the problem. LMDH and LMH. How do you conflate the two things?
Yeah, they seem like the same thing, and they race in kind of the same class, kind of, especially in the World Endurance Series. But yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one, really, because I would have preferred to have seen some hypercar, as we see.
Well, this is what we were talking about. Different complexion versus Motegi, where the temperatures were rising because we were qualifying in the morning, We're racing or qualifying into the evening here, so hypothetically the temperatures should continue to drop. They haven't really done so because we're basically at the very bottom of where they could go. Does not mean that they're not finding more time, and yeah, Urano on their second flying lap, or first flying lap after one tire warm-up lap. I think that means we'll see one more attempt out of them before they head back down to pit lane. I'm not sure they're going to get enough time to do another full 3-lap tire warm-up, 2 flying lap run after this. This might be their final attempt.
I'm not so sure on the timings, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. But you know, I think when you're preparing these laps, sometimes you've got that in mind of how much time you have left. But the real important thing is getting the lap in that you know you can do. You know, a lot of these drivers still won't be hitting the time that they've done in practice, and if they're able to get close to what they know they're capable of, it's usually going to be a good result.
Well, Graham Saunders in the Hydra Race geodesic racing car finds 2/10. That's good enough to get him provisionally up to second, but as we see the ATRS car, I believe that is, heading off towards pit lane, they should have enough time to go out and get at least one more flyer on the board. Dylan Shrivens does find some more margin to those chasing him down behind. A couple more cars will head down towards pit lane as SRC Movano jump up into 3rd, Maniti 79 up into 6th. The fact that you have to go and warm up the tires is making these qualifying sessions shake up so differently. 14 thousandths now. Maniti split off the back of Dylan Shrivens, the title champion contenders up at the top of the timings, but when you have to go out for 3 or 4 laps to do a full qualifying run, how does that impact it? Will we talked about this with GT3s, but prototypes, like you mentioned with their battery as well, how much more are they thinking about that?
I think they'll definitely be conscious not to use too much battery on these these cool laps to kind of get the tires in. I think that when you're doing that, it's not too much of a concern because you're never going to use too much battery when you're going slow, but it certainly gives you less attempts and less chances. So if you don't get a banker in that you're happy with straight away, it can definitely make the pressure build.
So Graham Saunders has another crack at it, although he finds no improvement this time by. Did note that Shrivens has dropped his pace back on this lap, although not to the point where I think he's necessarily heading down to pit lane, although right on cue he decides to prove me wrong and duck his way on through. There's Beckham Jasir in that Delta Sport number 99. We've seen him impress on RaceSpotTV and GT3 and GT4 machinery in recent weeks. How will he fare out in that prototype? Looking forward to seeing him in action. Now, 14 thousandths, that's what splits 1st and 2nd, and it will continue to split them because Maniti 17, I think that's them done for qualifying.
Certainly would think so, having done 2 push laps on this current attempt and slash run, whatever you want to call it. So I'd certainly think that they won't have a chance anymore to go faster, but they've got one more flying lap to make this happen. You know, just a few cars now having those last laps in qualifying, the last chance to make the difference, and we'll see what they have left in the tank.
I'm curious what the weather conditions are going to be when we go racing, because remember, we are in the evening now, and we said, well, about 5, 6 p.m. We'll jump over to 6 a.m. to start this race off. Cool conditions to start. You mentioned that we're going to see the tire temperatures, tire wear be a significant factor in the middle of the day. I'm curious, Will, did you get a track temperature number from any of the drivers?
Oh, no, I didn't, but I did a few sessions myself. I imagine that we'll be reaching at least 50 degrees because, yeah, it's hot here in the Japanese and we've got the Japanese tarmac as well, which is slippy. More sliding, more temperature build-up, hotter track temps, more wear.
My days. 50 is not the warmest I've ever seen on iRacing. That still goes the way of Interlagos, which is known for... have you ever seen the 70-plus degrees track temperature?
Oh, I've never
there?
seen 70. I think I remember Suzuka seeing like 65. Yes.
Suzuka is a good one as well. Watkins Glen for the 6 hours has gotten up there in the past as well. I remember seeing 66 in one of my teammates' telemetry data when we were comparing notes. That's the end of GTP qualifying, by the way. So that is now Urano confirmed on pole. Maniti on the outside of the front row. 1 and 2 in the championship, flipped around on the front row. Going to be very, very exciting. Fortunately, I just took a little bit of a gander over at our race control notice board here, Will. I see nothing from qualifying.
Got to be a miracle, surely. Nothing. No one's complained about blocking. Even if you don't get blocked, you're like, well, I might have got blocked. Why don't I just put a report in? Don't know.
No one would ever be frivolous with their complaints to race control. No one would ever waste the time. So as we switch on over to the warm-up session, we don't, I think, get the first indication of what the weather is going to be like. We'll have to wait another 5 or 10 minutes before we get that. An opportunity to flip from qualifying into race mode, but more saliently for GT3 in particular, an opportunity to get back out onto track, Will. They've been watching on from the sidelines for going on a full hour now since they headed out for qualifying. They get to go back out, get their eye in, and get ready to go for the race start.
Well, the drivers have just jumped in our magical time machine. We've changed dates and we've also changed time. So the drivers are certainly having to look at the track and see how it is now. You know, we're just gone 5:30 past in the morning as the session's ticked over, and definitely gives you that idea of how the track conditions have changed and how you need to behave at the start of the race in terms of your tyres.
I did note that there was some confusion raised in that tyre set limit discussion that we had, not just because I struggled to get my words out, but also because the briefing used wording that suggests it's 12 tyre changes that you're allowed. The sim is suggesting it's 12 tyre sets that are allowed. I wonder if that just means, though, that the way the iRacing sim is wording it, it doesn't include the initial set that you start with, so it should still be 12 sets. If we get up to 50 degrees Celsius, we're not so worried about running out of tires getting to the end of the race. The point that you were trying to make, Will, just to go back to that, is that 50 degrees Celsius, you're going to be hanging on for the full hour here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the GT3s, you know, as of the recent update to the way that they drive iRacing, constantly updating the GT3s to try and make them more realistic and drive a little bit better, hopefully, for the public that consume the service, made it so that your actions as a driver matter even more for tyre wear. You know, we've got tyre changes during stops, which have been in place since this update, while having fuel, I should say, so fuel and tyres at the same time. And another point to note, that you now do more tyre wear. So if you're really ragged on the steering, sliding and drifting the car around, you could end up with 0 tyres at the end of your stint.
I'm trying to think what the lowest I've ever gotten my tyres to in iRacing has been. Have you ever gotten it down to 0, Will?
Yes, many a time.
Okay, so
maybe not in too much of a race.
Yeah, I was going to say, you like living dangerously. Apparently not that dangerously. Let's talk a little bit about this Fuji Speedway. Of course, initially opened back in 1965 as they tried to bring NASCAR racing to Japan. It was intended to be a 4-kilometer bank super speedway. Surprisingly, those are expensive to build, though, and so that idea was shelved, and instead a road course, a rather dangerous road course, was initially built. Then, back in 2000, Toyota acquired the facility. After F1 hadn't been here for almost 30 years, Formula One returned back in 2007. And of course, it's not just known for having one of the longest straights in global motorsports, 1.5 kilometers long. It's known, Will, for being a track where anything can happen in terms of weather. Fortunately for the drivers here today, that does not include the rain, the monsoon, that in the real world they'd be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, something that definitely might change for the next season of IVRA Endurance, but, you know, as this season winds to a close, we've got no sort of rain that could cause any chaos, I would like to say, but we do like a little bit of chaos. And it's interesting that you mention, you know, F1 obviously came back here 2007, 2008, you know, you shared the wins between Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso. You know, late on in the season is quite interesting for me. Always like the late races in the season, and they often have a little bit of drama bound in, and yeah, I think it's a great track. I still think it's a very, very good track, but when you're going up in Japan against something like Suzuka, you know, both these tracks are fantastic tracks, so it's hard to pick for F1's sake.
I guess it's a bit of a cultural battle as well, because you've got Honda that owns Suzuka as well as Motegi, and then you've got Toyota, which owns Fuji. I'm sure they own a couple of other things as well. Although isn't a lot of Toyota racing actually based out in Germany, like in Cologne or something?
It wouldn't surprise me. I'm not quite sure on the facts for that, but I do know that, obviously Toyota owning this facility definitely have access to it for the hypercars and LMP1s. And it's an interesting one when manufacturers own tracks, because it makes you wonder when the tracks come to the events. Have you been manipulative? You want to lay a bit of tarmac down that
let's not go that far. Let's not start the conspiracy theories. Although I am hearing some noises which indicate that drivers are having some fun in this warm-up session. About 5 minutes still left to go before we go racing. Let's just remind you all of the schedule, the journey that we've been on so far this season, because it's a really interesting mix of tracks, in my opinion. Of course, the North American focus to start with: Road America, Circuit in the Americas, Daytona, Monza, Motegi, and Fuji to close things off. We're going to have to blow our way past all of that, though, because the drivers are getting gridded up to go racing. 12 hours on the clock. And now, 3 champions to be decided. One already has their championship crown on their heads for 12 hours of a coronation drive. Let's run you down through the starting grid for this IVRA GSI Endurance Series. 12 hours of Fuji. Dylan Shrivens for Urano Esports Data Group that will lead us to the green. He'll have the Maniti Racing Championship leader alongside, with just 14,000 splitting the two of them. Sanders, Barry Laro in the SRC Movano and Hydro Race Geodesic cars, 3rd and 4th, with ATRS and German Sim Racing sharing row number 3. We're going to have to blast through this monster field because we've only got 90 seconds before they roll. Maniti Pure Sim share row 4 with Delta Sport and Satellite Racing on the edge of the top 10 in GTP. Tommy Milner, the final car, is a qualifying class, but he'll have Ilka Happela for company on row number 6 in the GTPs. Cycling our way to the stacked GT3 Pro field, where again, just 30 thousandths of a second split Alex Bennett from Ross McFarlane in the pair of Porsches on the front row. It's Porsche domination, though, inside of the top 6, with Impulse and Obsidian row 2, ATRS Esports and the Deutsche Payment Esports team sharing row number 3. Rolling from 7th, it's the championship leader Nicholas Laubisch, knowing that 1st or 2nd should be good enough at the halfway marker to secure the championship. Phoenix Racing Esports Audi alongside with Impulse and Glacier through the top 10. It's Miguel Vigo in the 2nd of the Mercedes alongside the 1st of the Lamborghinis for Paceworks Esports. Ingersoll Rand, German Sim Racing 13th and 14th with Hydro Race Geodesic, Team RSO, SimCity Racing, the WS Racing Esports team, Fiercely Forward, Virtual Motorsports, German Sim Racing, and Orion, all rounding out the 22 GT3 Pro cars. It leaves just the 10 GT3s, and Jacob O'Reilly's time holds up strongly. Top 10 GT3 combined times, it's fastest in GT3. 1:38.784, almost half a second clear of ML Vimbo in the Valorous Motorsports BMW. John Goodwin and then Thomas Fisher for Torque Freak Racing and Satellite Racing share row 2 with the Rusty Spatulas and Prestanda Nomad behind them. And then Maniti, SRN, WS Racing and Quasar complete the field. Remember that the GT3s will be mismatched on their start, and so they will be fighting tooth and nail. But as the cars begin their roll behind the iRacing safety car, these are those final nervy moments for the drivers when they're on the radio to their teammates, talking through what's going on and getting ready to blast down into turn number 1.
I'm certainly excited for this one. I think we're going to see some really good battles, especially considering it's your final chance of the season to make the difference. A lot of talking points after qualifying. Make sure to use the hashtag IVRA on Twitter. If you have a say, I'll be sure to check through that throughout the course of my commentary stint. I'm sure Arjuna will too. And yeah, very excited for the race start. Going to be a really good run down to turn 1. Bring it on.
Prediction, who wins in GTP?
Maniti.
Who wins in GT3 Pro?
Impulse.
So
56.
You think Maniti wins the championship by winning the race. Who wins the championship in GT3 Pro as well?
Urano.
Oh, I was going to say, it would be a brave pick to be anyone but Urano, but here we go, ready to go for the final time this season. It's been a wild ride, this 2022-2023 Gomez Sim Industries Endurance Series presented by IVRA, and it heads to the land of the rising sun to put it all in the rearview mirror. It is Urano and Maniti at the front of the field here at the Fuji Speedway. We're racing for 12 hours as Dylan Shrivens picks up the throttle and launches us in towards turn number 1. We'll see how feisty they're going to be on that run into the heavy braking zone with the tyres still trying to come up to temperature. They fan out 3 abreast for second for a moment. There was a car that went around. It looked like German sim racing, but no such drama for your race leader. At the very same time, though, of course, here comes the stacked field of GT3 Pro cars storming their way into turn 1. Deutsche Payment to the inside and almost 4 wide for a moment, but it's Maniti from Pure Sim still 1 and 2 as Marius Rommelfanger tries to challenge for third as they funnel in towards Coca-Cola. Outside of German sim racing in the GTP, though, tidy start for all.
Yeah, Theodoris going round there, not losing too much time, only losing 2 seconds to the back of the pack, but starting from 6 was not good start for him. But in regards to the GT3s, pretty clean, to be honest, and a very, very brave move by Deutsche Payment.
Turn 1 at Fuji invites those kind of sends, though, if we're being honest. It's not the first time, it's not the last time I think we'll see stuff like that. We're on board on that right side with McFarlane as they head in towards that chicane towards the end of the lap. Meanwhile, GTP's winding through the final corner and slingshotting onto that main straightaway. Dylan Shriven's already 1.2 seconds clear of the chasing pack behind. There was a spin midway through that GT3 field. You've got to wonder if the safety car might be pulled out as a result of that. Your leader, though, will be hoping that is not the case as they break their way across the line.
We saw some fantastic starts throughout our 2 classes, I suppose you could see. It's definitely 3, but as the 2 split-up classes of GT3 and LMDH, both our leaders got away so well. And you've got to give full credit to the drivers at hand there for getting a good jump. And Dylan Scrivens nearly, or pretty much, out of tow range already.
And now battery management's going to come important. You've got to wonder if maybe he was a bit more aggressive with that initially, trying to just pull away from the rest of the field. Single file. Look at that choo-choo train of GT3s down in towards turn number 1. A couple of cars still running out a little bit wide and losing a bit of momentum. Side by side further back with SimCity Racing's Chris Beats up the inside of Adam Wulkiewicz in the German sim racing Audi. See if we can cycle through, I think, what is going to be a limited set of replays. And the first one, of course, is going to be what happened to the German sim racing car on that run in towards turn number 1. We've talked about the rear brakes so many times on RaceSpotTV. It's a case of that again.
Yeah, it's just one of those instances. It's actually really innocent because trying to avoid that car ahead, it's checking up just that little bit more, you brake too much and gone, the car's gone. The rear brakes are so snappy on this car, and especially a hard braking moment when you're going pretty slowly in these cars causes an issue like that, and it's unfortunate, really.
So at the front of GT3 and the combined field is still Bennett from McFarlane as they continue to try and break away from Fernando Busquets, who has gotten past the likes of Impulses 156 and the ATRS 113, each of whom lost 3 positions on that race start. That was not related to the bit of smoke and drama they had down at that Dunlop chicane, and so let's begin to try and take a look at this. I don't think it's going to be a simple case of picking this apart. So the Paceworks eSport, oh, okay. That makes it a lot easier. The Torque Freak Porsche comes like a bat out of hell and sets off the chain reaction.
Oh, it just looks like the M25 on your way down to London. A nice little car park there, and like we said, it's a really hard braking zone, turning through 160 degrees, and the problem is when it checks up like this, sometimes you get the urge to go for it, but the problem is not the widest corner on this track, definitely one of the narrowest, and touching the car around is very easy, and a car park ensued.
Yes, no, like you say, traditional rush hour traffic for a moment there, as they all just stopped for a moment. Front of the field as they come up again through that final corner. Fortunately, no one has touched the anti-cut curb so far this race, and I say so far because we haven't gotten into the traffic just yet. It's 1.5 seconds, that margin at the front. It's a 12-hour race. Maybe we shouldn't be so surprised that it's a relatively calm start.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing you can do, especially when you're fighting for a championship, is go throw the car on a wall. You don't want to do that. You know, I've been there, you know, and maybe not through my own fault, to put to mind.
It's never a racing driver's fault.
It's never a racing driver's fault. But, you know, I've been there. You know, I've started the 24 Hours of Daytona and been taken out before turn 1. But these things happen, and you want to try and avoid these types of incidents because can't win a race if you're dead in turn 1. I'm pretty sure that's a very universal opinion. It's interesting you talk about the anti-cut curbs, because that, I imagine, can be a really big talking point for cars getting damaged by themselves and not actually having contact later on in the race, because especially for these GTPs, it can be very easy to run over them.
Some of the drivers are actually memeing about the anti-cut curves previously this week, and so if there is anyone that falls a cropper of those curbs, in true Fernando Alonso style, I will break out the karma quote. But hopefully that does not turn out to be the case, because some of the pictures they sent were space shuttle status, I won't lie. Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing and Graham Saunders, not sure if there's a slowdown or something here, but lost at least 3 or 4 spots. Was running up in 4th, is now down in 8th. Important because the first pass through traffic is always the easiest to get separated up, and you can already see the gap starting to build. Saunders now on the back foot.
Yeah, and I think when you're dropping that many positions early on, it's not the end of the world, let's face it. There's no damage on Saunders' car. Very experienced prototype racer, and he'll have much more chance left in this race to continue and show the pace that he did show in qualifying. Obviously qualifying 3rd place, you know, it's no mean feat by any means, but with these cars being so close, it's definitely going to be maybe a bit harder to make the positions up that you lost, but it's not the end of the world. 12 hours to go, you know, 11 hours and 53 minutes, but, you know, virtually 12 hours.
Well,
yeah.
You say it's not a big deal, but Will, I put to you, if your car's doing this in the opening 10 minutes of the race...
You know what? Actually, I can comment on this. I had Ewan in the booth with me, and I was doing laps, and I said, Ewan, the weirdest thing just happened. I went over this curve, and it just yeeted me. I noticed that. For some reason, that curb there, you can get like a little bounce, and even though you fall flat on throttle, you know, you straighten the car up, the car will just kill you pretty much, and as you saw there for Saunders, pretty bad.
I'm just saying, keep that in mind, okay?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're 100% right.
Now, would it surprise you as we start to encounter the lap traffic, and from here, let's get wild and wonderful. This is going to be intense. Just look at the sea of GT3 cars already enveloping your race leader. Would it shock you, Will, to hear that we've already had a penalty from race control?
Oh, really? A penalty in an endurance race with multi-car classes? No way.
Would it shock you it would be for that Porsche who checked off everything, or kicked off everything down at the chicane?
No, I thought it was a legitimate move, you know. Why don't you just drive through everyone? I mean, no, to be fair to the driver, it's a really easy mistake.
Oh, no,
to make.
absolutely.
And yeah, but fair enough for race control, they have to penalise someone in that situation, so it's good that they've taken action so quickly after the incident.
Talk Freak Racing have a 10-second penalty as a result of that, so we'll keep you informed with our notice board as we work through. Speaking of working through, this is where the best prototype drivers make their money. How they deal with this first cycle through. Already 2.5 seconds, that margin between the Urano number 90 and everyone else behind. And just look at how he's patient initially, trying to set up the Talk Freak Racing car on corner exit so that he's on the outside, can take the line that will not compromise the GT3 car too much. It's all just experience that you gain, Will. It's not something that you can learn in a classroom.
Yeah, and that's one of those sends I spoke about really early on in the broadcast. GTDs have to go out wide for the ideal line, so your GTP can just cut underneath you and kind of take that send in. In many cases, it's quite safe to do that. But like you said, we could see some tripping up later on in our broadcast.
3 second that margin already now between Urano's number 90 and Maniti's 17. Let's not forget though, safety cars, an ever-present reality in the series. All it takes is one little moment and it could come through the traffic, especially when you've got GTPs fighting their way on through. ATRS, Maniti's second car, as well as Satellite and Delta Sport. As there's a spin in front, ATRS go around, and there goes the Chaos. Satellite's GT3 car gets caught up as well.
Yeah, that, funnily enough, was nothing to do with GTPs. 2 GT3s just coming together, and yeah, not ideal for a start, really, for the second Maniti LMDH car. So thankfully not the one that's involved in the championship, but yeah, it's one of those things, especially when a car ends up rolling out like that, not holding brakes, it can be quite hard to avoid. It's very easy to get in your head and like try and guess where it's going to go, and that's why you can have some pretty big crashes by these incidents.
We'll jump on board with that ATRS car and just show you what it was like from his perspective. Not much you can do in situations like that, but just as Dylan Shrivens is going to be hoping that there isn't a safety car, now ATRS Esports are going to be hoping for a safety car for the opportunity to go and fix any damage that they may have to be brought back into contention. It's why we enjoy the extra nuance that the safety car brings in this GSI Endurance Series.
Well, it's one of those things that you kind of sit there and, you know, it works for you, works against you. If you're a dominant figure in a championship, it can feel quite negative at a time, something that's always kind of going against what you want to happen. But I think for a competition perspective and to help people out that have had incidents, it's really good to see because, you know, it's realistic. A lot of series in real life end up having safety cars all the time.
And we moan about them in some cases, especially how lengthy they can be. GT3 Pro, we check in with your race leader. It's no longer Maniti and Alex Bennett. It is Ross McFarlane. Still, though, the train effectively goes back to 14th position in GT3 Pro, which effectively actually is working out 16th in the combined class because as much as Jacob O'Reilly blitzed the rest of the GT3 field earlier on, he's got company right now. Emil Vimbo is right on the scene.
Notice that at the start of this race there was only one car separating them after the first lap, so very, very good start for the 236, and it's what you want to do. You know, you don't want to be having cars and cars and cars in between you, battling for your race win. And, you know, sitting here now, you can kind of think about your fuel. You know that you're not really having to make any moves on any GT3s ahead. You can sit there, concentrate on your strategy, be nice and calm on the tyres, and try and really develop this into a good race thinking.
That was a bit of a jump scare there with the sudden shout of the engines. Speaking of jump scares, Will, did you see the jump scare that we had yesterday on our ESLR1 coverage?
No, I didn't get too much chance to
my
watch
days.
please enlighten me on what this jump scare was.
So a certain driver got a... So in iRacing, the slowdown penalties are manually served, right? You have to shed the time. That is not an approach that all simulators share, and so Rennsport is an automatic slowdown as well. A certain driver decided to slow down in the middle of the track, and so poor Peter Berryman and the Apex Racing Team Audi is running behind two side-by-side cars who suddenly split, trying to get around this suddenly slowed GT3 machine, and Pete Berryman has nowhere to go. It just runs directly into the back of this other car.
That's a shame. Am I right in saying that was quarter-final 4? Was that quarter-final 4?
It probably was, because I remember it towards the end. Either 3 or 4.
Yeah, because I remember I was enthralled in helping out Ian Porter in that quarter.
Oh, you were actually on the box for him.
Yeah. I've been helping out Ian Porter this entire time.
You were the one who used the inappropriate language on his tweet, on his Twitch channel. Excuse me, that's what I meant.
Did I?
I think so.
I can't remember.
I don't think I can play that clip on broadcast.
Well, I'm sorry you can't play it on broadcast. I was just very happy for him. We've
well deserved.
A lot.
Hey, well deserved. I want to make this clear. We're watching plenty of very talented drivers. But what Ian Porter has done is effectively go from someone who wouldn't even be competing in IVRA competition, someone who the Endurance Series would have been out of the question for, the Club Sport Series probably still too much for him. He went from being a sim racing noob to being able to compete with sim racing's best, and I think that is a story worth celebrating. I really, really like it. Will, does that mean you can get me the inside track on actually getting to chat with the man and seeing who's actually helped him? Because we'll see how much you did.
The thing is, if you talk to Ian, he will continue to talk to you for at least 5 hours after that. So I just have to make you aware.
You'll warn
if you
us.
ask him one question, he will be able to talk for the next 5 hours. So as long as you're aware of that, I can more than happily get you to talk.
I'm just saying, it sounds like he should come and just commentate with us.
Commentate? I don't know about commentary.
So the saying traditionally has been, those that cannot do teach, those that can't teach therefore must commentate. If you can do, you probably can teach, which means you can probably commentate, which therefore means that Crim6 would probably be a better commentator than both of us.
Potentially, yeah. And I mean, an insight from the best thing I've had with working with him is an insight from someone that's won 38 COD championships.
Is it 38?
He knows how to win 38. He has a tattoo with 38 different lines on his arm. 38 championships, it's crazy. The mindset you have to be in to win that many times and win back to back to back is incredibly interesting to see, and it's no doubt why he's taken up sim racing so well and so quickly.
There's a reason why just over 3 years ago I decided I didn't want to commit to what it really took to be a professional sim racing driver, and thought, you know what, let me send an email to Hugo Luis and see if RaceSpot needs commentators. Let me sink way more of my life into sim racing that way than by driving. It's a great idea. Fantastic idea. There are some swap arounds going in GT3 Pro, by the way. Impulse's 157 has just gone and passes past the ATRS 113 and towards turn number 1. But this is realistically just about track position. Surprisingly, because we only have 12 GTPs, the GT3 pack was not broken up that much. And I think that's going to be a story now for the rest of the race. The GT3 traffic is breaking up the GTPs, don't get me wrong, Will, but it's not happening in the reverse.
Yeah, and what has to be said is that when you're looking at these types of traffic situations, it's very important to be leading your pack in a traffic phase. I mean, even though there's only 12 GTPs, it can still matter a lot. And like more that you mentioned, really, that the GTPs have been broken up by 20 odd seconds now, and that's a testament to how good Dylan Scrivens has been at the front of our field. But also, with there being so many GT3s to get through, it's interesting, and it's really funny when you have that one on your car. It can really impact how people behave around you, and you think it might not happen, but you really do notice it.
It impacts how you behave as well, without a shadow of a doubt. If you're number one, you have this sense of entitlement, because I have been there before. Deutsche Payment and Impulse were side by side for a moment, but Lars Meyer in front of Rommel Fanger now, as they work behind that Mercedes AMG Team Murano Esports car that is up 3 positions from its starting spot of 7th inside of the top 4, still hanging strong. Although, you know how I was saying that thing about how it's one long choo-choo train? Ross McFarlane's got his dancing shoes on right now, trying to build that advantage up to 1.4, as Urano might have got a slowdown penalty. Laubus sheds 2 positions.
Yep, certainly will be a slowdown to shed 2 positions like that. Not really a mistake that Laubus has made in terms of a driving error. I suppose you could call the slowdown a driving error.
Wait till you see this.
Oh, okay. Is it like a massive cut? Is it a big send? Let's have a little look. Watching the replay on the screen. Takes an yeah. So what you see there is the bollard has decided to phase through the car, and that's helped him out, but it's in turn given him about a 1.5 second slowdown. So
you can see all 4 tires are not just inside of the white line; they were inside of the red and white curbing as well. That is about. A lot of people will complain and moan about slowdown penalties. You can't complain much about that one.
You've got to admire the commitment, don't you? Like, he committed to it. He didn't turn out of it, didn't unsettle the car. Full commitment, full inside line. You love to see it in a way.
At least he's trying. At least you know that he's giving it a good old send. But he's now got some more work to do. Remember, Urano 1 or 2 at the halfway marker is enough to win them the championship. Aaron Ackles stricken as GTP start to fly on through, and he's going to cut a bit close with the German sim racing car as he rejoins. Now, the fact that there is plenty of runoff at this track, does that mean that we are less inclined to see safety cars today?
Yes and no, because it depends what you view as a safety car incident when you're race control. It can be a huge crash, I guess, that can cause one, and you just think, well, there's no way that in real life that car wouldn't need assistance from some sort of on-track vehicle. Or you can view it as, well, if you can get the car further enough out of the way, is there really a need for a safety car? Is the car in a dangerous position? It really comes down to the discretion of the person in race control and the human factor.
See, this is where, Will, it's helpful that we know that there's a few... Well, I don't know the specific points for today where I know a car stationary would bring out a safety car, but there's a defined criteria for race control. for Aaron Ackles, a defined loss of grip at the rear is what spun him around. And good job to back up out of the way. Good job.
Yeah, we like to see reversing, you know. Sometimes, you know, race cars aren't the biggest fan of reverse gear, but over the years, as they've become more and more compliant, been more and more interesting. Something I want to get your take on, as we've got it pretty calm at the moment, there's a few GTPs obviously making some moves, is we're seeing the new cars kind of start to get homologated and tested for the GT2 class coming up.
No.
What's your opinion?
That is the class for dentists. Literally.
Yeah.
It's fine. You can have it in the real world. But we don't need it in sim racing. As it is, we're already boring enough. Everything is GT3 at Spa, GT3 at Spa, GT3 at Spa. Let's
it just annoys me what the name is. I hate the name.
Okay, I see what you mean, but it's technically not wrong, because it's no driver age, right? It's
slower. It's definitely slower.
Right, no, but that's the point. Because dentists want a car that is fast in a straight line. Really good. But
well,
then
it might not just be dentists.
But then won't kill them in the corners, and so it doesn't have enough downforce to go fast through the corners. You see what they've done?
But I think, and I understand why they had to not give it they couldn't call it GT4 because that obviously wouldn't work, and 3.5 would be a bit weird. But I just thought, why didn't they just call it GTB?
Oh, I mean, if we're talking about weird naming, should we talk about how Le Mans is going to have GT3? Is that what they're calling that? I mean,
why?
Yes.
What's the need?
GT3 Premium. GT3 Premium is, I think, what they landed on at the end of the day. But beside the point. It's ridiculous naming. Ridiculous naming. Look at this, by the way, through the traffic. Just on board over the shoulder of Alex Gall. I'm enjoying the patience that I'm seeing, especially given that I've made my reputation, apparently, over the last 12 months, ripping into prototype traffic. That was lovely to see.
Oh, yeah, you do like to have a little bit of a go at some prototype drivers sometimes.
They've earned it!
The firm wall of GT3. But, yeah, I mean, they're relatively patient. I think so far, the corners that I said about, you know, being like the way that you kind of can just dive to the inside and let that you use the fact you can undercut the corner to your advantage, as we see a GT3 spun. Not quite sure which machine that is.
SimCity Racing's 171, and now Chris Beats does put down some 11s, trying to spin it around. He's got,
I absolutely respect the patience.
He's got the traction control off as well, which is a good thing, because otherwise that could have been a lot clumsier. I mean, SimCity Racing now dropped down to 41st, but still running in a series with safety cars. Again, I'll just keep bringing that up because it's always going to keep you in contention. Nicholas Laubish, by the way, almost just lost out to Lewis Woods, who did a bit of a nose jump there or something. I don't even know how to describe that.
Yeah, that's really close, actually, because I would state that that's almost to the extent of where you could be. You're not going to see a penalty because the cars were just not overlapping enough, but definitely was close to being a bit too aggressive from the Urano car. We see it just a general conventional spin, really. And it's a bit weird, actually. As we see it on board, it may be the handbrake gear at first. Not really.
It's the bounce on the curb on the inside that just really unsettled the car. I want to just check this one out again, though. Aggressive send to the inside by Lewis Woods. Got to admire the commitment. What was it like from his perspective? Let me see the sky, please. Yeah, doing a bit of a Luke Browning impression in Formula 3, if you remember that send.
Yes! In one of the grids. But like you say, it's an interesting one. It's not a penalty. It isn't a penalty, but it's certainly... as a championship leader, I wouldn't want to get to the point of where I could get myself a penalty, so I'd be very wary in that aspect. So, and, you know, it's close.
I've got a question.
Go for it.
When it comes to moments like that, do you test a car in an endurance before an endurance race? How do you test a car? That's the right way to phrase the question. How do you test a car before an endurance race, Will, to understand what you can and can't get away with?
I mean, in terms of racing, it's almost impossible to test for, because the real key factor here is that with these decisions, it's the human factor. You know, I'm pretty sure many people can tell you about the human factor, as you know, it's happened in Formula One, it's happened in many racing series where decisions haven't gone certain people's ways, and a lot of people have different opinions on that. So you know the line, you can't just shove someone off, and you definitely know who your steward is. If your steward's someone that's a bit more lenient, you definitely can get away with it a lot more, and if you know your steward's strict, you might have to ease off it a bit. I've certainly had that approach in the past and kind of known sometimes that I need to be a bit more cautious because of the steward that I'm against.
So tell us, what's the strategy in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup?
I had to, no, this is a problem, right? I was clean. Not to talk too much about my racing, but I was clean. I had no penalty points. So 4, 5 rounds, yeah, until Spa, basically, not too many rounds ago, 4 from the end. Then I got 5, and that was fine. And then I got 20. 20 penalty points.
In one round?
In one round.
Wow, dirty Will Chadwick.
I was a bit aggressive. I deserved it. But that set me on 25 going into the final round. If you got 30, you get a qualifying ban. That I had to take the last round very cautiously.
Yeah, no, so, and I agree with you. I know I've driven differently depending on who my stewards are. Every steward at the end of the day, it's not bias, it's just the background that you bring in, how you view racing. Everyone's got a different opinion at the end of the day, and that's good. It's why we have, I believe it's either 2 or 3 stewards looking at every single incident here in this IVRA series. So, across the IVRA suite of series, I should say, so that's a good thing. Also noted that outside of the one penalty that we've had so far, there hasn't been anything else for race control to note just yet. Another driver quick on the traction control to spin it around and get it back pointed in a straight line. That's Paceworks Esports in the Lamborghini that go around. Remember, they started up towards the midway part of the field, so it's been a difficult race for them.
I'm quite amazed so many people have a traction control off button, because I know I know that I definitely don't have one, and I've ended up in some situations in the past. Maybe I entered the Bathurst pit lane backwards, we never know. But yeah, to flick it round, it's pretty good.
Self-inflicted.
Yeah. Also, you could say that the Porsche's maybe not running out as wide as anticipated. It cuts it very tight, to be fair to him, but you're a car behind. You have to avoid it.
Racing
incidents.
Yeah, we were having this discussion yesterday about something else behind the scenes at RaceSpot. It's not to say that things aren't getting penalized enough in the real world nowadays, because I think both in the sim and the real world, there is an issue with driving standards across the board. However, not everything has to be penalized. There are things that are racing incidents at the end of the day. And so sometimes we can just leave it at that and let what happened on track be what happened. Jacob O'Reilly, by the way, checked back in this fight for the lead in GT3. They're outside of the top 10 in the combined GT3 field, by the way, but still going relatively well. It's now 2.5 odd seconds that O'Reilly leads.
Yeah, and that's opened up a lot since we last kind of talked about O'Reilly. You know, we saw his dominance in qualifying. It can't be explained as anything other than that. And I think that when it comes to it, he's performing pretty well. Nice on the tyres, it looks like to be at the minute. You know, comfortably doing a good shout for the BMWs. You know, we see a couple BMWs, obviously, in the GT3 flat class, not Pro. And I think, considering the way that he started this race, it's been really good.
We did wonder how it would translate, by the way, in terms of race and qualifying speed. It is still Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, although Nicolas Laubisch at least has cracked the top 6 in his Mercedes, of course sliding backwards thanks to that slowdown he got a couple of moments ago. Maximum commitment, we can at least say that. We're getting to the bottom of the first half hour of the race, and so that means we're probably only around 5 or 10 minutes from seeing pit stops start to cycle on through for the GTPs. Forget if we did mention this or not, but I did get confirmation from Race Control that the wording in the briefing and the simulator should be read effectively, if I go and find that message again. The sets that were quoted included the starting set. So for GT3s, 12 sets includes the one that they started with.
Yeah, and that's how I'd expect it to be ran, to be completely honest. I think the 12 sets is more than enough for these GT3s here today. There's no real reason in my mind why you take a 13th. You can't, obviously, but there's no real case for it unless on the safety car. And as it stands at the moment, I think that's the right call to make for race control.
Most recent cycle through of traffic has split up the top 3 a little bit more in GT3 Pro. Maniti is still just within that reduced, diminished drafting range of Pure Sims, but Impulse now almost 4 full seconds off the back of second place. We're talking about this tire stint strategy stuff for GT3. It's even more interesting, of course, in GTP, because I've got to wonder what Urano's pace is here. Let's say that about 17, 18, 19 stints for GTP in total. I'm not sure exactly where the number is there. Remember, we said 14 tires in total, so that means 13 more stints, 13 more sets of tires to work through the race. You're going to have to double stint when. But when are you going to double? How are you going to double? Surely you're going to want to do it when it's cold before it gets up to that 50 degrees Celsius track temperature marker.
Yeah, I mean, now or later, really, I would imagine. You won't want to be getting it when it's really hot. I mean, the one thing is currently in sim as we sit here. It is, well, I believe it was mostly cloudy when we were looking at it before.
Take a look.
Let's have a look. So yeah, mostly cloudy. Now
it got colder, Will.
Mostly cloudy. Hang on, if it remains mostly cloudy, we're not going to hit 50, right? We're not going to. It's just not going to happen. But if the skies start to clear up and we start to see partly and clear, we're definitely getting up into the high 40s, and that's going to be a huge factor on how hard these stints are going to be for the drivers today. Well, but still, you definitely need double stinting soon.
Look at that, though, Will, as well. We are genuinely colder than we were in qualifying because our air temperature has dropped down. Because I think it was 24 degrees Celsius air temperature in qualifying. It got down to as cold as 26 degrees track temperature by the end.
Yeah.
So
but we are on a different day.
Yes, your cloud cover point is very, very accurate. But I'm now more just wondering, did some of the teams maybe expect slightly more warm conditions, because this is the joys of dynamic weather coming in with a uncertainty about the conditions that you're going to go racing in?
I think it's certainly something that's up in the air, but it's never something you can fully predict. You can give yourself the highest % chance, so you can do 20 times, you can launch the sim up at the same time and see what the most common effect is. But it can always be a random one. I've sat in some really weird sessions where they've loaded up and they've just been completely abnormal compared to what it usually generates, and this is something that you have to deal with as a racing driver. Everyone expects to be knowing of this happening, and when you get to this type of event, you've got to be prepared for it, or you're just not going to cut the mustard.
Cut the mustard. You're making me hungry.
Oh, don't make me hungry. I really am hungry.
It's going on 6 a.m. here. Sounds like time for maybe a bite. Marcel Egbers is off the track. I'm trying to find him. There we are, in his Audi. This is just after 100R. And every spin that we've seen so far has not... I made a comment on the initial incident on the start with the GT3 field saying that might bring out the safety car. That was never the case. Nothing that we've seen so far has come close to warranting a safety car. Realistically, we need a car that is so badly damaged that it is incapable of driving for a safety car to come out today, I feel.
Or you run out of fuel.
Oh, don't say that. You're bringing up bad memories.
I've definitely done it before. I had a 12-hour race at Kota. It was like coming towards the end of the race, and I was just like, oh, just mind my own business. Oh, I've missed my stop.
Yeah.
It happens to the best of us.
You're making me feel like a numpty, because I did that leading the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours 4 years ago or something like that. Here's a look what happened to German sim racing, and the Audi, which is known in the real world for being difficult to master at the best of times, well, just about locks it down in time to avoid being ran into by that WS Racing Esports 223.
Yeah, and a really safe rejoin, actually. Pretty sensible, pretty nice. Sometimes these things can just happen, and it's important that you don't get hit, and I'm glad for their sake that they didn't get hit, because it just helps the race be more competitive overall.
You're talking as well earlier about curb usage and stuff here. Emil Vinbo, I mean, Tokyo drifting it, or Fuji drifting it there, I guess we should be more accurate to say. Yes, he loses spots in the combined GT3 field, doesn't actually lose spots in his GT3 class, but take a bow, because that uncomfortable to watch, I think, is the best way to describe this.
Yeah, right on the lock stops, as you see, but a really good save, actually. You know, maybe anticipating or dreaming about being on the mountain roads of the Fuji mountain that we see not too far in the distance. But unfortunately, we're on the racetrack, and that's not very good for your tyres, and especially considering that tyre work could be a key factor late on the race. You wouldn't want to be doing that much later. No,
definitely not. He definitely looked like he wished he was togging a bit. He runs... well, I'm trying to get the gap now. He's 8 seconds off of Jacob O'Reilly now. See how it all trends out. Has settled into a rhythm this race, which is good to see, especially knowing that we're not far away from seeing these cars coming in towards the pit lane. 8.5 seconds, that margin at the front, by the way, between that number 90 Urano car and the championship leading number 17. Now, again, we know that the task is pretty large for the Urano car to win the championship. They would need Maniti to have some issues, but the only thing they can really control is their own speed and their own results here today. And right now, 9 seconds at the front, looking like they've come in with a monster of a setup, and we have seen them really figure this car out. They have been the team to beat so far in the BMW M-Sim Cup, which of course heads over to Road America tomorrow. And so they just clearly have clicked with this car right as soon as it dropped last December.
Yeah, and you know, I was really surprised because I messaged Dylan. Oh, sorry, I should say Becky, really, shouldn't I?
Yes, Becky.
I messaged Becky before the race, and Becky told me that hadn't done a full race stint. I was like, what do you mean you've not done a full race stint? Because I was asking how long they'd go on fuel. I was like, oh, I'll have to go and find out myself. But you know, for someone that didn't do a full race stint in preparing for the event, I think that the pace that they're showing at the minute is really good. But you know, obviously a lot of experience in the car. And my findings with those times for how long we expect the GTP cars to be out, and in these colder conditions, I think we're expecting 48 to 52 minutes.
Oh, okay. You're doing it by minutes.
Would you like laps?
Yes, just because my P-brain can only look at laps, really. As the longer we go into the race as well...
it'll change more.
Okay.
I think it's between... I mean, worst case scenario in really cold conditions like now, maybe 33. Okay. Best case scenario in hot conditions later, maybe if you're saving 37.
So you want to know the numbers that I had literally just been sent by one of the teams in the race here today?
Go for it. Is it completely different?
You were right on one of those numbers. Do you want to know which one it was? Or do you know which one it was?
Well, it's cold at the minute, so it has to be 33.
Yes.
37 would be fuel saving.
33 to 35 is what I have just been told.
It sounds reasonable at this time, but I'm also accounting for later in the race when track and temperature rise, you spend less time on full throttle, and if you want to do some fuel saving, you definitely can.
This is where the bigger teams often have people working just on strategy as well, which just tend to be quite useful.
It's always the teammate, in my experience. It's always the teammate. Sometimes, you know, I've been fortunate to have an engineer sometimes, but the teammate does a lot of the work a lot of the time.
See, this is the thing, Will. You clearly, when unfortunately Team Fordzilla, your time there came to an end, should have gone and knocked on the door of the Apex Racing team. You could have had George Simmons in your ear whispering sweet strategy mumbling.
Whispering to me.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Someone whispering to me in the middle of a stint, you know. Just that soothing voice as I turn laps. ASMR, you know, it's not for everyone, you know, sometimes ASMR. I think we could have some Lorenzo Bodnar ASMR.
No.
You know, I know
We've had that before. Yes, no, he knows what I'm talking about. He does say, by the way, he'll be joining us in a couple of hours here to run us through the middle hours of this race. That Dylan Shriven's a bit busy with university admission exams and training for this and the M-Sim Cup. That's fair. It's a busy weekend in sim racing. We had ESL quarterfinals yesterday, of course, semi-finals and finals on Monday. I jump off of this in a few hours and go straight on over to the Porsche Esports Super Cup at Spa-Francorchamps. SRO has their in-person Sim Pro event. I forget the name off the top of my head. In Monza, Dara McCormack flew out this morning from Ireland over to Italy so that he could compete in ESL R1 yesterday, SRO today. We've got IVRA, we've got BMW tomorrow. It's busy. It's busy, Will.
It's a packed weekend of sim racing action, and this is, you know, one of the earlier installments. You know, obviously we had ESL yesterday, but I would certainly be keeping an eye on the RaceSpotTV channels and also across some other race channels in terms of live content available.
Nah, RaceSpot's the best.
Yeah, but RaceSpot is the best. And there's no bias here, realistically,
Never.
but RaceSpot is the best.
Hugo, was that okay? I'll get my paycheck this month. Good, thank you.
Can I have a bonus, please, Hugo?
Yeah, Hugo, how many views do we need to get the bonus? Got it, thank you, okay. How many times do we need to say nice things about Maniti? Okay, got it, okay.
Right, okay.
The paycheck cleared from Maniti. Maniti, you know, haven't sent me a t-shirt just yet.
No.
Has anyone...
I love their colours.
I do. If Maniti does want to send me a t-shirt, I will pay for it. Who has sent me a t-shirt in this group? You know who has? Sorry, I forgot that I had to be very biased today.
Right, yeah. Get the bias, but turn back on.
Yeah, Pure Sims. Oh, they're the best team in the world. Ross McFarlane's the best driver in the world.
Yeah, makes sense. Why aren't they in ASL? I mean, they should definitely have a spot, really.
They should be in everything. They've got a spot in my heart, that's for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that's 100%.
Of course, the team owned by multi-time British touring car champion Ash Sutton. I didn't realize this until late last year, but Dan Ferguson, who's part of the team, actually lives not far from me.
Oh, does he not?
He does not. He lives a good 30-40 minute drive away, which I know doesn't sounds a lot further away, but we're in the US, right, where everything is far away.
Well, yeah, compared to the UK. I'm going down to Brands Hatch and I'm crying about it already on Monday.
How long's your drive to Brands Hatch?
4 hours.
Okay, yeah, I'm driving to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the end of May. That's a 3-day drive as the Virtual Motorsport BMW goes around. Again, it's at that same point. I wonder if there's another strike of the curb. Deja vu, let's find out. Is it the return of the curb, revenge of the curb? No. He's leaning on the red and white part of the curb, and I just wonder if that induced a bit more extra rotation than he was maybe expecting.
Which car number is that again?
178.
I'm going to have a look at that again.
Let's go on board with it.
That is really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look on board. It might give us a better idea.
Let's finish the gratuitous super slow-mo as well. You got to. Over the shoulder.
I'm so confused. I am actually so confused. Are you confused as well?
Yes. Because I don't know how the BMW just pitches around like that.
I don't get it. He didn't even go over the curb that much. Oh, poor Dennis Grenson.
Yeah, that was unusual. And that's Virtual Motorsport back when this series used to run GTE, were a car that we could count on being up inside of the top 5, top 10. A little bit more difficult for them here today. Speaking of difficulties, this may be a safety car because shedding a rear wing and with the right rear completely detached from the drive shaft. That's Beckham Jasir in the Delta Sport car. Unless that gap in the wall constitutes a tow zone, I think the yellow flag is moments away from being thrown.
You know what? Do you want to go guesses out for what's happened there? I did this in practice, I think. I believe they might have caught the inside of 100R, and it can really, really easily spit you out. If not, it's through Coca-Cola turn.
Well, Coca-Cola. You could tell it was going to hit the curb badly, and yeah, you can see right hand down for a moment. He's trying to get the car. Yeah. This has got to. The cars are coming down onto pit lane already. They recognize the urgency of this situation, and this is so heads up in the GTP class. Satellite Racing 64, the Maniti Racing 79 head down to pit lane before it gets closed.
Yeah, but it's not the correct Maniti, right? Am I correct in saying that?
They'd already gone past the pit entry, I'm pretty sure.
Ah, right, okay. And that obviously has a massive impact on how quickly you can make a decision. But you know, a lot of the times these strategies can be split up, and these types of calls are really
Here we go.
instant. Yellow flag is flown like we expected. That car is not going anywhere. Our virtual marshals will get onto the track and collect that car nicely.
And so now we stack up behind the safety car. 3 cars came in, Maniti, Satellite, and private label team Hype. And so that does mean that they are going to cycle to be 1, 2, and 3 because we are owed pit stops by your GTP cars. The timing of the caution working out perfectly. Satellite Racing, I don't think take tires. I think they are going to be one that will take the double stint here. And we'll slow things down and try and figure this all out. There is your overall race leader, and again remember, what was almost a 9-second advantage with the click of a button effectively disappears just like that.
Yes, and I've just seen something that's quite surprising.
Okay.
The Maniti 79 has been in reverse for the majority of the pit stop, and for a while reversed instead of going forward to exit the box, but I still think they got serviced.
They did, but they are now having to wait on the exit of pit lane, and are they going to be released in time to get hold on the lead lap? I think they are. I got scared for a moment that they were going to be trapped a lap down. The only one of the 3 cars that pitted that would have done so. They did stop for 55.2 seconds, so I'm wondering why they had such a lengthy stop relative to the likes of Milner and Alex Gall, who are about 30 seconds apiece in the box. But that's beside the point at the end of the day. They're still going to cycle through to the same spot regardless. And now as we find our way behind Benny, the pace car driver, we'll start to work our way through the safety car cycle. First, we'll open it up to the pit stops only after we work through potential waiver rounds. If there is anyone in front of their class leader behind the safety car in queue, they will get to pass on through. And after that, we will open the pit lane. We'll do a second cycle of wave throughs after that, and then we'll go racing. So just hold your horses. We're not going racing for at least a couple of laps here in Fuji, and we will keep you entertained, hopefully, through all of this. This is where commentators will. I know you haven't necessarily had too much experience of having to fill this much time. We just go podcast mode.
Yeah, well, I already think I was about to say this to you actually. I think that endurance racing always tends to be a little bit of a podcast sometimes as well, because you have to talk so much about a lot of things, and this moment in time we can talk about the design of the safety car, which I still think is really weird.
The iRacing sedan is unusual.
It looks weird. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, iRacing. I just don't like the way your safety car looks.
You know what? So it's a smorgasbord of a Ford Fusion, a Chevy Cruze. Like it's got a little bit of everything in there. The reason being, of course, that before this specific safety car was available, we had the Porsche pace car, we had the truck, which was a Chevrolet, right? And do we have any other safety cars?
I believe there's one more. Yes. Was it like a Mustang or something?
Maybe a Mustang. I honestly do not remember.
The best idea is it's neutral, right? It has no affiliation to any manufacturer.
No matter what your sponsors will complain about, you can't complain about that. At least, unless you don't like the design of it, Will.
I don't. That's the truth, and I will stand by this. I think it's ugly. I think it is ugly. Yeah, that's my only comment, really. And if I was behind the safety car, I would certainly be phasing through it.
Let's not forget that in does Formula One have the best safety car in the world?
The Aston Martin, yes.
No, I think that's up there. Indy cars had some interesting ones over the years. It helps when they're not being crashed by Romain Grosjean, for example. It was Romain Grosjean who I still don't remember who was sitting next to at Laguna Seca when they crashed on pit lane entry. Was it Ed Jones?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I'm not sure. I'm not that into IndyCar to the point of where I can tell you who was in that, but I do remember seeing the video. It was
hilarious.
An interesting.
No, the only reason why I think I remember who was in that car is because I think it was Ed Jones, who has driven for Simsa in the past here in the sim racing world.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah. So still wave arounds working through, by the way, so I think we'll open the pit lane next time by. Why don't we take our time to do our, or at least one of my favorite things that we can do on RaceSpot, which is be very critical of the other teams without having to do any actual hard work, and talk about liveries.
Oh, I knew you were going to say liveries. Right.
So easy, isn't it?
It's so easy.
Gamers Holy Army does point out the SRX pace car is great. In fact, pretty much everything about SRX is pretty great as a whole. Looking forward to seeing that return this summer. Urano's livery is great. You know the problem with it, right, Will?
The same colour as every other sim racing livery.
Red and black need to go die in sim racing, please.
Die?
Yes, get rid of them.
Delete colours.
Yes, get rid of them. Just don't allow them. If anyone uses those RGB codes, just no. Paint doesn't allowed. You've been on 2 teams, Will. Back to back.
Nice livery, both of them.
Nice liveries, but both have orange.
Yes.
Which is good.
And I don't think orange is that common.
No, it's good.
And obviously Team Fullzilla that I was in, Altus. But Altus is more of a yellow than an orange. It's like a...
Is it?
A black... Well, I don't know.
It feels like it's orange. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I feel like it's an orangey yellow. I wouldn't say it's fully, one.
Okay, orange. I'll allow it when I'm talking to Jordan Caruso. I'm sure during the Porsche Esports Super Cup, I'll ask him: is it yellow? Is it orange?
Gold.
Is it gold?
Tell him that I said it was a gold.
Okay,
I think it's a gold.
We will figure this one out. Let's keep talking about GTP liveries to start with, though. Everyone knows I'm a sucker for a big green machine.
But it's not like, well, it's quite big though, isn't it? It's got very, very big sniffy nostrils, but that's more the design of the car. I do like the Manita liveries. They haven't changed a lot recently.
Nope.
Certainly, they had a little bit of a phase where they were partnered with T3.
Liveries didn't change for that though.
But they didn't change. But I originally remember there was rumours of them maybe not being green anymore, which would have been a tragedy.
Well, that's because T3 Motorsports is very colourful. They're like yellow and pink and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, why wouldn't you be if you could? I mean, why would you just have like a boring coloured car? I mean, I think race cars need to be exciting colours.
Why would it be red and black?
Yeah. Saying that, my race car is Nardo grey, which is very boring. But green highlights.
Hashtag blame Will. Who else do we have? We're going to struggle to see some of these cars with them.
I like the one that's behind, the first GT3 that's behind, the Valorous Motorsport Apollo.
No, that's the white... the white one, yes, that's that BMW. The red one is the Archer Brothers one.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And that's what I just was trying to figure out, is that the fact that Archer Brothers are going to get dropped to the very back of the GT3 field overall, because we're doing a split class for them as well. And so as we trundle in towards pit lane as one huge gaggle of cars, we will see Satellite Racing, Private Label, Team Hype, and Maniti Racing cycle on through in the GTP. Who in GT3 is going to stay out, though, especially given that we're coming to the top of the hour? I would suspect you would want to come on in, but there's plenty electing to stay out, I would guess.
The reason why I think people are pitting is because you can make the hour easily, or so-called, I heard from my sources. So I'm suggesting that even if you do pit early, and you have that little bit of fuel that you're using at the end of these pit stops, you can in fact make it up just fine.
So busy pit road as cars get up on the jacks and take one of their tire sets as well. Ivo De Breuer says that they would never lose the green. Given how frequently I say big green machine, I'm very glad to hear that, because I would be very sad to lose a phrase. That phrase does come from the GTE era, by the way. Let's not forget. That was literally a big green machine. Now, I'm very curious as to whether there is going to be some strategy shenaniganery. That's a word that I've been trying to say properly but struggling for a couple of days because my mouth refuses to say it properly. Prestanda, Nomad, and SRN Motorsports were the 2 cars in GT3 that elected to stay out. Now, they will have to come down into pit lane at some point. However, the Archer Brothers car came out in front of Urano. Basically, I'm trying to figure out how this is all going to cycle through.
Yeah, is a hard one to say until we get fully up and running and we can see the order as it settles in. At the moment, it doesn't look like any major dramas has happened in the pit stops. You've had a few people move around the order. Maybe you have a slight missed box. You'd hope not, but it definitely can happen and cost you a few seconds. But the real case here is, for me, when you have safety cars in your 9-second advantage or something it was for the GTP leader of Becky Scrivens could have had, is the only way you can get an advantage is kind of a fuel advantage, in my opinion. So if you have a fuel advantage going into the final hour and there's no safety cars, then you can offshot fuel less, take less time, get a jump on your opposition.
Has anyone really made a big jump in the GT3 field? Well, Chris Beats has elected to stay out in that SimCity racing car. Now remember, he has already had an issue once today. Pure Sims, of course, really hadn't gapped Maniti. You know who has taken advantage of a slightly shorter pit stop? Mercedes-AMG Team Murano, who are now technically net second in class.
They're always good at that type of stuff. You tend to see this from bigger teams. They're able to come up with a little bit neater strategies, a bit quicker potentially. Maybe they were just saving more fuel in general, which explains why they were struggling a little bit in the race. Obviously, seeing that slowdown, which definitely didn't help. But I would certainly say now that, with that jump up, it's really going to help them for the course of this race. And as we're watching the cars filter through and kind of split back into those two classes situation, it could really be a key factor.
So the split of classes is going to guarantee that, again, remember, we get a cycle through of traffic, much like the first pass through. And so, again, we have that first intense cycle through. And now as we head into line behind the pace car once again, should be a lap or two away from getting back underway. So Satellite, Private Label, Team Hype, and Maniti now running 1, 2, and 3. And it's always a topic that's interesting, right? Is this crossover about the virtual to real, and vice versa. We have Tommy Milner, who's starting off this Private Label Team Hype machine. Now, Tommy's best lap so far is a 1:27.2. The rest of the class has been down in the 1:26s. Tommy's been safe. He's doing the job that the team needs him to do, but he's going to find himself in a very different situation to where he was at the previous time the green flag dropped, where he was at the back of the pack. Now he's going to have everyone in his rearview mirrors.
A bit of chaos, potentially, isn't it? A bit of carnage, but I like to see that. I think we're going to see maybe a little bit of drama. I think when you're an experienced real-world racer, you kind of view traffic in a different way, and it's very hard for you to imagine that they're good. Tommy's going to have a bit of a reckless streak and start killing everyone, but it can certainly happen, and it's an interesting mindset to be in, because when you start from the front, you've got people behind you. You've got to be careful not to kind of just watch your mirrors the entire time, because it can really impact your pace. But being a real-world racer, I'm sure he has it all under control.
I also think it's, again, interesting that he is a GT racer in the real world, so he's very used to the sends, the flash of the lights from the faster car classes. How does that affect him as a driver in the prototype? Now, lights go off on the pace car. I think we're getting ready to go racing, this time at the line then. So Alex Gall will be in control of the field once we get back racing.
Tom Stanley, one of our race stewards, has confirmed that racing will commence this lap, which describes everything we're seeing on the pitches.
It's good when commentators actually sometimes know what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right?
Occasionally. Race control notice board has been another penalty which has come on down that I noted. In fact, no, never mind. That was the previous penalty that we had for the 281. So, opening hour of the race has seen just 7 reported incidents to race control and only 1 penalty. That's great to see.
Yeah, I think it's good to see the driving standards keeping pretty high as this first hour has flown by. Not quite sure if it's flown by, but it's commenced, and as we get ready for the restart, everyone's warming their tyres, getting ready to go.
Well, you've done you're 2 hours down. Well, you've got 2 more hours to go. So if the last hours haven't flown by, let's see how these next ones go. If we get into a green flag run, that's when we know it will start to shake on out. You know how much weaving Tommy's trying to do right now compared to the rest of his class as well. I always find it interesting seeing what some of these real-world drivers do when they come over to the sim. They can be very, very capable. Just look at Max Verstappen, arguably not just one of the best in the real world, but one of the best in the virtual. They're checking up behind as well already in that GT3 field. But now as the green flag held in the hands of the flagman, Alex Gall punches the throttle. After 1 hour of racing, we're back underway in the 12 hours of Fuji. And now there's going to be a bit of a shake-up, an opportunity for Shrivens and Huthfeldt to duke it out into turn one. Maniti already clear on the run into the braking zone, and Urano's going to settle into line and just run single file for the time being. A little bit more aggressive for the GT3s as Pure Sims and Ross McFarlane trying to dispatch of some lap traffic. That's the WS Racing esports car that's up the road from them. And they may have some GT3 AM drivers to contend with as well. And this is where it will get difficult because, again, the GT3 field had the likes of Archer Brothers, who were just as fast as GT3 Pro drivers. But now, Will, they're going to be one lap down and having to let them by.
Yeah, and that's something that you've got to take into account and take into mind as we look back at the GTP battle. Still fighting on this lap, you know, through 100R, Dylan Scrivens tried to go around the outside but wasn't quite able to do it. Looking back from Tommy's car, and we can see that still keeping the Maniti 79 under control. This little Maniti wall is definitely a good chance for Maniti to establish some more control over this race. Obviously, leading the championship, they want to be in control, and it's really all of the Mercedes Team Urano 90 car, sorry, not Mercedes, Urano Esports Data Group car to capitalise on.
End of the first lap after the restart. Alex Gall already about 1.8 seconds clear of Tommy Milner behind, and now an opportunity for Satellite Racing to maybe build up an advantage. That's more drama, and that's the Orion race team of Taj Edwards that's trying to loop it back in the right direction. Running 22nd in that GT3 Pro field, but again, more drama for GT3 on their first lap after a green flag. This time it doesn't bring out any more chaos other than the one Porsche that was involved. Rear end steps around on him, and Impulse takes avoiding action.
Again, good recovery, and also it's really helpful when you spin after a safety car restart because there's no one that could possibly be in your way when you're rejoining. As you watch under the braking, getting the car in has initial... Oh, actually, that's not on board with our car, but you can see they're all having slides on cold tyres, and when it goes, and especially in a rear-engine Porsche, it just acts like a pendulum.
The rear engine is a give and take at the end of the day. We talk about it so much as being a positive when it's raining and you could put more weight onto the rear tyres in this Porsche 911, but the way that it affects the balance of the car, therefore, has got to be thought about as well. Out of a pit stop cycle, by the way, always important to note that there are rules about utilizing the pit lane, and unfortunately the 133 has fallen afoul of it, and so Fiercely Forward are going to find themselves with a 5-second penalty to be served. Here's a battle, though, for what will be the net GT3 lead. Archer Brothers and Valorous Motorsports go side by side. Valorous Motorsports and Emil Vimbo slide their way on through, with SRN and Prestanda Nomad still yet to pit, running 1 and 2 in the class. Plenty of fights in GT3 Pro as well, because just behind them, Ross McFarlane, Nicholas Laubish, Alex Bennett, all starting to carve their way on through in that net battle for the GT3 Pro lead.
Certainly could be vulnerable here, especially I was thinking maybe the Mercedes from the Maniti car, but it definitely seems that the Mercedes has a real key straight line speed advantage here, which helps you in your defense and attack throughout this race. We're seeing a big send to the inside by one of your Maniti's cars on Deutsche Payment. Looks to have just backed out of it a little bit, but still fighting side by side as they head down to turn number 3.
So a look there to the inside by Impulse as well, and as they sweep through that left-hander at Coca-Cola, just look at the 4 GT3s stacked up here. Deutsche Payment, Phoenix Racing Esport, Impulse, Glacier Racing. Now, of note, Deutsche Payment did get a warning for misutilizing the pit lane. Fortunately, it was not a penalty, and so as they do see Luca Alpert trying to get to the inside, Rommel Fanger will at least know that next time he heads down to pit lane, he's got to be a little bit more precise with his utilization of the fast and the slow lanes. There's the send that I was waiting for out of the Audi into Dunlop, but half-hearted look at the best to really best describe it. Meanwhile, GTP, finally Tommy Milner displaced from second. Johnny Verhoff in the Maniti 79 now rises up forward. Dylan Shriven starting to struggle in 6th spot.
Yeah, definitely. I had a little watch on board, struggling a little bit with tyre temperature, tyre fire up, and also became a little bit susceptible to the cars around him. The PSM's eSports car, piloted by Nathan A. Moore, was able to get by into turn number 1 of the last lap. And it's not what you want to see, but really needs to get a move on. Yes, it's early in the race. Yes, it doesn't really matter at the moment, but to let Maniti get a real 2-car control of this race, obviously Alex Gall's got that bit of an advantage at the moment, is suboptimal, as Peter Mackay would say.
Suboptimal is a Lewis McLeod thing.
Is it not? Oh, I thought it was a Peter Mackay thing.
Maybe Peter is stealing, and so we're going to have to head to the RaceSpot patent court, is I think what we're going to have to do. Phoenix Racing Esport already passed Deutsche Payment, and now Rommel Fanger having to hold off, charging Lewis Woods, the charging Otto Pustinen, and even the likes of Mikel Vigo in the technically 3rd best of the Mercedes, but again, we're still waiting for SimCity Racing to head down on towards the pit lane. Valorous get past SRN, and so now that Ferrari, which also owes us a pit stop, is between Valorous and the Archer Brothers car. Just a reminder, if you're joining us just now, season finale for this GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. The GT3 Championship already locked up, and unfortunately, our champions no longer on track. The 278 Maniti Racing team feeling under the weather today, and so after qualifying did not want to put the rest of the drivers at risk, and so full fair play to them, Will. They won the championship. This was going to just be their coronation drive, and we hope that they recover soon, and we'll see them in the winter to try and defend their championship.
Well, absolutely. It's a perk of being able to wrap up a championship soon. I think that it's commendable of them to retire the car, especially if they're feeling very unwell, because if they end up ruining other people's races, it can only make things worse, really. And I think it's a sensible decision, and obviously congratulations to them on being champions.
A couple of 2-wide looks on the run into turn 1 as GT3 Pro cars dispatching of lapped GT3 cars. Now, Urano, I have been reliably informed, did not take tires. Private label Team Hype also did not take tires. Satellite Racing did not take tires. Now, I do not know about the rest of the cars. I do wonder if maybe this is a pace gap and a pace delta being borne by tire considerations, as Shriven's now up the inside of Milner. Moore's going to be the next to try and follow in that Pure Sims #1 machine. We are starting to see a bit of a divergence, I guess, in terms of the calls for tires. And again, remember, they're allowed 13 new sets, not including the one that they started this race on, for 12 hours of racing.
Yeah, and it certainly would back up what we're kind of thinking at the moment. You know, track temperature is still nice and low in the 22 degrees area. So I think that taking a set of tyres now, while they had the chance to kind of burn off some of those laps in under the safety car and be a little bit gentler on them than they may have been if it was full green flag racing, does show probably quite a smart decision in my hands, in my idea.
I always find it quite difficult to talk about strategy when it comes to tires. I find fuel very easy because fuel is something that you kind of know you're going to do or not going to do. You can't decide 2 hours left in a 24-hour race, well, I want to save enough fuel to cut out an entire stint, for example. At the same token, you can't really do that with tires, but I feel like with fuel, you set your stall out in a very different way than you do with tires. The way that I think a lot of times I think about managing tire sets, as Nathan Moore will get past Tommy Milner in towards turn #1, is that I want to leave myself with the ability to push at the end of the race. I want to be as conservative at the start so I can be aggressive at the end. How do you feel about that?
I would sit on the side of agreeing with that opinion. I think that it can also come heavily down to how your stints go as a driver. So let's, for example, say that Dylan Becky Scrivens was to go pretending that he was Fuji drifting or Tokyo drifting, you know, depending on where he is. If he was to have a massive spin, massive slide, you know, you're taking 5 to 10% of the wear off those tyres in that one action, and that's a huge chunk considering how much you're regularly taking off per lap. So it depends on how your stint goes and how you protect the tyres, but I wouldn't want to be left at the end of the race desperately clinging on to sets of tyres.
If you end the race having more than 0 sets of tyres left, you've done it wrong at the end of the day as well, right? So you've got you've got to balance out those two things. Just look at this. Again, first pass through traffic is always the most frenetic. I think we're going to see a similar situation though before, where the fact that we only have 12 or now 10 GTPs out there and running versus the 31 GT3s means that the GT3s actually aren't going to get separated up that much by all of this traffic. It will separate out the GTPs a lot more. You can just look at the likes of Hydro Race Geodesic Racing down the inside of the Satellite Racing GT3 AM car. Just aggressiveness through this phase of the race. How are you as a driver, Will? I keep asking you about you as a driver because you bring top-level experience, so it's great. How are you at the start of an endurance race? Do you want to be behind the wheel, or do you want to be watching on?
I would much rather start a race than qualify for it, but that perhaps shows weaknesses with inside my driving.
Interesting.
I often have taken the responsibility to start a car, and it's sometimes not gone very well. But as a driver, it can happen. These things happen, and I find race stints a lot easier than stuff like qualifying because I find my if I was to have a strength, it would be consistency. So I find it easier to just metronomically hit laps and just do everything that you know how to do to the best that you can do.
I think it's interesting that you say that you don't mind starting, but you do mind qualifying, because the way that I always thought about it as a strategist manager is that I want the person who qualifies to start the race, traditionally because we know that they're going to be, that's their level in the field, you know, that's their pace. And so you could get in a situation, even in the top level of esports, sim racing, all due respect, Will, but you versus Jordan Caruso, who is the faster driver?
Definitely me, 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, Jordan, the only reason I'm not in PES is because I just didn't feel like it. So Jordan's just kind of whipping around in PES. Everyone else isn't trying. So it's definitely me. But, you know, that bias aside,
but you know what I mean.
No, 100%.
There's always a faster driver, and so we always wanted to make sure that we had the driver that matched the pace, so they're not under any undue pressure. The reality is, though, if you start a race, you're never going to have 100% a success rate of keeping the car clean. You can't. No matter
100% not.
No matter if you're in the real world or virtual. And so, if you're not able to take that pressure on, you've got to be able to recognize it. Maybe you're better at being in at the end, which I was always terrible at doing. I was good at being in at the start. My focus slipped at the very end of a race.
I love chasing people. I love being on the hunt, but a lot of drivers do. It tends to be when the best gets brought out of a driver, whether that be in the real world or virtual. Chasing people is always easier than leading. I'm sure a lot of people will testify for that. But just because a driver's fast in qualifying doesn't necessarily mean they're fast in a race stint. Some drivers can be really good at getting the maximum out of the tyre straight away, but 10 laps into a run, they're at a 2/10 deficit because they've killed the tyre a bit too much. It tends to be at this top level that you don't really tend to see that too much, but it certainly can be a factor when deciding who you want to start races. But I think going with the qualifying driver is never a bad shout.
Oh, ATRS Esports have a bit of a slip at turn 1, but no harm, no foul. Yeah, that's the thing. I try not to talk about the differences between qualifying and race, because at this level you tend to assume that most people you can do one, you can do the other. But the margins in PES, for example, the field was split by, you know, in F1, if you're not within 107%, you're not allowed to start the race, right? We were within 100.7% for like the first round of PES in qualifying, which just goes to show you how precise you've got to be in a series where you get 1 lap to qualify. We get open qualifying here. It's a very different complexion. 1 lap qualifying really puts the pressure on, Will. Compare that with some other series where here we get the open qualifying, but it's not like it is in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain, for example, where you have a fixed setup and so you spend 15 minutes just burning off fuel until you're at a point where you just try and push as hard as you can.
Yeah, it virtually... It all depends on the series and the format and the car you're driving. Qualifying can be a very different beast, but they all carry similar amounts of pressure. I'd certainly say that if you gave someone 20 minutes to just keep doing laps upon laps upon laps upon laps, like Rennsport style where you're resetting the tyre every lap, it's an easier situation to be in because you're more likely to get a lap, but you also have building pressure, whereas when you've got 1 lap to qualify, you can have, right, your pressure's there, you know you've got to do it, everyone's under the same pressure, just get the best lap in you can do, right? Whereas when you end up in a situation where you're doing laps over a course of a session, like we talked about a little bit with Mercedes team AMG Urano Esports, when you're not getting a lap in early, you're starting to think, well, I've got to get a banker in, and then, well, what happens if I don't do the lap that I need to do because it's an open qualifying, so I have to do a better lap than just, an okay one. And, yeah, pressure's served in many different ways.
I do enjoy a good hyperpole qualifying as well. We've been getting to see a few more of those sort of things in recent memory in the world of sim racing. It's always great, just one by one, you see them come across the line, you get that excitement of seeing where they stack on up. Speaking on stacking on up, though, Chris Beets has headed down pit lane in that GT3 Pro field after electing to be the one and only car to stay on out. Has dropped a lap down, I believe, as well, unfortunately, so I don't think it went entirely according to the plan. Alex Gall leads by 6 or so seconds from the Maniti doubleheader, 79 and 17. Shriven's in pursuit, Pearson's there as well. Tommy Milner has now dropped behind the Hydro Race Geodesic racing car, but again, if Tommy Milner keeps inside of the lead lap coming into the pit lane at the end of his stint, he's basically done what he needs to. Ross McFarlane has also done what he needs to here, Will, because he's now 2.6 seconds clear of the chasing gaggle behind.
Well, we've seen Ross McFarlane be quite a present figure on the RaceSpotTV channel and throughout sim racing. A big name for Pure Sims Esports. I'd suggest, one of, if not the most strongest driver, probably alongside someone like Daniel Ferguson, like you mentioned, live quite close to you. I always thought he was Scottish, but enough about that. Getting that gap out is really good, but a man of many cars, really. Drives TCRs, drives a lot of GT3s. I remember him being incredibly good in the VCO Pro Infinity series in the TCR car, and yeah, it's interesting to see how well he's doing compared to such a good driver such as Nicholas Sledish. Is
Ross McFarlane better in a GT3 car or a touring car? That's probably the question.
I think in a touring car.
Oh, well, that I think is Prestanda Nomad and Tim Penny that almost just came right back into the path of your championship-leading car. We'll stay green because fortunately no major drama after all of that. But just out of 100R on that run through the hairpin, that could have been a whole lot worse.
Well, just as we were talking about McFarlane, he gets in an incident. I would love to see a replay of that because I can't decipher on my end whether that would be potentially a penalty or not. But
here we go.
Yeah, like you say, here we get the replay. So, going through the third turn of this lap, Coca-Cola corner, you can see you can't see him.
Here we go.
We'll
finally get to it.
So, that's a penalty.
We'll get a look on board with Ross's viewpoint because maybe Ross has a defense that... Yeah, no.
Unfortunately, as we were talking about how Ross is so good in many a car, we have displayed the commentator's curse, which some people don't think is good.
It's just a bit of a lack of patience. That's all it is. It's not a big... It's not like he came in there like a bat out of hell.
No, it wasn't terrible. It's like I'd probably say it's a small penalty, but obviously for the car that's effective, it's quite a large time loss.
Just a little bit, unfortunately.
I mean, the way that you can look at it is something that you asked me about earlier in the broadcast when we were talking about qualifying. How do you deal with a slower class car, the kind of AM class of this sort, even though it's not named like that? And it's one of those things, just through corners, they can be slower than you expect them to be, and if you get too close with the current damage model on iRacing, which is controversial, to say the least. You can have weird contacts which have slightly more consequence than you would expect for the type of contact.
So I'm going to guess that it's probably going to be 5 or 10 seconds.
I'd say 5. But only because of how minimal of a mistake it was from McFarlane. I do feel like it wasn't anywhere near intentional. I don't think it was reckless. It was just clumsy. Whereas when you look at something like a dive bomb up the inside, what did we get for that guy? That wasn't it 10 seconds for the Lamborghini that got tagged around?
That was also on lap 1 of the race, which I think is also traditionally looked at a little bit more harshly. Pure Sims are going to put up the defense that they had every expectation for the car in front to jump on the throttle a bit earlier. But we were talking about this earlier. It's always easier to follow. If you're following, you know what the car in front, where the car in front of you is.
Yeah, as long as you have eyes. Yeah, you do. But some
I think everyone in this field has eyes.
Yeah, prototypes sometimes you'd be surprised.
It's too true. Too true. So that gives me an idea to go and look at the race control sheet. There has been a couple of other things, by the way, out of the pit stop cycle. So it has actually started to pick up not just the 133 that got a penalty, a 5-second penalty, the 113, the 105, the 156. It's what, 4 cars in GT3 Pro that all get penalties within about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, I mean, like you look at it, sometimes it just kicks off, and safety cars breed safety cars is a famous saying. Obviously, we haven't seen that, any safety cars, but little incidents here and there can end up getting you penalties that maybe you don't expect, maybe you feel harshly done by. But at the end of the day, race control's decision, and at least McFarlane's recovering well from this situation as he continues to extend his lead again.
So if it is a 5-second penalty, he needs to build up a 5-second gap to those behind. We'll see how it goes. Just love the sound of that Porsche. In Porsche news, by the way, did you see, Will?
Did I see you what? Probably not. You're saying.
No, this is either something that you would instantly go, oh, I saw this news, or not.
No, I didn't, man.
The Porsche 911 GT3R, the brand new 992 generation car.
Is it about the traction control?
Now you know where I'm going with
this.
The team at Porsche Motorsports have just put out a bulletin to all their customers telling them that from this point forward, until advised by Porsche, customers, drivers, teams are required to run the car without traction control and anti-lock brakes.
It's just a GT3 Cup car, isn't it? It's a little bit different aero. Yeah, certainly an interesting one. Clearly faulty wheel speed sensors is the case there.
Well, the way that they phrased everything, it made it sound like it wasn't the sensors that were wrong, it was the software, like the code that was wrong, or something that, because they're going to push out an update. I don't think it's a mechanical fix on all the cars, because if so, that's a lot of effort.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly wouldn't want to recall all the cars that have already been delivered to customers. One thing I will mention, which I thought was quite interesting, was that with these GT3 cars, I have forgot my point. Why did I was just trying to extend a little bit because I forgot my point and I can't remember.
Well,
we can continue on with
welcome to the world of commentary GT3s. Where everything we say is probably wrong and we forget what we said 5 seconds before we said it. Take from that what you will, as that was a bit closer than I would have wanted if I was Dylan Shrivens behind the wheel of the Urano car, working past that Maniti 179 in traffic. I guess we're at the point as well. Remember, 33 to 35 laps in terms of fuel window for your prototypes. They're already halfway through their run.
Yeah, and it's starting to matter more about when they get their moves done. You know, prototypes are always going to be aggressive because the amount of time you can gain over one lap just by perfecting your driving is ultimately less than you can do through perfecting your time through traffic. That's just the way it is. You know, the gaps we see in qualifying are very, very short, and it's something that definitely has to be taken into account by these drivers, and hopefully they don't get too aggressive out here.
On board with Shrivens as they cycle up towards the end of the lap. The gap to Alex Gall's been holding relatively steady. It's not really been growing too much, and so as we come up on 90 minutes down in this race, one by one they continue to work on through. Now that's Tommy Milner with a big puff of smoke as he locked the rears, which is so easy to do in this car. Regardless of what happened, he's been spat straight back into a fight with the ATRS car, and with tires that are surely already well up to temperature, Tommy Milner's now going to have to go on the defense.
I would certainly say a little bit above temperature potentially. As look, maybe to have a defensive line, not going to fight it really. I think you know that Tommy knows that tires are a bit hot, and maybe it's just not the fight worth fighting at this moment in time. Let's the ATRS esports car go by, and now he can focus on himself solely and passing the remainder of traffic. Something to mention, and what I was thinking about is, as these cars get more and more computerized, more and more technologically advanced, do they become a bit too robotic? I remember at Alton Park in British GT, I just sat there, you know, minding my own business, and over the time, like, yeah, the Team Parker Porsche can't compete this weekend because they did a software update and then the car wouldn't go into drive and they can't fix it.
Maybe my answer is biased as a software engineer, but the answer is no. Because look at the Porsche 963. That is a car that has a, 36-page manual or something for the drivers to understand the internal onboard systems. Look at how BMW said they completely rewrote some of their software before the Long Beach IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race, and what a big change that had. The software works hand in hand with the driver and back and forth. The driver is, you know, in the case of the Porsche, for example, dialing through all those settings and getting the software to configure the car to do what he wants it to do. Now, in the case of BMW, we're talking about a case where the drivers have given feedback, the engineers have gone and made a fix, and the car got better. Doesn't that sound exactly what they do in practice sessions anyway, Will?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is, but also I think that, I mean, it's an old age-old case of, you know, me being an avid Porsche Cup driver. I'd sit here saying, well, I don't want assists and stuff. But
you can drive the new Porsche 992 generation GT3 car.
Exactly, there you go. Basically, like, not having any issues anyway. But yeah, something like a software update forcing a car to not going to drive and you can't fix it. It feels like a big waste of £600,000 on a GT3 car if you can't make the first round of the season because of a software update.
I do agree, fundamentally, that should not happen. Does not mean that software is perfect. Look at SpaceX. I mean, what a technical achievement, right? Getting that rocket off the ground. And then we all got sad because it didn't do the second part of what they were trying to test, which is detach and land safely, right? Technology is a work in progress. It gets better.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to justify why people pay software engineers so highly if you can't tell.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. What you really now need to do is promote yourself to why Porsche should hire you to fix all their problems.
Well, I would suggest that they don't hire me.
Well, that's not a good start,
no,
isn't it?
No, it's not. No,
Hi,
no.
Welcome to my job interview.
Now,
don't hire me. No, don't do it.
So, right tool for the right job. It's something that's true in every industry. It's especially true in programming. Use the right language for the right job, and use the right engineer for the right job. As someone who has built back-end server APIs, I don't think Porsche necessarily wants me to work on their embedded circuitry on their cars. However, does not mean that if you are not interested, if you are a tech person, just getting into high school, just getting into college, and you're interested in getting into the world of motorsports, you don't want to go and work for a Facebook, an Apple, a Google, because trust me, those places aren't as fun as they seem. Maybe you could get into motorsport, and you know what is a great way to do that? Formula Student. I cannot encourage you enough to go and take a look at that program, Formula SAE, whatever it's called. Some really interesting projects that student engineers get to build. If you're lucky enough, you'll get to drive your school's car as well. And it's a global competition. You've got teams from Germany, the US, who come together to compete with backing from the likes of Mercedes and so many other manufacturers. I wish I had known more about that, Will, growing up as a kid. Maybe that would have been an approach that I had looked at. Instead, no, I looked at making video games instead.
Oh, everyone dreams of making video games, I think, at the end of the day. And potentially, just like a video game, we could see quite an easy pass here for Alex Bennett in the Miniti car. But I can't help but notice that Mercedes is really quick in a straight line. Or is it the fact that toe has been turned down in iRacing? You take the guess.
Will, are you one of those people that's going to complain about the toe being reduced?
I spoke to some real-world drivers, and they told me it was more realistic, so
there you go.
I agree with them.
Good. Yes, it is. It is more realistic. Switchback, by the way, by Nicholas Laubish on Alex Bennett. He's going to sweep back on through. It was an eye-opener for me talking to a Porsche Carrera Cup North America driver at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and him telling me how much dirty air impacted them at that particular track, Will. That was the major talking point. Bennett with another send, and surely this one, just showing the desperation. All they're doing is getting detached even further from the back of Ross McFarlane. Luca Alpert's there in the Audi as well. He's up the inside of Bennett, who's going to drop down to 4th.
Yeah, and Luca Alpert was one of these drivers. When I jumped on for commentary on colour, not sure, it doesn't feel like too long ago, but I believe it was at the COTA round. Luca Alpert was a big impress for me. I'd not heard of him much before watching that race, and you know what? I thought he was excellent there, and showing some of his skills again, battling some of the two most experienced GT3 drivers in this field. You know, I know that Alex Bennett's been around for quite a while now with Miniti. Nicholas Laubish done many cars, and you know, Alpert's right up there with them in the Audi.
Just noticed, by the way, that there's been a Urano car that's had an issue, and since we've been watching a GT3, by logic it must therefore be a GTP. Let's take a look at it. Into turn 1, and Dylan Trivens finds out that these rear brakes on the BMW can be quite treacherous. Dearie
me, that was a huge spin, and considering no tyres have been taken, not what you want to do on a double stinted set of tyres, and that'll make it very treacherous potentially towards the end of this stint. Not too long to go, but still enough laps for it to be a problem.
He's got what, 10 laps, maybe more, maybe a little bit more, because we had a couple of laps on the safety car as well, let's not forget, so we'll track how he comes in. Steen Ledger, who did want to ask, by the way, what sort of insights George Simmons would have earlier on. He was talking about experience with clutches. We'll avoid that one. I'm sure George will appreciate it. Luca Alpert up the inside in that Audi. Phoenix Racing Esport looking very strong today. That's +6 now up into second. And as much as Nicholas Laubish will want to try and fight back, I think surely he'll decide that he's got to play the long game here. Bennett back up the inside into the Dunlop chicane. Laubish has got to watch from behind as Obsidian Racing and Fernando Busquets part of the fun as well, and he's going to make it 3 abreast, working out of the chicane, beautifully judged by Obsidian Racing, and a 2-for-1. Busquets onto the podium.
This is really good racing as the Miniti car and Urano car almost found wheels. It's really started to kick off as Bennett is back up the inside of Laubish. Does he get the move complete? He does, but will be vulnerable potentially into turn number 1.
And all the momentum lost down that main straightaway is going to come back as well towards the end. There's a Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car around. That's the gold entry that has Spencer McCarthy behind the wheel. Fernando Busquets with maybe the move of the day. I think we can probably already lock that one up. Sees behind him. Bennett finally getting clear in that tussle between him and the Urano car. And I've got to say, I want to see this move again from the perspective of Fernando Busquets, because boy did he judge it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, lovely move there down the inside. I think it's on board with Miniti, isn't it? But yeah, what a little switch back there, and came out of nowhere really. For some reason in my head I wasn't really even considering Obsidian to be that close at this time and by. Really known for doing quite well in the Infinity. I know I've talked about it a lot, but the VCO Infinity Series that we did, the Pro Sim Infinity, I remember Obsidian actually doing some really, really good runs with them, with Adi Cobra Lopez, for example. And yeah, I mean, what a move. I mean, what more do you want?
Incredible. And again, we've just seen him, by the way, competing in the Audi GTO. I was trying to make sure I got that car right. As part of the iRacing Road America 500. We saw some great sportsmanship from him as well, which we don't see enough of. He got involved in a tussle with one of his other competitors. Felt like he could have done more to avoid it. And in a race with no stewarding, Will, what did he decide to do? He waited a good 15-20 seconds and got back into a fight.
Very nice of him. And very, very... It speaks a lot about the person when they do something like that. I'd like to say I was as fortuitous, but, you know, can be a bit aggressive sometimes. I do remember in the most previous round, I have to talk about it a lot, but about GP, I was so concerned about getting a penalty. When I had an incident with someone that I thought wasn't my fault, but, you know, I never know. I thought incidents aren't my fault, and I've got plenty of penalties in the past. I actually called the race steward up middle of the race to ask whether they would like me to return the position or not. The answer was no, so it was good on my own.
Hey, I mean, you sought approval from the proper authorities, I think is the way to describe it.
Exactly.
Tommy Milner comes in towards the pit lane, by the way, in the private label team hype car. Wouldn't be shocked if we see him do a bit of a driver change and get someone else in, given that this is a long 12-hour race and there's still a long way to go. See how they decide to play their driver lineup switches around into the chicane. We check back in with Busquets, with Maniti and Bennett, and of course Urano and Laubish, who've been joined by the likes of Impulse, Rommel Fanger, Vigo. Fuji is an interesting track in my opinion. I don't know if I like racing it, hot lapping it by myself, Will, but I think it's a really great endurance racing track.
I think the higher the downforce, the better the experience at Fuji. I think it relies on a grippy car. I took the iRacing's W12 round here. That was very, very fun. Actually, one of the most interesting things is I was I wasn't actually the one that tested it. It was Chris Lullen, but he put headwind on into 100R, and it turned out that if you had enough of a headwind, you could do 100R flat.
Really?
Flat. Yes. Crazy thing, and it's crazy to think how aerodynamics works. But yeah, very, very fun track to race in. Higher downforce cars. I think the more mechanical grip the car gets around a circuit like this, I think it becomes a little bit harder and a little bit more of a slog. But you know, I think it'd be fun for both classes here today.
Through the sweeping right-hander, they just continue to funnel. Joshua Chin, by the way, does take over from Tommy Milner in that private label team hype entry and back out onto track, albeit now a lap down. Should see the rest of the GTP field in likely in about 5 or 6 laps as we head towards the end of hour number 2 here, which means that you only have about, never trust the commentator's math, about 3.5 hours of my voice left, so I apologize for any further torture you must go through. Will, you've only got about an hour and 20 minutes left.
Yeah, what, is it that little? Oh, maybe it is starting to fly by. Oh, can I keep on for a bit? Yeah. I'm joking, but yeah, no, it's been really good so far. And something I was thinking about is, why don't we have a little talk about the prizes? So,
yes.
We've not really mentioned it so far, and being the last round of the season, I think it's quite fitting. Obviously, series sponsor Gomez Sim Industries makes some fantastic wheels that everyone should go check out on their website, or maybe even at Sim Racing Expo if you see them along. And it's interesting to see how that is split across all the classes. I
think as much as the wheel is and the prize, that prize is great. Don't get me wrong. I love Gomez. I just want to make sure I'm not going to get in trouble by anyone here. The thing that I am more excited about is the fact that the top 2 entries in GT3 Pro get an automatic spot in next year's, or next season's, I guess, because it's going to start this year in 2023, the next season of the 24-Hour Series Esports Championship. The fact that now there is a pipeline that's being built from a driver that maybe comes into the IVRA suite of competitions with no endurance racing background except iRacing special events. They see those, they say, I want to get more into this. They jump into maybe the GT Sprint series to start with, right? That's 2-hour races. They like it. Now they want to do multi-class. They jump into the HyperX Club Sport series. They like that a lot, so then they go from, let's be honest, what are the baby endurance race cars? You got the Porsche Cup car, GT4s, TCRs. Now you come up to the endurance series, GTPs, GT3s, and if you enjoy this enough, which is the top of the community rung, I would say, you're at the point where everyone here is still competing seriously, but there's a good camaraderie going on. If you want to take that next step to be part of the sweaty esports gang with Will Chadwick, the top two in GT3 Pro will get an automatic spot. That is amazing.
It's good, actually. I think it's a really nice ladder, like you say. I think it's something that iRacing have worked towards a lot recently with the additions of stuff like the Clio to replace some older cars, but also the Formula 4. You know, the non-branded Formula 4 had a nice rung because it was often that you'd get out of, what was it, originally, if we're talking 2 years back, you'd get out of maybe a Skip Barber and you jump straight into a Formula 3.
Yes.
And it seemed like a bit of a jump, and I think that kind of ranking system has been more and more ever present in iRacing's down-day service, and it's clear that the structure that they're building out, and I think it's fantastic to have this sort of league community structure to get yourself into the 24-hour esports series, because like I say, it's a championship that's very highly rated, and to get into it, you know, you have to be really good, and if you're not quite good enough to get through those qualifiers, especially in GT, believe you me, they are very, very hard. You can obviously get in through here, which is definitely a train of thought to have.
Now, I don't know if those are paid entries or not. It says automatic entry. That's where the wording is confusing. Paid entry would be even better. I'm just saying. I like free stuff.
Everyone does.
Let's take a look, by the way, at Josh Chin, who has just come out of pit lane. And I'm not necessarily sure if going the long way around there is the wisest thing on that virtual motorsport BMW.
Let's have a little look at it. So around the outside, you would certainly suggest that as a GTP, you have more grip. So it would make fair sense to suggest that you should just slung it up the inside and try and keep it close. You're always running the risk of having a little bit of an understeer from that GT car, which just simply cannot react as quick and cannot use as much, get as close to the inside potentially at the speeds to avoid you and stuff like that. It's another kind of racing incident, in my opinion.
If anyone's going to be penalised, I don't think it's the GT3. That's probably
how we can go.
Yeah, that's probably what I would say. Did a note as well. We were talking about Formula Student, Formula SAE slightly earlier. Steen Ledger reminds me that they're going to autonomous race cars as well, which is going to be very, very interesting, of course, as we move forward in the real world and the applications that technology will have. And so, again, it's not just if you're an engineer, your Formula Student program can have all sorts of help. There's a need for photographers, for graphic designers and fundraisers, so don't have to be an engineer to get involved. Dylan Shrivens, though, a little bit early into pit lane, all things considered.
Yeah, this is what I was just thinking about, right? So that puts you out at an average of 32.5 laps with a safety car period. Is that right? Yeah, 32.5. Yeah. My math is okay. On your laps that you've completed in the stints, it makes you wonder: did those tyres just run out a bit too much, and you were just looking at your earliest opportunity to jump out of them? I'm sure they've had someone run the numbers in terms of what kind of strategies you're looking at and what you would need to save or lose in order to make it one more or less stop. But yeah, certainly coming into the pit lane early after not too long of a running on that tank of fuel.
I'm just trying to do the math right now and figure out how many laps it's been since we saw Dylan Shrivens spin on those tyres, and so how many laps he had tried to push then after that.
7, I would guess. I think like 58 or something. I was thinking.
Okay, so it's enough laps that he had gotten past the damage phase and had limited the impact on the tires, but still not ideal by any means. In this fight for GT3 that we just continue to track, it's effectively just for second because Ross McFarlane in that Porsche is now having to worry about a new contender in the form of the Audi of Phoenix Racing Esports, but it doesn't look like it's concerning him too much. I still think Ross is better in a TCR machine.
I would agree with you. No, I'd agree with you. I would agree with you. I don't see a space where he isn't because of how good he can be in a TCR, and that's no disrespect to how good he is in a GT3. He's very, very good in a GT3 as well, but in a TCR, he's top 10 in the sim, if not top 5, on people that drive it on a regular basis. So, yep, but it's interesting. I'm still wondering if we're going to get a penalty for him, and I'm just going to the board now to have a look. Yes, 5 seconds.
We did. Yeah, I completely forgot to mention that as well. I saw it and it slipped my mind. 5 seconds, as expected. He's already built up that buffer again. The way we serve penalties are slightly different from traditional iRacing penalties. They have a penalty box which they have to go and serve the penalty within while they are down on pit lane. And speaking of down on pit lane, while Nathan Moore will stay out in the Pure Sims car, it's not just the Satellite Racing 64 that's in. It's Maniti's championship leading number 17 that follows them down as well. And they will head their way over into the box. I feel like Pure Sims are in a dangerous spot right now, and I will explain why. If the caution comes out right now, they can't serve their penalty until after the caution is done. If I'm Pure Sims, I actually would want to get that penalty over and done with as soon as possible.
I can completely agree with you because McFarlane's been able to open up that gap even with a little bit of an advantage now. Like we were saying, we wasn't sure what was going to happen. But as they filter their way through traffic and they have the GTPs rough it up again a little bit, I think that if you're Pure Sims and you can get into the lane and serve that penalty, you're laughing all the way to the bank because you've got a good advantage over your second place car. But we can look at it that way, but we can also look at it as a way of thinking about, do they really want to take that penalty on fuel to come in early? I think they'd rather stay late out and get the fuel done properly.
I think I would come in at the first available chance I get, even if it is a small compromise. Look at Alpert having a bit of a technical issue there. Definitely scared me. Wonder if it's scaring any of his competitors, because it's seemingly relatively persistent at this point as well. Alex Bennett's going to have to just be mindful of that, and he's leaving a bit more of a buffer. Maybe not surprising either. Rest of your GTPs into pit lane, Pure Sims, SRC, and German Sim Racing. You go the longest of them all. Not likely to challenge for the race lead, though. Urano have some work to do, by the way. Let's not forget that in the championship fight, Urano effectively need to win and hope that that number 17 Maniti entry has some sort of struggles. It's Urano that are currently on the back foot. They find themselves a good 17 seconds off the back of their championship rivals.
And that is really the case of this race so far. It's a long shot for Urano to be able to win this. Certainly with inside the first hour, they looked dominant. I mean, there is no other word for it. They were clearly fastest on pace. They put it on pole. Dylan did a really good job, but it looked to unravel after the safety car period a little bit. You'd be looking to get that back under control, establish a little bit more dominance to their drive because they need it. They have to do it.
Now, is this a car that's run out of fuel? Because you mentioned that before, and now I am very, very concerned. It's not a traditional place to be pulled off on the side. I think this is after 100R. The engine's still idling.
You would certainly expect if you actually run out of fuel, it would just duck out of it.
Is there a hardware failure here of some kind?
If we can get a replay of them going off, we might get a bit of an idea.
Yeah, we're going to have to cycle through. And as the yellow flag does indeed fly for Spencer McCarthy, and right on cue, just as I was talking about how Pure Sims had built up that... His pedals go. You can see he's still steering the car. Although I could hear some throttle input as... Did his screens die? Something has gone wrong there, though.
No, he stopped the car there, definitely, but... Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Let's watch it one more time. So, you watch him come through... That looks a bit tentative. Then say, no, he's almost... Oh, hang on, the sparks. Have we lost a wheel?
He's not... Did he get down to 0% on the tyre?
Oh, you don't have sparks, do you?
You do.
You got a puncher.
Did he get a...
Oh, that looks like a bit of collapse. I don't know, mate.
Well,
really
so
confused.
the assumption would be if the tyre is down, I have no idea. I've done 600 plus broadcasts in the last 3 years. I've said this quite a few times, but I don't think I've ever been this bemused before.
It feels realistic if it's a puncher.
It
right?
breaks before. It's broken before.
How far can we go back
it's
before
sparking.
it's an issue? Is it a sausage curb? Have we been sausaged?
No sparks now.
Right, let's have a look.
We're making progress with our investigation here.
No, nothing there. Maybe on the exit of this corner, but you wouldn't expect it to be that wheel that we saw.
Is it through the final corner?
Yes, that would line up with what we think.
You've got anti-cut curbs on the outside. He's going to push wide. Oh, my days!
And the memes have started, and the cut curbs have stricken our car here.
So they did. I did mention that they were having a few jokes in the Discord in the build-up to this race. You can also see, by the way, the left front is immediately down, but that seems harsh.
Yeah, but you've broke the suspension, haven't you? So you've gone up in the air, you've decided to do a Luke Browning, and your suspension's broken. So I mean, what more can you say other than don't run wide? It's kind of deserved. I mean,
but
I hate to say it.
We have okay. Maybe the extent to which the front end was up in the air was maybe quite exaggerated. I don't feel like that should be a car breaker.
Yeah, but
not in a GT3. Not in a GT3.
It's a really hard hit, right? So you're doing what you're doing off the exit there. What we're thinking, maybe 100, and I'll have to doubly check really to get some sort of.
No, I know what
pace.
you mean. Yeah, but
and you're hitting something that's very, very sudden up and down at a very large speed.
I don't know.
Would you like to do that in your road car?
Yes, because I have an SUV.
Well, yeah. Well, then, okay. Well, you get a cheat code there. But you know, by the time of impact, looking at what other cars have been doing, you're looking at 130 kilometers an hour. A very large curb. You've gone up in the air. It's harsh, but it's more of the newer iRacing damage model, right? So your previous damage model, you probably would have got away with that, no issue. You could have done a jump and your suspension would be fine. But if we're talking about really what causes suspension failure in real life, I wouldn't put it past that happening.
So slow things down then, and take a break, take a breath, however you want to phrase it. It is now a new leader at the front of the GTP class, by the way. It's SRC Movano, who are in front of Satellite Racing, courtesy of a short pit stop. Timing the caution well, I guess.
McFarlane's lead has been completely eradicated.
Not just eradicated. He's dropping 5 seconds further back when he wants to come down and do his penalty. Yeah. It's funny just how we were talking about how a caution was really going to ruin McFarlane's...
Commentator's curse. Yeah, no, I see what you mean, though. It really has ruined all the fantastic work he'd done. And that's going to promote Luca Alpert into the lead, who I'm very positive about Luca Alpert. I think he's a very good driver, and he very much surprised me last time I came and commentated on this series, and yet again he's doing it here today.
I think Phoenix Racing, by the way, I'm just going to confirm, but I do believe that is the Phoenix Racing that competes in the NLS. There's the esports branch, I guess. So, see how they get on. I'm still struggling to get to grips with that and how easily you can break a suspension apparently on these cars. See a question about how the Mercedes was able to drive all the way to turn 5 and then stop. I think what may have happened is that you're slow enough through turn 1 that he was able to get it turned right. But then
he's not lost steering, has he? That's the thing, right? He's not lost steering, so he's not struggling to steer. It's more the fact that the car's on the floor, and when you get to a higher speed corner, your downforce is pushing down a bit more, which probably compounds the issue.
Yeah, but yeah, 100 hours also just faster, right? So if he's trying to go through there at anything close to, which he wasn't, you could see through Coca-Cola, he was definitely being a little bit more careful and slowing down. I think he just didn't want to risk it anymore. Unfortunately, where he stopped turned out wasn't one of the points on track which the stewards had marked as being a tow zone. Pit entry will open this time by, I believe, because we have gotten our wave around cycles on through. Should see all the GT3 cars in. We should see none of the GTPs in.
Yeah, that would certainly stand by with what we've seen, because we've seen a lot of GTPs make a fuel stop recently, unless I guess you could say that maybe one of them has the numbers to say that maybe a short stop at some point just to top up would be beneficial. Certainly maybe if you were the likes of ATRS, Private Label Team Hype, you know, at the back, what have you got to lose? Is something you could think about, because, right, so let's say you refuel, you do a short stop, you get 10 extra litres, right? And then you can extend your time on those tyres, maybe. You can get your wave around kind of, or back into line, really. And I think it would overall be a positive gain, and you wouldn't really be losing much track position.
I do need to go back and look at how we classify halfway points. Because it's very simple when you have a distance-based race. It's at the end of the lap that marks the halfway point, right? Because remember, we are thinking that there is the potential for a championship to be wrapped up by the time we get to the halfway mark in GT3 Pro. Unlikely, of course, in GTP, given the margin there. But I would assume it's 6 hours, and then at the end of that lap, we do the halfway mark points. Seems logical.
Yeah. Something I also noticed is Luke Alpert took a penalty point. What did he get a penalty for? Yeah, I watched him come into the... two cars came into your penalty box, the ATRS car and also the Phoenix Racing Esports car. Both stopped in that penalty box.
Oh!
Must have been for only about 5 seconds for Luke Alpert. But
because he was one of those cars that had the 5-second penalty for the pit stop violations in the previous cycle of pit stops. And so that's going to, again, then cycle things through. Pit lane exit going to open up in a moment as the pit straight gets cleared. Josh Chin, who's already 1 lap down, came on in just trying to extend the stint as far as possible, setting himself up a little bit better. Deutsche Payment, though, with a short stop, 14.5 seconds, will be the net leader in GT3 Pro, because SimCity Racing's 171 once again will elect to stay out for a stint or two longer. And then here comes the rest. Pure Sims will come out in front of the Maniti car. I don't think you can serve your penalty under caution. I'm 100% sure Phoenix Racing Esports are going to have to come back down to reserve their penalty.
Oh god, that would not be a good thing.
I mean, you can't serve a penalty under caution in any series I'm aware of. So
yeah, I mean, they did the right thing. They stopped in the box, but something like McFarlane didn't take his penalty, for example, and handed the car over to Daniel Ferguson. So someone's right and someone's wrong. That's for sure.
I'm pretty sure that Pure Sims are not in the wrong in this one.
Yeah.
At least logically thinking. Ewan O'Leary, by the way, he was going to jump in a couple of hours' time to walk you through the middle hours of the race, just confirming. Half point awarded after 6 hours today. But that was literally the wording that he used. That doesn't clarify the specifics of what we're trying to figure out here.
Would you specify at the very second the hour changes, you get your points?
Right. This is somewhere in the rules. It's gone 7 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm just about waking up. Maybe it's time to go and peruse a rulebook while we broadcast, but at least not for the time being. We'll get Ewan O'Leary. We'll send him off to scurry around and do the legwork for us because he is a wonderful chap behind the scenes. So 2 hours complete, 2 safety cars. Has this race lived up to your expectations, Will?
I thought there would be way more carnage. I don't know about you, but I think our GTPs have been very, very sensible. They clearly know you're commentating on this section and how much you would rinse them if they weren't sensible. So we've seen rather little big sends, and they've been pretty polite, actually.
It's going to be interesting when we get over to Watkins Glen for the third of our VCO Grand Slams, the 6 hours of the Glen, because that's a race that we may just have one broadcast team for. 6 hours of me shouting and ranting about GTP. That is a race where I'll be doing a lot of ranting as well. We know that.
I mean, there's definitely could be the case. You never know. There could be rain for there, but I mean,
no,
at the end of the day, there's not going to be Watkins. You're not going to get.
Don't suggest rain. Don't.
But Watkins, you ain't going to get it at Watkins anyway, really, are you? Especially in the middle of the summer. How often does it rain? I've never been to America.
Upstate New York, I feel like you may get a drizzle here and there. It's probably pretty decent weather, though. Okay, Ewan has given me the quote. First time they cross the timing line after the overall leader has done so. So it's at the end of the first lap to be completed after 6 hours, as we would all expect. Ewan will have to worry about all of that by the time we get to that, because both Will and myself will be long gone by the time the halfway points are awarded. Even better, Will, is that we're not around at the end when potentially we would have to try and figure out how both the halfway and full-time points.
Number crunching.
Yeah,
no number crunching. We just get the easy job, really. We just sit here, talk about liveries, cars, and broken suspension.
Yeah, liveries. Let's talk. SimCity Racing.
I wanted to shout about. Well, I like the geodesic one that's gone out.
The white one, you mean?
Yeah.
We've got another one of those.
Have we? Have we got two?
Yeah, there we go. This is a new livery for them as well this year. It does help because this is to any team, whether you are a motorsports, real world, virtual. I don't care. Never actually sell title sponsorship, because. How many times have I called them the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Team in 2023? I've lost count. I don't need just two pairs of hands. I need many, many fingers to be able to count how many times I made that mistake. It does help when the livery changes, though, to make it a little bit more noticeable.
That would definitely help, especially a massive, large logo on the side would help even more. I feel the same sort of thing with Urano, because Urano have been Urano Data Group, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano, Team Urano HP, Urano. I don't know. There's another one as well, another one of their sponsors. They've been a lot of names, which I feel like gets very confusing. I don't know about you.
No, there have been. I'm trying to think of who's the most confusing team name I've ever seen. There is the team name that we had during the iRacing Road America 500, which was... why is there an arbitrary character limit on iRacing team names? Yes, thank you, Michael Polishek. The answer is because of people like you that try to break up broadcast graphics. Here's the Deutsche Payment esports car, by the way. I like this. I like a complex livery, don't get me wrong, but there's something about simple as well.
I was going to say, again, another livery that's quite nicely done, very nicely quartered out, nice bit of colour, nice large logo, looking quite dirty with a lot of rubber now, which adds to the aesthetic, I suppose. Private label Team Hype, I think their livery's really nice. I think it's a lovely contrast of blue and purple.
We got lights off, by the way. Sorry. I was very much... I thought we had another lap to pontificate about liveries, and so I was looking forward to it. But yes, the private label Team Hype one is quite good, especially the new ones that One iLiveries has thrown together. So again, with just over 2 hours now complete, we just ticked past that mark. We've got less than 10 hours to go in the season finale. Back underway here in the land of the rising sun with a very interesting strategy call. A triple stint on tires and short fill from SRC Movano. Launching into turn one, Satellite Maniti, Pearsons, the rest of the top five. It is side by side between Maniti and Pearsons for 4th and 5th positions, with Tom Hooper able to slide on forward. And while the GTPs get themselves back underway, well, guess what? GT3's already in the thick of a 3-wide discrepancy up the hill in towards Coca-Cola on the inside. It wasn't going to be no for an answer for Daniel Ferguson, who holds off Maniti and Obsidian, but through 100R, the fight is just beginning.
Bagara round the outside, trying to make the move, stick back on Daniel Ferguson, but certainly a very, very good move to to start off his stint. You know, fresh in the car, very, very alert. Now the Obsidian racing car looks to have a move on the Maniti car. Pablo Lazar looking inside out. We've seen a spinner in the background. That is the Impulse racing car. It may have had a collision with some of our cars further back. Not sure about that one, Arjuna.
We'll get a look at the replay in a few moments' time. It's still ducking and diving in towards Dunlop. No changes this time, though. Unfortunately, they get through this section a little bit more cleanly than they have on the previous 2 green flag runs that we've had. Front of the field, end of lap number 1. I have no idea how this is going to play out, but a triple stint, lighter fuel load, maybe it will just pay dividends in terms of weather conditions, by the way. It's still about as cold as you could hope for.
I swear you think about everything I'm about to think about. I was just about to mention weather, but like you say, just rose to 25 degrees as you see the degree tick up on your screen. Remember, we started this race on 22, so the real ramp up of track temperature hasn't started yet, but as the sky goes from what I presume is mostly cloudy turning to partly cloudy, because it definitely looked to have got a bit brighter here, the track temperature is only set to rise, really.
Hoping we don't get up to 50, because 50 does seem pretty crazy. And I wonder what that will do for drivers as well, who are already maybe struggling on tyres. Let's go back and see what happened then in that GT3 field, which once again, just a bit of a moment, and Hydra Race as well, as the Impulse car getting tagged up with one another, and fortunately they don't rebound into the path of the oncoming traffic. We'll get another look at that in a few moments' time, but crucially, Deutsche Payment, after a 14.5 second stop for them, another team which clearly not getting another set of boots onto the car, they may try and break away from the likes of Pearson's.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting point, right? Because we were already saying that drivers may struggle in the hotter conditions on tyres. Now, if you're through in the hotter conditions on tyres, I would suggest that you wouldn't be able to double stint. And that may be the case. You know, we had a word from, I believe, Jacob O'Reilly, our star of qualifying, in the chat, who said that double stinting tyres wasn't a great choice there, which suggests that that's what strategy that they went on at the start of this race. And well, I wouldn't be doing it, especially when you've got 12 sets available. But that's me, and I'm sat in the commentary booth, and I'm not driving.
It's always the best place to be. We can judge without actually having to be correct in our judgments as race control. We can shout, which is always great, and no one can tell us that we're wrong because we have control of the microphones.
Well, people definitely can tell us we're wrong.
Yes, but then
if you do have an opinion, you can use the hashtag IVRA on Twitter.
Oh, I was about to say you can put a comment in the YouTube chat and I can just get rid of you. But that is also an option.
That's also an option as well.
Direct all your complaints to Will Chadwick 88 on Twitter. If you've got any problems, you can blame Will Chadwick for them, not me.
Yep, go for it. Tweet me. I never get tweeted anyway, so it would make a change.
I'm trying not to be on Twitter as much anymore now. My life's a lot better, it turns out, without Twitter.
Well, maybe that can be the case. I don't really use it that much, but, you know, I'll flick through it once in a while. Fraser Williams...
no, don't listen to Fraser.
That as an avid someone that definitely never drives prototypes and wouldn't hate you for any certain reason of you going crazy at prototypes for any reason, has pointed that you're always wrong.
No,
which
to be fair,
is quite a brave statement.
To be fair to Fraser, he's not usually the one that's doing the murdering in the prototypes. I think
you're sucking up to him because he's
no. You know why he doesn't like me?
Why?
Because I keep reminding people that he once shared a car with Alex Traynor in the 12 Hours of Sebring that ended up upside down through Sunset Bend.
Ah, right. So you just keep bringing up a thing that he doesn't like. Someone also asked me to delete a message in chat, so I did
They're asking for it. We wield the power. We've got the power of the blue spatter up here in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Front of the field, by the way. Traffic is going to cost SRC Movano a few seconds here, but I think the call to go light on fuel might work out with this choice to not take tires. Ultimately, it's a track position game at this point in the race. That's what the safety cars are enabling, and SRC Movano do find themselves in a pretty good spot. Obsidian and Maniti door-to-door, Vergara holding off Pablo Lazar. All the while, Daniel Ferguson, still with the 5 seconds lurking over his shoulder, will start to try and pull away. And if you're wondering about the penalties during the safety car, we were right. You can't serve a penalty a time penalty during a safety car. You can convert it to an end-of-line penalty. However, I will offer this to you, Will. If I'm Daniel Ferguson and I have the choice of building up another 5 seconds and serving a 5 second gap and serving the penalty at my next pit stop versus going to the back of the entire GT3 field, you better believe I'm staying on track.
100% agree with you, and that unfortunately spells a bad news for Luca Alper in the Phoenix racing machine, and also the ATRS car that I saw come down to pit lane. I'm not sure if we have 1 or 2 ATRS esports cars in GT3, but certainly one of those is going to be getting a penalty. We look back on board from a little bit of a dash cam from the Phoenix Racing esports car. Now changed drivers to Rafael Renhofer, and he's going to be chasing down the top 6 positions, where Urano are kind of still sitting there playing the safe game, not quite got the ultimate pace, but ultimately aren't getting any big battles.
At the front, you can see SimCity Racing and Deutsche Payment go side to side. SimCity Racing owes us a pit stop. Deutsche Payment are off strategy, although have made their pit stop. And now Rommelfanger is going to get past Lawrence Stad. And with Pearsims now breaking away from Obsidian and the rest behind, Rommelfanger will try and be more focused on the white and blue Porsche that is 2 cars separated from him. Prestanda Nomad, I believe that is, Tim Penny. Still leading in your GT3 class in that 256. Holds a 4.5 second gap to the car behind. Now, with the GTPs already about 10 or so laps into their run, we'll see them into pit lane in about 23 or so laps. Probably add a couple more there, of course, because, again, a couple of laps under caution, cycling through without using too much fuel. Interesting to note that we seem to be split 50-50 in GTP. About some teams, half the teams have changed drivers, Will, and half the teams have left their starting driver in for another stint.
I suppose the workload's not been too heavy. There's been some nice little gaps of safety car periods. You certainly want your driver to be kind of nice and comfortable, especially if you've got American drivers. Would have been a decent shout to potentially extend the time zone a little bit. You know, people like yourself who've been up early. You know, Daniel Ferguson will have gotten up early for this race, but at least his teammate started the race for him. Yeah, it's an interesting factor to see how long people put drivers in for. I'm a firm believer that you can go for as long as you like, really, if you have got enough time, as you see that Phoenix Racing Esports look to the inside of the Urano car.
Half-hearted move, but I think that Konstantin Scharf maybe wants to try and pull some of the draft, decides not to, holds the position. Diminishing returns at the end of the day, because if you let someone do 6 hours in a row, maybe that's fine, but if you need them to do any more hours, maybe they'll be unable to do so. And so that's where team managers have to manage their drivers as well and make sure they're not overextending themselves and committing to stints that are unrealistic in terms of the long run. I tend to find that Fuji is not, I agree, it's not that intense a track. Circuit de la Sarthe, I've been very capable of doing quad stints at Le Mans with no issues in the past. I've done quad stints at the Nordschleife before as well, but that's a very different sort of an experience. That is very intense, but it works just because some of us are crazy and like to do as many laps at the Nordschleife as we can. If you put me at Road Atlanta, though, Will, for the Petit Le Mans, you better believe I'm getting out of that car after 2 hours.
I hate Road Atlanta.
What?
I just don't like it. No, don't say what. Everyone always says what. It's a bad track. It's got terrible curves.
How do I kick Will Chadwick out of
I don't like it.
So
where are my Road Atlanta haters in the YouTube? So please, someone back me up.
Well, definitely not Fraser Williamson. I'm pretty sure about that one. But what I will say is Road Atlanta is... I think it's a track that you either it's a track that you either love or you don't like. Not in the same way as the Circuit of the Americas. I maintain you either like the Circuit of the Americas or you can't drive the Circuit of the Americas, and the exceptions to that rule prove the rule. Road Atlanta is one of those tracks that it's kind of like Watkins Glen in some ways. High commitment, high speed, but the thing that makes it special for me, Will, is the way that you can never feel comfortable, because Turns 1...
Prototypes will always kill you.
Exactly. Turns 1 through 5, you are basically thinking, please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Then turn 6, you're like, okay, I can relax for a second. Turn 7's like, wait, here comes the prototype trying to dive me again. And then you get the straight, the chicane, and then you do it all over again. I don't know. Petit Le Mans is a race I haven't been to in the real world, but I think, A, it's got to be on my bucket list, but B, it might end up being my favorite race to attend in person.
You're building up a lot of hype for this when you've never been.
I live 2 hours away from Road Atlanta for 2 and a bit years. As that is Jeremiah Kaiser in the second place Valorous Motorsports car that goes around and now has to find an opportunity to slide back out onto track. And remember, with the field being bunched up, those opportunities are few and far between. Eventually we'll find a way to slot into line. When I told John Hindorf that I had never been to Petit Le Mans despite living in Atlanta, I don't think I've ever heard anyone be so disappointed in me.
Why wouldn't you go? That's the real question.
As we go 3 wide into turn 1, and that SimCity Racing that almost pitches around into the path of Pure Sims Esports, and now stricken in turn 1. Fortunately, we get through safely. The question, why wouldn't I go? I had plenty of things to do. Daniel Ferguson trying to do plenty to keep out of trouble there.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess so. It makes sense, if you're busy, you're busy. What I will say is that if you wanted to present any endurance race so far as therapy for Connery Maddox's irrational fear of bad rejoins, this would be the one.
They've been good, haven't they?
Yes.
This
is a therapy session. We should have had Connery commentating this.
That we have to charge special rates, though, to our clients for Connery's therapy session. So self-inflicted mistake for the Valorous car, and then I think you could probably say the same for the SimCity car into turn 1.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just still admiring the rejoins. I think she would have loved this, Connery. So I don't see why we can't get her on the broadcast. I think we should just invite her in right now.
just send the message over and say,
just come on in. Look at all these rejoins. They're fantastic. But enough talking about rejoins. We'll praise the drivers when we can, because there's often times when we
don't get ahead of yourself. Watch this rejoin potentially. That's the Archer Brothers car. Sam Robson behind the wheel. Unfortunately loops it around.
Oh, no!
Okay, that's a 0 out of 10 on the rejoin, unfortunately.
It's a 1. No. A 0 is when you hit someone.
Now,
Come on, it has to be.
That was the wrong impulse car that I just jumped over to. There we go.
Why do they always ruin it?
That's your commentator's curse. That's not even my fault.
It's my fault. It is my fault. It's definitely my fault.
Can't even blame me for that. I tell you what, we've got Fuji, we've got Motegi, we've got Suzuka. Be honest with me, Will. Do you know any other Japanese tracks?
Tsukuba.
Oh, we got Tsukuba as well. Yeah, there you go.
The mountain road from
that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Japanese.
Okay, how about I open the door a little bit more? Name me another Super GT track.
Oh no, but I don't follow Super GT.
You don't follow Super? Wow, that is. Will.
Would you say? Let me take a guess. Maybe they run a race in. Well, let's go GeoGuess a moment.
Okay, no, this is not fair. This is not fair because COVID has very much impacted their schedule. So I think they are literally all Japanese tracks now.
Did they used to go to somewhere like maybe Long Beach?
No. They were all in Asia.
Okay.
But where in Asia?
Well, they could have gone to Japan.
There you go.
Hey.
It's been a good decade since I think they were last there, to be fair.
What about the Korean track that they built that
no.
doesn't get used much?
Never went there as far as I remember.
Indian one?
No.
F1 used for a bit? Nah, that's really disappointing for me. The ones that, the tracks that came in like 2010 to 13 and the ones that just got sacked off like Korea, India, I like them.
Well, you know why India never happened again, right?
No, actually. Go on and educate me.
Because the Indian government, this is allegedly wanted to tax Formula One teams for their global income. Not just for the money that they made from that one race, but for all the money that they made through the year. which is
well, that doesn't make sense, does it? Well,
never going to happen.
Well, and now they don't have any. Well, I guess who's laughing now?
Yeah, no, now the track sits unused effectively. So yes, who is laughing? Formula One teams all the way to the bank. SRC Movano, though, have been closed on in, and now are they feeling the wear of the triple stinted tires? Yes, they tried to short fill the car to give them a bit more of an ability to play with it, but as much as they have tried, Alex Gall up the inside, and as they descend out of turn number 1, it's Satellite Racing leading once more.
Yep, lovely move there. Closed up on them. Satellite have been good in this second half of the race. We've been a lot interrupted by crazy strategies. I wouldn't say crazy, but definitely strategies that are a little bit more out there. And we have, you know, compared to the Festa where Urano just ran away with it, it's been quite interesting in the GTP class.
Fraser Williams says, by the way, Williamson says that SRC are double stinting, not triple stinting. I got information from a team saying that they hadn't taken tires so far today, so maybe it's not so crazy, but then the short fill maybe doesn't add up as much as ET Racing 17 around the outside at Dunlop. Trying to be patient, but knowing that Tom Hooper and Jaden Munoz were stacked up behind as well, and so as they carve their way up through the hill, 4 GTP cars now stuck in one long choo-choo train. Let's have a quick chat with one of our drivers, because Tommy Milner is standing by. And I say driver is maybe not the only thing. He is co-owner as well of the private label Team Hype. Tommy Milner joins us now. Tommy, how was your couple of hours to kick off the morning over at Fuji?
A bit slow, but fun. Yeah, I had to start the race this morning for the guys just to help them out a little bit, being a long race. But I've been away from the sim for quite a while, so it was fun to get back into a competitive race.
I'm glad that Joshua Chin at least woke up to get you out of the car, because I know he's had trouble with that in the past. We were kind of joking about this while you were driving. It must be a little bit weird for you as a GT driver, experiencing this car dive bombing you at the start of 2023, to then be the one doing the sends on some of your fellow drivers out there today.
Yeah, I think all the guys in the Discord there were basically excited to see me. Not excited, but looking forward to me sending it on GT cars. And I think I have too many flashbacks of being sent for so many years that I can't do that to somebody else. So was trying to be smart. Obviously, long race, 12 hours. I'm not the fastest guy in the world, so I just wanted to give the guys a car in one piece at the end there, and obviously not hurt somebody else's race too.
You had the chance to go over to Fuji and race last year, if I remember correctly. Can you tell us a little bit more about this track? Because it's one that, you know, in the world of global motorsports, we don't get to see too much outside of the World Endurance Championship nowadays.
Yeah, I did last year race at Fuji in the Corvette. I will say it's been more fun so far in the prototype car than it was in the GT car and in the sim here. It's the first sector is amazing, super fun, big brake zone in turn 1 there, super fast left and a long right-hander. That whole section's a lot of fun, both in the sim and real life, whether a GT car or prototype car. The last sector, I think, is famous for being a little bit of a struggle. It wasn't too bad, I will say, in our car, but at the end there on the double-sided tire, it was less fun than it was. But it's a cool track. Just in real life, the scenery cannot be beaten. So just for where it is in Japan there, so close to Mount Fuji, super high up on a hill, and not that you're looking at the scenery so much when you're driving, but just being at that racetrack was pretty special. It was one of the main reasons why when I had a bit of an option last year to do the WC or stay in IMSA, and I really wanted to do WC last year to see some of these other racetracks, to see Fuji, race at Spa, to do those races. So it was a cool experience.
And of course this year, Daytona started off quite well. How are you enjoying this GTD variant of the C8R, of course, as you get set to bring Corvette into the GTD era with their fully homologated car coming in the next couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 good races so far, the start of the year. Daytona and Sebring, pace-wise, we were pretty good. We had good races going for the most part. Sebring obviously didn't end very well, but for about 8 or 9 hours, it was looking pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of it's a challenge, I would say, in general. I think both from IMSA side and for us as well. You know, we don't really obviously have a GT3 specific car right now, so that makes it more challenging for IMSA to get the BoP where it's good for everybody. I definitely don't. I don't. I'm glad I'm not in their shoes in that situation. That's for sure. It's. I just put it as it's a lot easier to piss off one car manufacturer as opposed to about 7 or 8. So they got a bit of the short end of the stick last year. This year so far seems better. So for me, it's just the endurance races this year. The Daytona Sebring, and then I'll do Petit Le Mans at the end of the year with Jordan and Antonio. And then, as you said, doing lots of testing, both in the sim in Charlotte and also in real life. So that'll keep me busy this year.
And I assume you must be the most staunch advocate for us iRacers in getting that new Corvette GT3 car onto the platform, because it must have been quite fun for you, but given how iRacing Corvette had a bit of a less close relationship over the years, to finally have the GTE in the sim. It must have been nice for you to be able to come and do some running on iRacing and have that specific car to be able to go to the tracks with.
Yeah, definitely. It's fun, not just for me, just to kind of get a quick refresher. I get a decent refresher at the team's sim in Charlotte there, but obviously that takes a lot of time to get there, and you get a limited amount of running. And at least on iRacing here, I can just load it up whenever I want and get some laps in and just kind of get the rhythm back again. So yeah, I'll do whatever I can to help speed along the process of getting a GT3 Corvette in the game as fast as I can. It's not really up to me, obviously, but I'll keep pushing the buttons as best as I can to hopefully speed that up from GM side, and I'm sure iRacing would love to have it in the car as soon as possible. So yeah, I mean, we had fun actually with the GTE car, doing a little bit of development work with them. I think the tire model has gotten a little bit better since then. So hopefully we can get that sim version in the game as soon as possible and get some testing on it and see if we can get it even better.
Thanks for joining us, Tommy. Thanks for everything you do for the private label Team Hype as well, and looking forward to seeing you back on track here on RaceSpotTV.
Thanks, guys.
Tommy Milner jumping up into the broadcast booth to chat with us after an opening stint. And yes, I did throw Joshua Chin directly under the bus. Have you ever forgotten to wake up for an endurance stint before, Will?
Yes, I have.
Wait, have you actually?
To wake up for commentary, remember? So, yeah. I was awake. I just was lapping the Nordschleife, which is just a complete forgettal. But we won't talk about that.
I mean, as excuses go, they don't get much better. Pure Sims, by the way, have just gotten past the Deutsche Payment esports car for the lead in GT3 Pro, and now we'll get to work at building up the 5-second buffer once again that they will need, with that penalty lurking over their shoulders. It was really interesting talking with Tommy there, bringing that insight in, but as we're going to have to get back to that, because Daniel Croft just got off the road in the other Pure Sims car, and Obsidian Racing and Pablo Lazar have been slow as well. It was interesting listening to Tommy and just listening to how he talks about being in the sim, and it just sounds like he's one of the guys, It's not like he's Tommy Milner who's coming in to compete. He's just part of the private label Team Hype.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how you want it to be, I think, sometimes. I think a lot of these guys, having the opportunity to talk to quite a few people through sim racing, a lot of the time they don't want to be treated as anyone special. They want to be treated like everyone else. And to be able to come to a platform, to be able to renew your racing skills and test them in a whole different format, as we watch the replay of what happened to Daniel Croft. Hang on, did Urano get involved in that?
He may just have been tagged by Delict there as they came down into the braking zone. The only way to really judge is to jump on board.
Look.
Crunch.
Would you say that's a penalty? I think I would, to be honest.
I would go as far as to say I feel like Urano's looking a little bit shaky right now.
It's in the wrong championship for everyone else's concern, so
yes.
Realistically, isn't it?
We needed Konstantin Schaaf to have more drama, and then we needed Maniti 17 to have the drama in GTP, so he'd have closer championship fights. Again, just a reminder on that championship situation, the 17 in GTP leads by 90 points, the 190 in GT3 Pro leads by 107 points, which would be enough if Urano sit 1 or 2 at the 6-hour mark to grab the championship. Still got some work to do from this point forward. Ultimately, though, if they finish the race, they probably still lock up the championship.
Yeah, that is definitely true. You would certainly assume that would be the case. Whereas in GTP, it is certainly another story. Well, some good news on that front. I have had word and a promise from Becky Scrivens, that he will come talk to us soon after he's had some food. So I'm going to fingers crossed to hopefully get him in the booth within the next, well, before the end of my comments in half an hour's time. So
got 20 minutes, unfortunately, Will.
Is it 20?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, he'll come and talk to someone. Maybe he needs to eat a little bit faster.
He's going to have to deal with Lorenzo Bonder.
Oh, no. No man should ever be able to have to deal with Lorenzo Bonder.
SRC Bravado, by the way, after slightly short filling, come in probably a good 6 laps earlier than I think we're going to see anyone else come on in, by the way. So that is significant for sure. That's Quasar's Mercedes having another issue. Garrett Thompson this time.
We also saw the Urano car stopping short last time. Remember that it was doing about 32.5 lap average since. Stopped on lap 65 when most GTPs were stopping in the range of 67, 68, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly.
They all came down on... Did they come down under caution? They did.
No. GTP was beforehand. GT3 was in the caution.
That's what I meant. GT3 was... Did you mean GTP, not GT3?
Oh, I don't know. I thought GTP came down before caution.
They did.
It was GT3 that came down on caution.
I thought we were talking about GT3 pit stops.
We were talking about GTP in my head.
This is the problem with the naming convention that they picked.
Yes. Yeah, no, this is true. GTP, GT3,
also,
quite close.
Also, I will just say, Grand Tour is what GT is meant to stand for, right?
They're not, though, are they? They're supercars.
Okay, but in context, if we're going to call anything a Grand Tourer, these are Grand Tourers, right? These look like GT cars. I'm sorry, this is not a GT car.
That's a Grand Tourer prototype. So in a few years, this is what your Grand Tourer will look like, according to the naming sake.
Okay, if we jump on board, I will just show you why I hope that my car never looks like this inside.
Yeah, it's a bit cramped, isn't it? You know, you certainly wouldn't want to be spending a 3-day drive down to Indianapolis in one of these.
Oh, you know how much I'm looking forward to that, Will?
You sound like you really you go most years, no?
Well, last year was my first, and it should be every year from now. But we have decided, we have decreed that this is the year that we're going to go and play the golf course.
What? Oh, hang on, you're going to have to teach me about this. What's the golf course?
So, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 2.5 miles of driving joy, right? It's also home...
All left turns.
Yes, all left turns. But it is also home to 4 holes of the Brickyard Crossing. So
right, so
we are going...
the bricks that used to be laid down.
That's just what the name of the course is.
Right.
So we are going to go and play... We're going to go and play 4 holes of golf inside the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean inside?
Inside, because if you go and look from up above, if you've never actually seen the golf course, you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. But there are 4 holes in the infield. In the infield, and so we're going to go play it. So I decided, you know what? I'm not going to fly with my golf clubs. I'm going to drive myself.
Why not? And power to you.
It works out to be about the same cost, and so I was like, you know what? This way, you know that I have bought some rear wings from Indy cars in the past, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So this time, if, you know, the opportunity presents itself to buy an entire car, well, we'll see how much I can fit into the back.
But you can afford an entire car? Sim racing commentary's been going well. And programming.
Only if it is... crashed. Only if it is unusable in any real car. Now, I do have a front wing dive plane element that came off allegedly Romain Grosjean's car. That is almost mint. So that I can go to an IndyCar team and say, guys, look, I've got a front wing element for you here. You can pick it up and you'll be good to go. But everything else is very much beaten and battered. It's not been an easy couple of laps for the WS Racing Esports team, by the way. This is what happened with Garrett Thompson in the Quasar Mercedes. Is there contact?
Maybe. I'm not
It's
sure.
got to be.
Yeah, I mean, you'd certainly hope so with that type of spin. But then again, we did see that really weird spin, which is still haunting me from that BMW earlier. I'm still confused every time.
And then there's a secondary boop as well that really dug the knife in there.
Yeah, it was like you put the knife in, pulled it out, and put it back in again.
What
Sounds painful, to be honest.
has just happened with Konstantin Scharf, though? Down in 11th. So
The car looks relatively okay.
It does. But Obsidian being all over the back bumper as we cycle to a replay is a worrying moment. And I don't know why Konstantin Scharf felt the need to go so defensive there. Knowing what is on the line, finish and the championship is effectively yours. Just let Pablo Lazar go on through.
Yeah, and a little bit of rear damage has persuaded the Mercedes. It is an aggressive move, and I certainly wouldn't be penalising Obsidian there. Like you say, it's unnecessary. If it was for the win, we've got a little bit to go, I understand it. It's very, very close with oncoming traffic as well.
Yeah, Maniti and the Deutsche Payment car almost got the worst of that. Speaking of Deutsche Payment, Marius Rommelfanger has just come down onto pit lane, so he is very off sequence from the rest of his class now. But we'll see if that plays dividends later on.
It can always play into your hands as being off sync. It can definitely not at many points in time. But if you feel like you've got nothing to lose, then going off sync is potentially the way that you can gain it all back.
My mind is still focused right now on the Urano incident with the Mercedes there. I get what Konstantin Scharf was feeling. Like, I recognize the frustration that he must have been feeling in that situation. You know, he doesn't want to keep bleeding positions. He's in a car that is clear. I don't want to say the BoP is against the Mercedes, because the BoP over a season is always going to favor one car a little bit more in each race. It's never going to be perfect. But clearly the Porsche just seems a little bit more comfortable in the long run. Look at Daniel Ferguson. Look as well at Obsidian, Impulse, all those other cars. Mercedes looks like it takes a bit more to get the most out of, and so I think maybe Konstantin Scharf asking for a little bit more than the race was giving him.
It was too aggressive. I don't want to be harsh on drivers, but considering the championship position, it was a little bit too aggressive as we watch another little spinner going through turn 14?
We're probably
15?
We're probably being more harsh on Urano because we expect more from them at the end of the day. Like, we know how good they can be, and so that's why we expect them to just be...
Sorry, you won't have seen it on your end quite yet, but I do notice that there's been another incident involving Urano down into turn number 1 in a GTP car.
Oh, and I think it's German Sim. There is still smoke on the... you could just see at the back of turn number 1. Will, I get the sense you know a little bit more about this.
Yeah, so German Sim Racing come down the inside. They apply the handbrake of the brakes and slap them a little bit. But it looks like they got away with it in terms of a damage front, but certainly not. It's really unraveling a little bit for Urano at the moment.
On board with the Hydra Race car, yep. Rear end pirouettes around. I think they may have gotten away with that one, but one incident accumulates into another and will accumulate into one more. They'll be hoping they can just cycle through the next 20 minutes into another cycle of pit stops and have it all calm down relatively, because it's a bit more than they would have bargained for. And remember, they didn't qualify great outside of the top 5, but had worked on forward. They've got to do all that work again. Safety car may be something that brings them back into contention.
Like you say, at one point in this race, they were running in second. They definitely seem to have really good race pace. This is where you need your teammate to play the calming role. You don't want to get too frustrated behind the wheel, because it really feels like at the minute everything's going wrong for them. But there is 9 hours and 21 minutes left. There is plenty of time for it all to go back their way, and in the grand scheme of things, we're very likely to see another safety car, if not guaranteed. Am I right, Arjuna?
I think we're guaranteed one.
I think we're guaranteed another safety car.
At least one.
Meaning that really, as long as you stay on the lead lap, everything is still to play for.
I feel like the risk with the cautions is that they've been single car incidents so far. We're not guaranteed a caution by any means. I think we're going to see a couple inevitable cautions, but by no means guaranteed. The reality is as well, 42 cars saw the green, 39 are left running, and I have no doubt that attrition is going to play its part through some part over the course of this race. And so one by one, the track gets less busy, less traffic to deal with, less issues start to happen. Maybe it starts to really... The pace will pick up at the end if we're not having cautions, because we're going to get cooler conditions, because we'll head into the night. Drivers will see the end of the season coming as well, which I think, in my mind, Will, as a driver, once we got closer to the end of the season, it was like the leash had been removed. I always got a lot more excited.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So a lot of these teams may have had disappointing seasons. They may have not had the success that they hoped would happen. And going into this final round is a great way to bounce back for the final season, for going into the next year. You know, the final race of the season, you can give yourself an ending bit with a bit of confidence. You know, I think we're seeing some really good performances by some teams that you maybe wouldn't expect. Obsidian are doing really good. I think Phoenix Racing Esports have done fantastic so far. Pure Sims as well. I mean, you certainly would pick out Pure Sims as a top 5 or 3 team in this grid, but they've been really quick out here today.
Still so long to go, though, ultimately. The pace that we've seen so far is only one indication, and see how the pace develops with the weather as well. I think that's the other thing, because it is starting to get warmer. I was just keeping an eye on this, almost above 30 degrees Celsius, even with this mostly cloudy day that we have got. And as GTP Pit Stops will begin, Munoz the first to begin the cycle. 9 a.m. or so virtual standard time. We know that the hottest it will usually get here in iRacing is closer to 1:30 p.m. There's a long, long way to go before you reach the highest track temperature, and therefore a lot of unknown as to how much drivers will be managing the tires.
Yeah, and like you say, the only intel that I have around about GT tyre wear is that it could be quite treacherous towards the hotter temperatures, and as we creep further and further towards that, your graphic still says mostly cloudy. I'd argue that it's not in sim, because I believe it's partly cloudy. It looks it, at least, to me. What do you think?
That's what iRacing is saying, mostly cloudy.
Ah, right,
yes.
Okay.
We believe what iRacing tells us at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's going to contribute to the higher temperatures, and, you know, we're still only at 8 a.m. in the morning, you know, just coming up on 9, and that means that there's a whole lot more temperature to be added to this track surface.
Absolutely. That wind was something that Lorenzo Bonder was keeping an eye on as well. 24, 29, 30 km/h gusts of wind. Wow, that is not something to sneeze at, especially knowing that prototypes are aerodynamic cars, but even GT3s have become very much aerodynamic beasts. Full service, it would indicate, for both Maniti 79 and Hydra Races number 62, as they've been in pit lane for more than 60 seconds and counting. It's 71 seconds total pit stop time for Jadon Munoz by the time he is dropped and away. Similar time for Tom Hooper in the number 79.
Yep, and I think we're just entering that sequence now. Lap 100 for many, or if not all, of our GTP cars. Covering the Sentry here at just before the 3-hour mark, which would suggest we would get maybe in the vicinity of about 480 laps or something like that? 500 laps?
Something like that. I do believe, by the way, both Munoz and Maniti both sped on pit lane entry, because 70 seconds is abnormally long, given that you can do fuel and tires at the same time.
Which Maniti?
79, yeah, the one that just came in, don't worry, yeah.
The one that we're not concerned about. Well, that would have been a potential blow for the championship car, but luckily it's befallen the lesser
not this one.
In the championship.
Yes.
Yeah, not this one.
And it comes down to that pit lane entry as well, right? Because we mentioned it's a chicane, there's a corner before it, you want to attack as much as possible. Apparently these two have attacked a bit too much.
Well, it's something that can happen, and it happens in many races. You know, you see it throughout officials on iRacing, you see it many a time. As we watch Delict come down into pit lane, we'll be expected to continue on, considering that Dylan is probably eating lunch right now, and
that was
looks
nice.
fairly fine to me, because let's not forget, something that a lot of people may not realise, and it's definitely not true to the real world, this, is that the iRacing pit lane is more lenient. It is more lenient than the real world. The real world, if you enter in 2k faster, they will probably do you for it, because you've gone too quickly through the pit lane. If you average 61 kilometers an hour in a 60 kilometers an hour pit lane, you will get penalised. Here in Sim, you can comfortably do like 61, 62 average, maybe 62 pushing it, and you can also enter at whatever speed you want, as long as you're within the pit lane speed, within about 50 meters.
You are definitely not salty at all. Not one iota.
No, I'm not salty. I'm not salty. I'm just telling the audience how it is.
You've never lost out as a result of that, by the way.
No,
we
never.
talked about high winds, by the way. The direction of the wind is important as well, and maybe it's affecting some of the spins that we've seen. Shout out to Adam Crane, part of our team at RaceSpotTV, who was also on driving duties for Satellite Racing today. It's a tailwind through the first part of Sector 3, and so it's also causing a bit of understeer into turn number 1. Plenty to think about for these drivers, and so 30 kilometers an hour, definitely something to think about. Will, unfortunately, 4 hours comes to an end. We're going to say goodbye to you now. Closing thoughts before you leave the commentary booth here in Fuji.
Give me Becky. Where's Becky? No! No, that's closing thoughts on the race is that I think we've seen some really impressive performances by a number of teams. I'd say Satellite have been standout so far. Maniti 17 and GTP have done what they needed to do. They've been really calm, really collected. In regards to Urano GTP, I think they've been lucky, and I think there's definitely more pace to see from them, and they could still very much go on to win this race. GT3 Pro, Pia Sims have been what seems to be the fastest car, and they've been really strong in that area, and I've been very impressed with them. Despite not getting that 5-second penalty alleviated, they will do soon, as we watch someone going for a little bit of a mow.
Again.
Unfortunately, they've been doing a little bit of mowing this afternoon. Really, the story of the race so far has to be Mercedes-AMG Team Urano, who have looked a slight bit unhinged, yet not too reckless. You would suggest that they are still fine, but if they were to continue as they were, it may become a problem. But as it stands at the moment, everything's been okay, as your GTP pit stops for your leader is just underway. But thank you for having me. I've loved being on the broadcast, as always. It will be, I believe, yourself, Arjuna, for the next 2 hours, and Lorenzo Bonda following you up. Please be nice to Becky and just abuse him for being bad at LMP1 when we raced it last year.
Oh no, we're just going to abuse him for everything. Thank you, Will, for 4 hours. Yeah, 2 more hours with myself alongside Lorenzo Bonda before we switch on over to part 2 on YouTube. Don't forget, we will have to switch on over. And then you and O'Leary will jump on to at least bring some sort of, not sanity, northernness to the broadcast. How about we leave it at that? Lorenzo, I welcome you in to the 12 hours of Fuji with a replay.
Nice.
I think you know what's coming.
Oh yeah, I do. This is going to be good. As we see Pure Sims. This is the thing. I know these LMDH cars can be tricky to break on turn number 1, especially after you go I think it's a mile-long straight, if I remember, a mile and a third long straight. So I don't blame it too much to like overshooting the brakes a little bit or just locking up the brakes and just completely bouncing its rears into the outside part of the tarmac.
That rear locking has been such a big talking point with these cars since they released, and not a surprise to see it continuing to be the case. Kraft does leave the pit lane, by the way, with German Sim Racing blue car behind. He'll be spat out right into the path of the ATRS number 13. Nicholas Hedberg has come out of pit lane a couple of laps ago, and so with his tyres already back up to temperature and pressure, we'll try and work onto the back of him. Talked a lot about Fuji, Lorenzo, and how it's an interesting endurance racing venue. You're just coming off a trip over to Portimao to see the World Endurance Championship.
Yep.
What are your thoughts about Fuji?
Actually, now when I look at Fuji and I looked at the lap times, there's one thing that kind of like approaches me quite a little bit, is how similar in terms of layout they look like. You know, of course, Portimao has one bigger straight than what Fuji has, but in terms of layout or similarities, they do share a lot because you're going up and down like a roller coaster. So it's a challenge for finding the right proper setup in the car. Just because you have a long straight doesn't mean you can go full on low downforce of the car. You still have to contend with a lot of high angled turns, like I think 100, I think it's 200 or 160 yards, something like that. But it's still very tricky track for you to navigate, especially that third sector for traffic. Like you guys seen a few points of this race, how tough it is to navigate with so many corners dividing dive bombs.
Dive bombs, or this is a track. This is a track where it's hard to call them dive bombs at time because of the way the corners funnel on through. I tell you what, Will Chadwick's just left. A few minutes before Dylan Trivens comes and join us in the broadcast booth. We'll see if we can drag him up here to have a chat with us. Dylan, do you have a copy?
Hello.
Hello there. Will got clear well before you came, apparently, so good timing for him there. But talk us through the first stint from your perspective. Looked like an interesting one.
It was pretty fun. Just, yeah, drive away, enjoy driving, whatever. There's not much to say.
Not much practice, I heard, for today?
We had a couple of hours. I think it was more than enough.
Did you do a full race stint, though? That's always the question.
I got close to a full race stint.
How about for tomorrow? Because you'll be back in action here on RaceSpotTV for the BMW M Sim Cup, I believe. A full stint there?
Yes, there's a couple of full stints gone into that. More practice for that race than for this one, yeah, definitely.
I gotta ask, what's it like for you having to split up your focus? Not just, of course, with responsibilities in the real world, which, of course, take priority a lot of time, but having just a 12-hour race where you're fighting for a championship, and then, of course, tomorrow, the BMW M Sim Cup, you're in that championship fight, prize money on the line. How do you split up your attention?
Very carefully. It's really... I've actually found it really, really tough for this weekend. Last weekend that we had also with IVRA, there was an IVRA and Sim Cup clash as well, and that was super tough as well. Because you basically have to like balance your time between practicing for two events during like 2 weeks, 1 week coming up before the race, and it's, yeah, it can be not so nice.
Does it help that it is at least in the same car?
Yeah, that does help.
Okay, because, of course, we've got other people that jump between cars and sims and stuff, and I always wonder, are those helpful or are those hindrances? Have you ever had to jump between sims on the same weekend?
Not competitively, no. And I haven't really touched any other sim in quite a few years now.
Gotcha, okay, so you've just been focused on the iRacing. In terms of the championship, though, I mean, what were you guys thinking coming into this?
Let's go in, drive, do the best we can, try and win, and hope the other car blows up. That's all that can happen. As long as they finish the race, then they won the championship.
All right, so Dylan, basically now that you have this mindset, I have to ask. First question is, what is harder? You know, now that you had to, you had your real life stuff and things like that. Put up with me for a whole weekend, do this, or study for university?
Put up with you for a whole weekend.
I imagine. And what has it been like being a local hero in terms of skating?
Local hero?
Yeah.
Nah, I wouldn't say local hero.
Fair. Arjuna, you can go back. I had to ask these two on the broadcast.
Dylan, I'm curious now what the plan is driving-wise for the rest of the race. 12 hours, how do you split it up?
We've got Vlad helping us, Vlad Kimichev helping us for this race. He hasn't driven any of this championship, but he wanted to join in and have some fun with us. So we'll split it between the three of us.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race. I'm sure you guys will be busy picking away through the rest of the traffic, hoping for some safety cars that maybe don't bring down the gap that you had built up at the start of the race as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Thanks for joining us, Dylan. As always, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers.
Always fun to chat with the drivers just after they've come out of the stint, and maybe fortunately for Dylan, he doesn't have to chat with Will Chadwick. Depends, I guess, how you look at that one. Now, let's not forget, quick rundown of the race if you're just joining us, coming up on about 3 hours done in this 12 hours of Fuji. Here's that Pure Sims esports car of Daniel Ferguson that leads in GT3 Pro. Now, they've got that 5-second time penalty still lingering over them to be served at the next cycle of pit stops. Already, though, it's almost 4 full seconds that they built up to Maniti, to Phoenix Racing Esports, Obsidian, to Impulse. That Pure Sims car is on rails today.
Yeah, I don't know if it is something they probably learned from the World GT Challenge or Championship that we broadcast here on RaceSpot, because when we broadcasted this race, it was an endurance race, and they kept it quiet, but they were like in really good spots, but then made a master class in terms of pit strategies. And that, not that you have 5 seconds on the pit stops, of course, it's a little bit of a hamper on whatever you probably have in terms of planning on the long run. But knowing Pure Sims over here and seeing what they have, the track record in the past is, if we get more yellow flags, is what do they come up with to actually get an edge on the opponents? Because, to be fair, regarding all other teams, that's the team that I think is most prepared for this track other than the rest in the GTE class.
Coming to the end of this hour, should see GT3 pit stops trickling in again, because they have, for the most part, just been coming in the 2 previous cautions that we have had so far today. Lorenzo, you, I think, are more educated in the ways of Super GT than Will Chadwick is. Can you name some Super GT circuits that aren't Suzuka, that aren't Fuji, etc.?
Absolutely. Which one do you want to hear? Every single one of them.
You go, because I know that you probably know the couple that we hadn't talked about.
Sugo, Altopolis.
There you go. Those are the 2 I was waiting for.
And these are the 2. They wanted to go. They wanted to go to Buriram, if I remember correctly, which is in Thailand. But yes. I don't know if they actually went last season. I'm trying to remember that. I have to look it up on Wikipedia to confirm that.
They did, didn't they?
I think they did.
Yeah.
That's why I need to confirm. But these are the three tracks that I remember. They tried it like back in the day racing in Bisu. I think back when Super GT was more like the Japanese GT Championship. But Ibizu is very tight, and we know from a fact it's not a GT track, rather more a drift track than anything else. But it's still raceable. You can race over there if you want to. Autopolis
and Sugo are the 2 that I was waiting for. Sugo is one that I've heard a couple of people say that is their favorite track in the world, which I find quite...
It's one of the best.
I find it interesting because I like it. I've never experienced it on a sim, though. That's the thing.
I think the only sim that, if you want to consider it a sim, and this is like me going into like poking the bear a little bit.
Don't start.
Yeah. It's like, is that game from a certain studio? It's not our factory.
That's right.
It's from Project Cars.
Oh, I have played it on a yes, quote unquote sim before. You're right.
Yeah, so it's I think the only sim it's on Project Cars. I haven't seen Sugo on any other sim, and Altopolis was in Project Cars as well, because they had the track prior to this when they were back in Need for Speed, when Slightly Mad Studios made Need for Speed. So it's a very interesting track, because if you look at it, it kind of looks like a little bit of a Okayama of sorts, but the flow is completely different. It's a very technical track. I think of all tracks in the entirety of the Super GT season, I think that's the trickiest track for you to nail a perfect lap, because like you're always on the limit when you go through the turns. So that's why it makes Sugo very appreciative for the drivers that have never driven that track before, but once they drive it, it becomes an instant favorite of drivers, because it is a driver's track.
Let's take a look at a moment that has involved the Pure Sims GTP, and the ATRS GTP got the worst of it. Yeah, Garrett Thompson slapping back into the side of that number 13 machine, and I think the question really will be, was this necessarily on? As we ride on board with Daniel Kraft, I think the answer is definitely a no.
It's a slam dunk now.
I can understand what he's thinking. He sees a door being left open, but a GT3 has got to turn in. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I went 3 hours without ranting about too many GTP things.
I figured.
Yeah.
You've been holding it in. Like, from what I saw, you've been holding it in quite a lot.
They've been
which
good.
Is like,
They've been good for the most part. That's the thing. Joshua Chin tried to go around the outside of that corner and spun himself. It's not to say you can't go to the inside. The Maniti car just proved it there. But you've got to be alongside before. You can't just send it from Suzuka. Sorry, rant over.
No, I agree. It's weird if you think about it. It's like just because a certain Brazilian driver said if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver, doesn't mean you have to go for any single gap that exists in the face of the earth, even if it is a minimal one. So I agree. If it is like maybe on 99% of the times you'd not go there because you would go because like, oh, you're not gonna get penalized. This is not league racing. If you go officials, you're gonna go in. The worst thing you can get is like a 4x or maybe a 2x. But still, it's not good driving standards, which for me is baffling.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll swiftly move on and hope that there's no other major drama. Talked about this earlier, Lorenzo. You were noting the gusts of wind across the track, but
yeah.
Will and I have been more tracking that track temperature, which is up to 31 degrees Celsius. I get the sneaking suspicion it is going to crest above 40 by the time we get to its peak. However, it raises the question, specifically when it comes to GTP, how have the teams been playing with their tires? Because they got 14 sets to play with, including the ones that they started on, for what was 18 stints. So there was guaranteed to be a few double stinting stints in there. Surely you wanted to try and get those done at the start.
No, absolutely. And I think even if you get it on the start, it's a little bit tricky for you to navigate, especially for GTPs. I was having this conversation with Fraser prior to come to the broadcast, and I'm not going to go deep into details, but there have been some interesting tire strategies, maybe like short stinting, things like that, to try to minimize the potential danger of overusing every single tire at the end of the stint, of all stints at the end of the race, so you can have like a spare one if case needed be for you to have a mega push at the end.
You want to get to the end of the race with no spare tire sets at the end. If you have spare tire sets, you've done something wrong.
No. I mean for your final pit stop, like you're not relying on a double stint.
But you also need to make sure that you've kept yourself in contention earlier on. It's a...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the wizardry around tires can be very difficult to pick your way through, especially knowing that the temperatures are so dynamic and not guaranteed to be what they are. We've been going non-stop for about 4 hours here on RaceSpotTV, so as much as Lorenzo Bonza is a fresh face in the commentary booth, I think it's time that we enjoy the sounds of some of these engines for a little bit. There's no close battles in GTP, Lorenzo. Do you prefer an Audi or do you prefer a Porsche?
Ooh, now you put me on the spot. I've listened to enough Porsches for an entirety of a month, so I want to hear an Audi rather than a Porsche.
All right. I tell you what, let's jump on board with the Phoenix Racing Esports. 105 of Rafael Renhofer running in third and trying to chase down Maniti Racing. Let's experience a couple of laps here at this Fuji Speedway. We're running into the midway part of this season finale, the 12 Hours of Fuji. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpotTV as we work our way past the first 3 hours and closer to the halfway mark of the season finale of your GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA, the 12 Hours of Fuji. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, on hand with Lorenzo Bonder for these next couple of hours in through what's going to be a fascinating pit stop cycle for your GTDs, and of course with the GTPs already halfway through their run. We are riding on board first with the Audi of Phoenix Racing Esports, then with your race leader of Pure Sims Esports and Daniel Ferguson. Meanwhile, while that was all going on, with the pit stop shaking on through, it has meant that there's a bit of a little gaggle that we've got here brewing up in towards Coca-Cola. Glacier Racing running in 7th, have SimCity, Phoenix Racing, and then the Mercedes AMG Team Urano cars all ensconced in a fight, but with SimCity Racing still yet to owe us a pit stop. Lorenzo, with the way the weather's playing out, still a long way to go in this race, and plenty of drivers still trying to manage their tires.
Yeah, which is quite interesting to see. We're talking about, winds and things like that, and we know the weather's going to pick up. It's going to go over 40. If there's one thing that is traditionally tricky, especially through the spring, the Japanese spring, it's very hot and very humid. So it's hard for you to manage tires with how moist can get the tires, because you have high humidity going up to 90% depending on circumstances, while trying to manage 40 degrees to try to balance it all out. So finding that a proper balance in terms of tires, not overdriving them too much, and having spare sets for you to go through the stints throughout every single pit stop is going to be essential for you to maximize the performance of the car towards the end, and especially if you got a late yellow flag where everything can turn on its head. And
of course we have already said how important that the tire conservation is going to be. We talk about the fact that there are tire sets. Now, one thing that we haven't said is that once you use all your tire sets, Lorenzo, I'm pretty sure iRace, even if you need tires, iRacing will fundamentally just be unable to give them to you.
Let's just say you use the left-hand set, and you're thinking you're gonna have available for the future. No, you cannot use compounds. If you use a set, you use every set. Basically, let's just say I'm using left-hand sides. You basically use a full set for only left-hand sides only, if I remember correctly. So it's tricky. It's tricky for you to try to maybe have something towards the end, and you realize, we might have made a blunder.
Might have made a small blunder at the end of the day. Down the inside goes some GTP traffic as they all funnel through that very tight chicane in the final sector or so of the lap. Alex Gall still leads, by the way, in that GTP class, but with increasing pressure from the number 17 Maniti racing car that, of course, is your championship leader. Then you've got Joop de Ligt and Urano's number 90. SRC Movano back on a little bit more of an even keel in terms of pace with the rest. Luke Marchand running in 4th. Daniel Kraft, of course, in 5th after being involved in a couple of things. Jaden Munoz, Maniti Racing's Tom Hooper, 7 and 8th after speeding on pit lane for them, but they are still left on the lead lap. Cannot be said for Phil Kraus in the private label team hype number 73, who is 2 laps down from the field and has just come out of your pit lane. Mercedes AMG Urano getting past that Phoenix Racing Esport car. But in the recovery drive for the 190, they're still only sitting in 8th position after Konstantin Scharf went for an aggressive block. Maybe he didn't really need to do so. Ultimately, Urano's goal now, I guess, Lorenzo, just cracking back up into the top 5.
Yeah, but cracking back to the top 5 with the Porsches dominating the race they probably have been throughout the races is going to take a little bit more of an effort. They probably wanted to make it the start of the race. Of course, you have the breakup and the separation and everything through to the GTP cars making those overlaps. So it's going to take a special kind of a drive from Laubish and whoever's I'm just trying to check, and Scharf and everybody who's driving that car moving forward to get within that top 5.
Did hear that the GTP Urano car is going to have Vlad Kimichev joining as well, so that's interesting to know. He said he'd never raced in the championship before, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on.
Yeah.
And it was also interesting when Dylan was telling us about, you know, trying to prep for 2 different tracks on the same weekend. It helps that, of course, they are in the same car. But Fuji and Road America, I'm trying.
Very different.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where the similarities are.
I can find one similarity in long straight.
That's about
That's
it.
Maybe if you want, if you want to add up roller coaster, because you do go up and down a little bit.
Kind of. I mean, 100R, I guess, is similar-ish to the carousel, but not really.
And if I remember correctly, Road America has 2 more kilometers than Fuji, so 1 or 2 more kilometers than Fuji. So it's a bigger track in terms of distance than Fuji is.
Yeah.
I was trying to look at Fuji. I think I'm actually was looking at that. The current configuration is 4.5 kilometers. I know Road America is 6.5, so it's something like it. So it's quite a lot, which is kind of weird to see. If you grab them from the map and look them from afar, you would say that Fuji on the paper would look the bigger because you have the longer straight. So it's weird, you know.
Might see a swap for second here as Maxim Naz is going to see Urano's number 90 closing up in the rearview mirrors. Now remember, 1 and 2 in the championship with 90 points splitting them coming into this one. Maniti effectively just finished inside the top 5 and should be good to hang on to the championship, but for Urano, it's a little bit counter to that. They effectively will want to win to maximize points. I'll be hoping for some misfortune to strike that number 17 machine. Halfway points are such an interesting complexion to add, Lorenzo, because it's not just that you're giving half the points at halfway, or half the points that you would give at the end. You've increased the total amount of points that you can give out as well. And so when you think about it now, you get 50 points if you win at the halfway mark. You get 100 points if you win at the checkered flag. Getting 50 points, being perfect at the halfway mark, means you're already 33% of the way to the total points you can get over the course of the entire race, despite only finishing half of the distance.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if the long race of the season worked like the similar to what worked, I think, in Neo at the 24 hours, the esports series, that I think they were awarded 1.5 points back in the day, or like even at the end of the season, for going to the long races at the halfway distance and even the final distance. So I just need to confirm the regulations, but still, being perfect doesn't mean you can actually get towards the end. Even if like all championships are wide open, but like for GT3 rather, for example, it looks like it takes a miracle for you to actually win the championship, and even the point gaps make sure that you need very, very big disaster from teams like Maniti, for example, for you to lose the championship.
Weather conditions just continuing to get warmer and warmer here, as we should see the SLC Movano number 3 down in probably the next lap or 2 here. 37 runners still left of your 42 starters, so still seeing a relatively healthy car count out on track, although the number of battles has definitely shrunken down, at least for the time being. Pure Sims did serve their 5-second penalty, by the way, in that previous cycle of pit stops, and so as a result, they are no longer your leader in class. However, they're still only about 5 seconds off the back of Obsidian Racing and Pablo Lazar, who I do believe did a slightly short field last time, Lorenzo, with 37.7 seconds. They're getting themselves off cycle, but making, I think, a very strong statement to potentially be in a good spot come the halfway mark.
Interesting. 37.7. Yeah, I would say maybe a few seconds last, like 29 seconds, and add up to the 5 seconds of pit stop. That sounds likely, yeah. But still, it's on the round number. Maybe you would get a lap last or something like that on your opponent.
Not sure. I'm terrible with strategy at the end of the day. I let the smarter people figure it out, and more importantly, usually we let Timing 71 figure it all out as well. Side by side with the Pearsons and Hydra Race Geodesic Racing cars, they're going to use Maniti's GT3 potentially as a pick as they descend out of turn 1 and rumble towards 2 and 3, but it is already Munoz clear of Kraft and cycling on through. I like Fuji, don't get me wrong. I do like Fuji. I think Fuji is going to be a lot more interesting, though, when we get weather.
Yes, I agree 100%. I think one of the best races I ever not broadcasted. I think I never broadcasted even on other sims Fuji with rain. But one of the best races I ever seen was Fuji on rain on the F1 GP of 2007.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, Fuji to me is more interesting when there's rain.
Yeah, because it is very unpredictable.
And because it's got that Japanese concrete as well, the lines are...
Weird.
Weird, yes. No, exactly. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, for me, it's going to be every single Japanese track we move forward once rain comes. According... And this is not my fault. Greg West said this, if I remember correctly. He said this year, if it comes this year, which I don't know if it comes, I'm just saying, tinfoil hat, will make, I think, all the Japanese tracks very interesting for you to drive. São Paulo, Interlagos, or São Paulo, whatever you want to say, very interesting to drive because São Paulo has unpredictable weather, unless it is summer.
We also then have to start wondering how much do the individual concrete surfaces and stuff actually there are so many so many dynamic variables are going to come into play with the rain that I am finding it very difficult to actually sit back and have a picture for what it's going to look like. Of course, we've got the extra little complexion of the weather forecasting that we've already kind of seen some pictures of and stuff. So I think it's going to be really curious. GTP Pit Stops, by the way, continuing to cycle through. Here's Tom Hooper in that Maniti Racing number 79, heading in towards his box at the very end of pit lane. I wonder what track in iRacing, though, if we were going to talk about the rain being the most impact. Let's take the Nordschleife out of this.
I was going to mention Nordschleife. But
which track is going to be the most impacted by rain?
Ooh, wow. I'm trying not to look into the long ones, like Spa, for example. Interlagos, just where to know where he's going to have clean patches of tarmac or something like that. Japanese, like I said, Japanese tarmac is weird. Daytona?
I don't know.
Sebring, maybe?
Sebring, yes. Sebring for sure. Daytona's not one that I think is going to be a challenge. I feel like Daytona, it probably is going to be pretty cut and dry, whether you want rain tires or not. Yeah, these are... I don't know how it's going to impact the teams in their preparation work as well, like how much more they're having to test all these different configurations of the track with different weather settings, how much... how you get a setup that works in the dry and the wet. There's a lot that basically I do not understand.
Yeah, one other track I'm thinking about is maybe Bathurst.
Again, I think Bathurst is going to be, I don't want to say trivial, but Bathurst isn't one where I'm thinking that I'm going to be concerned that one part is raining while another is not. Maybe you get
precisely.
Maybe you get the issues of like puddles on the top of the mountain and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, if the mountain gets very wet and then the bottom part of the track gets more, I'm not gonna say moist, but less wet, but you have like a dry line for you to use the car and be more effective with the slicks rather than the wet tires. So it's like it compensates. So it's kind of tricky. So this is what I want to see. If the rain applies for the entirety of the track, because I know Nürburgring, we know that you can have snow at one point, rain at one point of the track because it is just too long and it works many different ways. So yeah, it's like that's what I'm curious to see about how rain comes in effect will affect the sim, you know.
I still think we've been thinking about it for so long. I think we're all just at the point where we want to see it for real and get our hands and play around with it.
Precisely.
I think it's going to be interesting. Of course, the rain updates that we got most recently came in a blog post mostly focused around dirt improvements and some of the stuff that's going to be going on there. So dirt fans who maybe felt that they were being left aside can look at that. No new dirt road content. I know there were some of the World Championship off-road drivers hoping for Wheatland to be added, but it doesn't sound like that is coming. They said a lot of the work that's going on with the dirt oval and dirt road stuff, similar sort of improvements may come over to oval racing, which is going to make the oval racers that have been complaining about a lack of dynamic wear and whatnot, dynamic track or whatever they're complaining about, happy. It's just good to see that they're giving a little bit more love. Ultimately, we don't care about all of that. We just want more GTPs and GT3s.
Yeah, give us like Felipe Albuquerque said, like they were doing stuff maybe with the Acura, rumblings about the Cadillac, LMP3 or Dentist series. I heard you guys talking about GT2s. Give GT2s respect. I like them.
No, I mean GT2s have their place. Don't get me wrong, but I haven't. If it came to iRacing at the expense of other content, I think that would be a shame.
Okay, all right. That I would agree on. Okay,
it's a car that, again, it's fast in a straight line, but a dog through the corners, and it's intentionally designed that way, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's a car that's got a market. It's going to sell. Race cars still have to be sold at the end of the day. There needs to be a market for them, so it's good. Dentists can have their GT2s. I don't need a GT2.
What you need is an LMP3 in your life, Arjuna, and you'd be back.
Well, okay, so I actually feel like if done right, there is an important spot for the LMP3. I agree. I will give you an example here in the IVRA suite of competitions. Why not add the LMP3 to the Club Sport Series? Going back to when it used to be the DGFX Club Sport Series, it used to have the Radical as a quote-unquote prototype. So,
yeah, that is true. And if I remember correctly, there were rumblings about making the GT3 class next season the LMP3 class. So, I mean,
we got LMP3, and then we can also talk about the LMGT3 that's coming to the Circuit de la South as well. That's beside the point. Old tires for satellite racing, though, and it's time that they give up the ghost. Maniti will take the point. Joop de Ligt in close pursuit as well, but no fight put up there. Alex Gall knew exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, just clean and crisp. And I think one of the things that Will, I nearly said Chill Wedwick, was talking about is I'm impressed with how Satellite is poisoning themselves in this race. Not taking away what Alex Gall has done. If Cy Andre is going to drive later, or whoever takes over the car, is going to be Adam Crane or something like that. You know, I'm impressed with what they've done. It goes similarly to what they've done at Daytona, finding the right car, finding the right pace. The strategy is there, so they just have to close it out and see if they're going to finish it out the season on top.
How long will it take for Urano to get on through as well? Pit stops should be due in about 5 or 6 laps time as well, so we'll see them head on through and see who's going to be the most aggressive in this cycle. We should see, I think, Alex Gall get out. He's been in that car now for, what, 3.5 hours? Maxime Naz, de Ligt likely probably to stay on in, especially given that they're on the first of the double-stinted tires. We're not at the point yet where I think they'll be changing tires in every single stint, but they'll all want to be set up in that sort of a situation. Let's go back and talk about GT3. Now, this class became a lot less interesting after the first caution when they got separated and dropped behind the GT3 Pro drivers. It's still Prestanda Nomad that leads here by 1.5 seconds, but now it's Talk Freak Racing and David Barraclough. Of course, they got penalized after being involved in contact on lap 1 through Dunlop, but they're back in contention. Satellite Racing's BMW still sits in a podium spot with the Valorous Motorsport car trying to recover and get past them. Jeremiah Kaiser trying to make amends for his mistake. The Archer Brothers car that was so dominant in qualifying, almost half a second clear, currently outside of the top 5.
Yeah, and this one of those class in the GT3 class, I know it doesn't seem like it is important, but even though we saw at the beginning of the points, it's like the biggest one. We saw, I think it was about 178 points that separated the leader to P2. So I know due to the breakaway and the lack of pace, maybe of some teams being separated way too easily rather than the GT3 Pro cars. So I don't think there's anything that is going to develop for the next few hours, but right now it's all just a true tactical and gap race from what it goes for the next few hours.
8 hours and 30 minutes left to go. There's a long way to play in this race, and as Alex Gall gets removed from second, demoted down to third, it's the Urano car that cycles on forward, but now 1.5 seconds off the back of the number 17 championship rival. Still got some time left to go. Now, haven't had much of a reason to go back and look at some replays, and so it's probably time that we take a look at something. That's a German sim racing having a bit of an odd one. Is that a hardware failure?
Looks like.
Dead monitor or something? Because he just tries to keep it as straight as possible.
Or maybe like either that or like pedals maybe not fully working or something like that. Shut down.
That does seem to me like one of those cases where all the monitors go black.
Yeah.
You wait for it to turn back on, or you click it back on again, and then eventually you can go.
Interesting.
We thought we had seen something similar with the Hydra Race Geodesic racing car. That turned out to have a broken left front suspension. Not the case on that German sim racing car, which is still going. Niels van Pen is in 15th in the GT3 Pro class and continues to run, but is unable to have some luck. Being unable to work on forward, by the way, Daniel Ferguson, after serving the 5-second penalty, has been unable to close on your race-leading Pablo Lazar in that Obsidian Racing 138. I just wonder, again, if the slightly lighter fuel load that Lazar is carrying is enabling him to just run some slightly better lap times.
Yeah, just taking a quick look. I think on a lap-by-lap basis, there has been like marginal gains from Lazard, and even everybody's trying to push. He's still wide open in the GT3 Pro as from what it looks like. But then again, I think my timing screen has frozen as well, so I have to refresh that and take a look again. But it's been an up and down battle of sorts in GT3 Pro. But from what it looks like, this is going to be coming down maybe to the final pit stop, I would say, Arjuna.
Yeah.
Especially with pure sims, with those 5 seconds back. I'm wondering what do they have on their sleeves to try to go back and try to do a strategy masterclass.
What I will say is we can basically guarantee that it's going to come down to the final cycle of pit stops, in my opinion, at least, as we see Maniti and Urano both come into pit stops at the exact same time. It leaves Satellite Racing out there, as that looks like Urano having to serve a penalty. Now, I may have missed that on my board, but
Dang.
Was there something that came down? It was 5 seconds for contact with the number 1 Pure Sims car. And so as Maxime Naz finds his box, it's only going to be a 5-second penalty for Joop de Ligt as he now finds his way to the end of the lane.
Weird, but All right, I might have missed it though. Just I blinked out of the screen for a second, because I know if you serve a penalty, it has to be on the back of the pit stop.
Yep, that's what.
I think Naz did that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
No, that's what Joop de Ligt did. Maxime Naz didn't have the penalty.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
interestingly, de Ligt does just get out. It is Vlad Kimichev who is going to get in. And so now, as Urano sits and waits, Maniti drops and rolls. And with the 5-second buffer that they've now built up, see how they fare. Of course, should see Alex Garlin in the next few laps. The fact that they've gone so long...
31.
Yeah, but the fact that they're going so long relative to the rest of the class, like, they're the longest. No, everyone else has already come into pit. Alex Garl, Satellite Racing will go the longest. Not only do I believe that they are the ones being the most careful with tires, just wonder if they've got something planned for fuel as well.
Knowing how Sai and Adam can be crafty, right? I would say they have something. They're brewing something, you know. Just what it is, I'm not sure. I would say more tire related than fuel related, in my opinion. I think everybody's kind of like going on the 30 lap marks, maybe 31, 32 tops. So it's like I'm liking what they're cooking at the time being.
You're giving Sayandra a lot of credit, right?
I'm trying to keep my foot down.
He's not even part of the team today, Lorenzo. It's Adam Crane.
I know, but still, like he usually likes to come up with a few things prior to the race. So like, I'm trying to give the team its credit. I'm trying to discern as much of as Adam Crane I can actually do before he comes into my private messages on Discord and say, give me more credit, man.
He should. The new team owner, team manager at Satellite Racing. And take credit, I think. Now, yeah, I was going to say, I think Garl is going to actually come in this lap just based on lap times and whatnot. And so this committed pit entry, which has already caught out a couple in terms of speeding. You can see how early he got on the lane as well, on the limiter rather, as he entered the lane. So an important pit stop, just as Niels van Pen has another issue in that German sim racing Audi.
They're not having the brightest of days, aren't they? Ooh, nearly come back in front, I think, from what it looks like. Hell Racers?
No, WS Racing Esports.
Yeah, like the livery is pretty much nearly equal. I was gonna say WS as like second option, but I have a. This is something that I think on Portimão actually made me realize. I have a bone to pick with the GTP cars nowadays.
Okay.
All right, so I've watched 4 hours of the race. Didn't watch the final 2 hours because I had to go.
Lorenzo Bonder may be having some internet issues, so we'll try and cycle back to him when we can. Meanwhile, Adam Crane drops and rolls away from the lane. Where is Maniti? Where is the Urano car in comparison? Well, Maniti's already flown on past, and as Satellite heads back out onto the track, it's going to be about 4 seconds adrift of your race leader, but still 4 seconds clear of Urano, who have really lost a lot of time through the pit stop cycle there, unfortunately. See if we can have a chat with Manuel Sudau in the Maniti Racing number 17. Manuel, do you have a copy?
I have a copy. Hi, Juna. Nice to hear you again.
Nice to chat with you as well, Manuel. I mean, interesting start to this race. You haven't jumped into the car just yet, so what's been your view from a million miles in the sky?
A million miles in the sky. I think I think so far we're doing quite good. So as Dylan in his interview earlier also mentioned, I mean, we're pretty aware what we have to do and what we don't have to do. And Mats and Maxime so far are doing a super clean job. Like, there was almost no situation that was kind of close despite the heavy traffic, and pace is good. We're focusing on our strategy, going on the long term, and yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, quite eventful, and some crashes already showed us how fast it can be done, and that's exactly what we're not allowed to do today. So yeah.
I gotta ask, 90 points, the lead coming into this one. So was the game plan pretty simple? Just finish?
Well, more or less, yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly, but I think if in halftime points we're somewhere around where we are right now, it should be almost done already, I think, given some cars dropped out. Always speaking if we finish, but right now, to be honest, we just focus on what we need to do, and that is like keeping it on track and enjoying the car. We have a super nice setup to drive. It's a lot of fun, and I'm also very excited to jump in the car soon. So yeah, let's get it on. It's very like it makes me more nervous sitting there and just looking at it than like being in the car myself. So.
Let's talk about the car in particular, because of course 2 rounds of this championship were in the Dallara LMP2 car. The subsequent 4 have been in this BMW M Hybrid V8. You guys showed speed on either side of the switch of car. You've been consistent through the season as well. I do have to ask, how have you found the process of learning this car, the hybrid system, the braking and all of that? How much more comfortable are you 5 months on from its release?
Yeah, to the last question is easiest to answer. I would say way more comfortable. There has been an incredible learning curve, to be honest. I mean, not gonna lie, also like the LMP2, after 2.5 years of driving it, we were like very into it, and we had a setup approach that was like a general setup approach of the car that wasn't really seen by many other teams, so that gave us an advantage. So now in this car, it dropped us back initially, but yeah, we fought our way back. Also the setup work, Motegi was already a top class setup, I would say, and now this one is also very good. So definitely, yeah, got into this whole car and in terms of how to set it up. But yeah, of course, also the driving style is very different. For me personally, if I can say that, it was very challenging to adapt to that. So easy speaking, you don't really push the car so much to be fast. If you have like a little bit of longer braking phases, it makes you recuperating more energy. So you don't really brake it very roughly, like maybe in the LMP2. So you don't really drive the car to its limits, and that kind of feels odd sometimes. But at the same time, to have the car like a driving style like this in an endurance race is also quite nice, because you can really get into the rhythm pretty much, and yeah, all these things together, I think winning this championship would be yeah, really an incredible establishment, I would say, like accomplishment, sorry, because of all those challenges. I don't know, the level of the other competitors also, it's crazy. So I'm pretty proud what we've showed so far, and I really hope we can just finish it today and yeah, close the book.
What's it been like settling in with the guys over at Maniti Racing after switching over from Team RSO? The paint looks great. I've got no problems with seeing another big green machine. What's it been like for you and the guys behind the scenes just getting adjusted to the new way of working?
Yeah, that was really easy. I mean, everyone at Maniti is super nice, and we have so many helping hands, and it's also a great atmosphere on the team. It's also amazing to see our newest additions to the team, Tom Hooper and Philip Schiff, who are also having their debut on IVRA today. They're doing a great job, and also, to be honest, it's like the biggest difference is we have way more manpower to prepare for the races, so almost double the amount of data. Many cool ideas and innovative ways to set the car up, and that also enabled us to learn more. We're kind of pushing us more, so I think overall it was a good improvement in terms of competition and learning. But yeah, also not gonna lie, RSO was a very long journey that we had there. It was very successful, and still we're good friends with the old team, and half of the season was under the blue flag, and now it's the green flag. So I don't know, but ultimately, honestly, to be honest, I just want to win this. So
well, you still got 8 hours left to go, a long way. Can't relax just yet, but Manuel, hopefully you're chatting with the team in another 8 hours time as champions. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot, guys, and enjoy the races.
Manuel Sudau jumping in to say hello. Always great to have a chat with him, and as I said, it is great to see another big green machine, although the big green machine has a big advantage now at the front. Adam Crane has jumped in to replace Alex Gall behind the wheel of the Satellite Racing number 64, and immediately under threat as Vlad Kimichev hunts him down from behind. Believe Lorenzo Bonder joins us once again in the RaceSpot commentary booth.
Mario.
There we go. Lorenzo, now we get into the middle phase of the race effectively. We're about to hit 4 hours down. We're about to have the middle 4 hours on the agenda where we're not just trying to survive, we're not just trying to set ourselves up for those final 4 hours. This is where the halfway points will be handed out as well.
Yeah, halfway points at 6 hours. We know the 50 points, especially for teams. I'm just trying to grab over here just really quickly the standings, like teams like Urano and things like in the middle of the pack, like Pure Sims, that are looking for those points, you know. And there's one thing we're not even talking about is maybe avoiding the top 6 that would avoid for you to do the pre-quali next season. It's going to be important out throughout the 3 classes. So, so far, the ones would be safe. Use Manini, Urano, and Pure Sims on the GTPs. GT3 Pro, the safe ones would be Impulse and Urano. So, it's tricky.
It's very, very tricky. Again, remember, GT3 Pro is where the top 2 in the championship, of course, get the automatic entry into the 24-hour series. Means that they will not have to go through that pre-qualifying process next year, as long as they meet all the entry requirements for the series itself, which you would hope they do. Another look at the race control notice board, by the way. We'll just try and keep you abreast of some of the different things that are going on there. Garrett Thompson in the Quasar 225 is going to get a 40-second penalty for his involvement in the contact that we saw with the ATRS Esports GTP, as well as that Pure Sims #1. 45 seconds as well went the way of Samuel Robson in the Archer Brothers car. Drives across the racing line was the description of the incident, so that's not ideal for them either. 60 seconds went the way of German Sim Racing in that 167, I do believe, for Adam Mulkovic, and partially explains why they are all the way down through the field. But after what was a clean opening hour where there was a total of like some 4 protests, none in qualifying, for less than 4 hours down, we're just under 40 protests as Vlad Kimichev sails on past Adam Crane.
Yeah, done and dusted for Vlad over there, and Adam not making much of an effort, just trying to keep that car, I would say, within the top 3, which is going to be really good for them at the end of the season, given the fact they are outside of the top 6, but they still have chances because the rack competition is private label Team Hype. They're out of the picture basically, and Movano not having the best of races as well.
No, Movano's on a slightly contra strategy to everyone else, so we will just keep an eye on that, but at least for the time being, it doesn't seem as though that necessarily is trending in any direction that warrants an eye on it, at least for the time being. Up through the final sector, these drivers go once again. You did notice just at the back of the shot, Urano and the Phoenix Racing Esports, Mercedes and Audi, 7th and 8th positions, about 5 seconds off the back of the WS Racing Esports car. They're closing at a decent rate of knots, closing on Orion Race Team as well. But you get the sneaking suspicion that without any other safety car intervention, and we've gone now a decent chunk of time without an additional safety car, it's going to be difficult for Urano to claw their way any higher than potentially the top 4.
Yeah, I agree, because like I said before, Porsches are dominating the field, right? Their pace has been far superior than everybody else. There's just no way to catch them. I was just actually looking at the BoP. Even with the 9 kilos they have, and the Merc has 99.5 less, 0.5% less of power, I would say that 0.5% of power is making a huge difference whenever you really try to bring out the top performance of the car, especially through these, I would say, low speed sections, mid to low speed sections, where I think the Porsche is dominating on the Mercedes on the long run.
Wonder how it's getting in terms of tires as well, knowing that the temperature could be affecting how that all plays out as well. Oh boy, and now I've just gotten word that apparently the number 90 machine is going to have to come back in and reserve its 5-second penalty to not spend the requisite amount of time stationary, and so Vlad Kimichev, Delict, and then of course Dylan Shrivens will find themselves having to fight their way back. They still should hold on to third position, all things considered, but it's the responsibility of the team to serve the penalty properly, given that we have the penalty box, and so unfortunately not working out. Replay, though, of what happened to the fiercely forward car, as unfortunately not moving forward or sideways.
Yeah, you're definitely moving fiercely backwards.
Look from up above and you'll just see it's out of the chicane as he tries to then set up through the right. It's far off to the left, and I wonder if he just unsettled the car on the curbing there. And that was that. Great.
Could be wind related, or maybe like the fact that there's a lot of the track is humid of sorts.
That is the point of the track where the wind would be unsettling the car the most. So
yeah, and we've seen the majority of the mistakes throughout this race have either been there or turn 1. So
yeah,
I don't know.
This coming corner, the final corner as well, has been a little bit loose, even though we haven't seen the slips necessarily. Turn 1 is understeer on entry, and I maybe wonder if as you get out of the direct blast of the wind, if the way that it then just shifts the moment of the inertia being applied on the car, if it pirouettes you around. That's in the GT3s. You can't use that excuse when you're in a GTP, unfortunately. Because you have to take responsibility for the fact that you have the ability to lock your brakes. SimCity Racing, the next car, having a bit of a slip and slide. This is through Coca-Cola, and it's on the exit curb. No damage.
Good drift. Good safety. I'm trying to remember who made this similar mistake now.
We've seen it once. It was Delta Sport that brought out the first caution, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, but there was a car before that that did the same mistake. A GT3 as well. So it was weird. It's kind of like maybe because you're bouncing off the curb, there might be a little bit of moisture in the curbing itself whenever you come back and try to make contact into the track. Maybe that that wetness is making have the car with very little grip, so might be upsetting the car a little bit. I don't know, just minor technicalities that I'm trying to pay myself some attention upon.
Take a look at those weather conditions again very quickly. By the way, you'll just note that it's up above 36 degrees Celsius now, so it is very much starting to pick up. And only at 10 a.m. right now as well. That is the thing that is interesting. I think this from 6 hours on is where I think we're really going to see teams struggling with their tires.
Yep.
I would not want to be a driver, that's for sure. Someone in the chat says that what we're seeing out of Dunlop in through 12, 13, and 14 may be similar to the ice curbs that we have at some of the other tracks. And
yeah.
Maybe that explains a lot more of it.
Yeah, a good point by Tom Sveers from Maniti. It does behave something like that. We've seen that through the exit of the Lacombe chicane, going, I think, through Malmedy. Whenever you go into that left-hand curbing of sort of set yourself up for Brussels, we've seen, I think, time and time again. I think how many times we've seen that Arjuna, the spot 24 cars going off the rails just because they took that curbing itself. It's a little bit weird. But I'm trying to remember which Suzuka curb is he talking about? Maybe the 130R?
Yeah, after 130R. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the one. Oh, what's been in the back?
That was Adam Crane in that satellite racing car that slips his way further back and closer to the likes of SRC Movano. Remember, Crane's been in the car for about 10 laps or so, still trying to build up his rhythm, his momentum. Let's take a look on board with him. Oh, anti-cut curb on the left side. Just ran himself out a little bit too wide. And we'll have to take a look maybe from off board here if we can and get a look at just how much he was pushing it. But we've seen this now twice today. It's not common, but it shows just how much they're pushing.
Yeah, and it's a track that invites you to push the car to the very max because it is so wide, right? That that you want to explore the track limits. You want to go as much as you can towards the track limits, but even sometimes going to the track limits, that doesn't mean you gotta get the grip necessary at that. So that's why I like Fuji more than some of the other tracks in iRacing, because I don't know, for me as a driver, I see more how to explore the track limits in there than probably any other track. I think the only few tracks that I can fully explore the track limits, I think, as a driver, is Sebring, Fuji, and I would say Daytona. But that's because the driver mentalization makes it easier for you to see where the maximum limit of the track will be.
I was commentating on, where was I this previously in the week?
ESR 1?
No. Oh boy, I do too many broadcasts now that I can't just think about which broadcast I did and where we were racing. It was Formula Cars at...
Hungaroring?
No, it was PRL, but it wasn't the Hungaroring. It was... Oh boy.
Brands Hatch?
It was Brands. It was the full layout of Brands Hatch, and the thing that we were discussing about that, and we were comparing it to the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. The version of Canadian Tire Motorsports Park that we have on iRacing is the old version. A lot more grass, a lot less runoff. Very similar to Brands Hatch, and in some ways similar to Fuji. The lack of runoff that you have at Brands Hatch and you have at the old version of the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park means that the level of commitment that you have lap after lap to be able to avoid any sort of troubles is just so much higher. And you compare it in stark contrast with something like Paul Ricard, where it's, you know,
only track.
It's just AstroTurf basically everywhere, right? Effectively, that's what it is. So the tarmac being AstroTurf that extends the surface of the track. So yeah.
And I don't know, there's one thing about Paul Ricard for me which is very interesting. I don't know if you've seen that. I'm trying to remember. It's an article. I don't know if it was a Motorsport or Autosport or something like it. It was a highly technical that explains the levels of grip, kind of like the AstroTurf topic that you were talking about of the runoff areas. Each and every part of the track, like those, what they say, the white lines, the delimitations and things like that, whatever you want to call it, each and every one has a level of grip that gives you the car. So basically, like, red has no grip, kind of works like a grass. Blue is you have some sort of grip. White is still, it's kind of like a normal tarmac. So it's interesting, you know, how the complexity of Paul Ricard when you look towards the technical aspects of not only being a test track but a track itself for racing.
What is the best test track in the world?
Definitely Paul Ricard.
No. Ferrari's test track probably has the prestige, but I'm not going to argue that's a good test track.
No, it's horrendous. I don't like Fiorano as a test track.
Not Barcelona. We'll come up with that answer at some point. Here's a look, by the way, at very similar incidents for the private label Team Hype car. We just saw Satellite Racing's Adam Crane have the moment over that curve, and poor Phil Kraus, well, as soon as he hit those left sides onto the little bit of curb that seems to spin you around, was all she wrote.
Yeah, fortunate. Apparently, the American boys not having the luckiest of days over here, which is unfortunate to see as...
That's the long
Archer
penalty
Brothers?
being served by Archer Brothers, of course, put it on pole position, and now stationary for a lengthy 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. They've just started their pit stop and they've already been in the lane for 70 seconds and counting. Goes to show you just how significant these long penalties can be. It's a benefit that you can serve it while taking on service at the end of the day, though, Lorenzo. You do your penalty, then make your way to the box. Unlike in an iRacing official race where you can't do that without getting more penalties slapped onto you, this at least gives you a bit more flexibility.
No, it does. This is what I like about these official series. Than rather driving officials. Don't get me wrong, I still drive in officials. Yeah, I still do drive people from time to time, even though I don't have the same equipment as I have anymore. But it makes it, I think it eases your head. Of course, the fact that you might have 40 seconds or 2 minutes or 5 seconds still might play in your head in terms of, oh, how am I going to get those seconds back or things like that. might get on a driver's side. It's easy. That can happen from time to time, but it's much more manageable. And one interesting thing about Fuji, I think, as a track is that pit entry, right? The limit of the pit entry. Whenever you have to go into the pit limiter of sorts, it is now much later than what it used to be, because that pit limiter, believe it or not, back I think in the early 2000s or something like that, it was used to be at the, I think it was the kink of the right to left hand side kink. They did the transition, so you had to be on the brakes by the time you got to the curb.
So coming up to the end of the first third of the season finale, we'll have 4 hours in the books, 2 hours away from, of course, getting those halfway points noted down. And then the sprint to the end. It's going to be a lot of fun, and continuing to see those temperatures climbing on track, the tires continuing to scream out. Wonder how toasted some of the drivers are getting as well. Phil Krause is headed down to pit lane in the private label team hype machine. He'll be handing on over to Connor Harrington. So that's 4 drivers in the private label team hype contingent to close out the season here. And at the end of a season, even if you're not in a championship fight, it's always good to be able to go off with some good results. To go out into the off-season, Lorenzo, knowing that even if you didn't get the championship finish that you wanted, there was some potential to still be happy about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know that you have the pace, you had maybe some fun. It's something that is different than doing the normal series. You probably go into a car that you're not used to. For example, for private label team hype is a good example, right? They do, of course, they do prototypes, but I think you and I, respectively, we know them more for being more of a, all right, I'll say it because whatever, I don't think we're gonna IndyCar-based team, because they used to drive the Delaris IR05, the W12, and the IR18. So we know them more by there, but they have a portfolio of driving teams in LMP2. So it enhances your portfolio of driving other cars and having fun, and who knows, gives you confidence maybe when you go to pre-quali next season to do that.
Maybe next year we'll have some more prototypes. I'm trying to figure out how you can, how the best way to pre-qualify when you have 4 prototypes, 4 GT3s is going to be, because that's going to be, it's going to be very confusing, But what GTPs could we be looking at? I guess Cadillac, Porsche,
Acura.
I mean, could be a few more. In terms of GT3s, Ford Mustang could be a new one that's coming.
Please.
You've got the brand new Ferrari 296, brand new Porsche 911 GT3R, Lamborghini Evo 2. Don't know if there's any more that I can remember. Let us know if you're watching on YouTube if you've got any suggestions for GT3 cars. Maybe if there is a Super GT3 at some point, that would be a lot of fun. Samuel Grana, by the way, taking over responsibility for Obsidian Racing's number 138. He is going to head out onto track and see where he cycles out relative to some clean air. We'll have Impulse for company, but maybe not too bad. They can work together and slingshot up the road a little bit more, back and forth down that long 1.5 kilometer main straight again. That is a lengthy straight. Yoni Hagner says he wants a new McLaren, but the question would be which one, because we have skipped several generations. The Corvette GT3, that's the one that we're hoping Tommy Milner can work his magic to get us access to. That will be a lot of fun. Okay.
I was going to say, if there's one thing, I want the Corvette GT3 with the current rumble they have. Their rumble, when I heard it in Portimao, is so good. It's so crisp, but it's raw at the same time. I thought it was going to be like a BMW, but it's not. It's good. It's a good rumble.
That's kind of why I feel like we have left some cars in that maybe should be gone. I'm looking at you, the Ford GT, GT2, fake GT3 thing. Also, by the way, technically we don't know what the Corvette GT3 is going to be because we're still racing the converted GTE to GT3 spec car. But once we get the fully homologated version, well, maybe we don't even need to wait for it to be fully homologated. Look at how iRacing and BMW work together.
Yeah. I mean, we could get like, I really would like to see the Mustang coming in as a proto version. Even if you look at it at a certain perspective, even the AMG that we have is not a proper race car. I think there was a homologated version.
It was the prototype that raced at the Nürburgring Endurance Series. That's the version that we got scanned.
Yeah. So even though that is not a homologation GT3 car, even though it runs like it. So if we go down the distance, all I want to see is a Toyota Prius from Super GT. Please give it that as Toyota. I never asked for more.
Now that we have Bruno Spengler over in the land of the rising sun, I do wonder if maybe that would be an option. Now I forget what car Bruno is driving, but did you see the memes that came out of his race?
The first Super GT race?
Yes.
No, I couldn't watch that, and I completely am regretful about it, not to be very honest.
So they like to be entertaining in Japan. We know that, but they took the pre-race ceremonies to a whole different level with Bruno. And if you were wondering, of course, if Bruno Spengler went to Japan, it was because Bruno Spengler is racing a BMW in Japan as well. But I will make sure that we find this GIF. It was a tweet that was sent out. Bruno Spengler trying not to laugh while someone vacuums the track in front of him. I think that's the best way you could describe this GIF.
What?
Yes.
Okay.
While someone else is dancing, I should also point out.
That would be the most Japanese thing to happen in a racetrack.
It is the most Japanese thing to ever happen at a racetrack.
Okay, I'm actually trying to picture this thing on the back of my head, the picture right now, without going into the meme.
Why don't we step aside for a couple more moments here on RaceSpotTV, and instead of talking about the wonderful sounds of our voices, why don't we listen to the rumble of a Mercedes rumbling AMG engine trying to hunt down the Orion race team. Akira Iwata trying to hold off Konstantin Scharf as he tries to crack his way back up into the top 5. You're watching the 12 Hours of Fuji, the final round of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA for 2022-2023. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. German grunt, propelling Konstantin Scharf up to second, out on track, albeit with pit stops still underway. Hello everyone, welcome along to this final round of the Gomez Sim Industries Endurance Series presented by IVRA Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Lorenzo Bonder. That's not the right graphic. Will Chadwick was with us at the start. Lorenzo Bonder's here in about 30 minutes time. I'll be jumping off. Ewan O'Leary will be here alongside Lorenzo for this middle portion of the race because Lorenzo, 4 and a bit hours done, 2 hours or so left until the halfway points are handed out, and potentially a champion could be crowned here in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. As Urano, we're still watching this battle between Urano and Impulse, but everything is going on the way of Urano for the halfway points. If they get the 50 points in the way that Impulse Racing is going in this race is not the best one so far, it's completely out of reach, and then all the Urano needs to do is just finish the race and they probably get the title. It's like 1 hand's at the title at halfway points, 2 hands up by the end of the race.
Still on the outside, I'm just trying to track where they're going to cycle after the pit stops because Maniti, Pure Sims, the Phoenix Racing crew, they're all already done with their pit stops for this phase of the race. We still wait for Impulse in the lead, who have just ducked in now. AMG's Urano team, Orion Glacier, and then the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Black, the surviving Hydra Race Geodesic Racing entry. That is your 162 as Philip Gogolok comes down towards the pit lane. He's going to hand his car over to Lars Meyer, who did start things off. Konstantin Scharf goes 1 additional lap, along with Glacier Racing to make it 38 laps on the run. We usually talk about how teams are trying to come in at the top of an hour in GT3 racing, Lorenzo. These are teams that in the 4 previous hours have built up 13 minutes plus extra buffer past that.
Yeah, which is good to know about that, and especially with the fact that now you don't have the clutch and coast anymore. Like, you activate the clutch and you save fuel like you would do back in the day. Now you have to do lift and coasting properly into the car for you to maximize the fuel efficiency. So we might be seeing a few differences, maybe in terms of how it operates at the beginning of the race, so saving fuel. Oh, I remember, Arjuna, before I actually had my technical difficulties, I have a bone to pick with the GTPs, which is the stint length of the hypercars, of these BMW hypercar, LMDH or hypercars, whatever you want to call it, because they're going to be run on WEC next season. In Portimão, believe it or not, it is a track that has similarities to this one. They are going over the hour. Every single hypercar was actually pitting on the hour. I don't know if it is fuel stuff.
Remember, they have an energy budget to deal with as well. The way that the fuel, it's very complicated. At least in IMSA, I don't remember how it carries forward over to WEC as well. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of shenaniganery that we don't really have to worry about. Fortunately.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think there's some things that we don't need to simulate for the sake of simulation. Impulse is 157. We'll try and hunt down Taj Edwards, who's just taken over the Orion Race Team 144. He's just been passed by the Phoenix Racing Esport Audi. Luca Alper back behind the wheel there, trying to chase down Lars Meyer, who has come out of pit lane and emerged a good 7-8 seconds behind Alexander Davidson and Alex Bennett, who still now are running 1 and 2 net on the track, albeit with a very different complexion to 4 and a bit hours ago when they started this race in those same positions. I mean, Alex Bennett was, what, 300th off of the pace of what the pole position time ended up being from Ross McFarlane in that Pure Sims car. So we know these two are the class of the field and maybe the 2 strongest Porsches of them all.
Yeah, by a long shot, and surprised to see how Maniti is, despite the 5 seconds that Pure Sims had in the pit stop, they're keeping them very honest. You know, you would think that Pure Sims might have had a chance to run away with this race, but not so far. Maniti's pushing them to the very top. Of course, there are some other teams that done their job of keeping them honest as well, but they were at the top of the class today, and I don't think, like you said, there is anybody coming closer to them towards the latter portions of this race. This might be a 2-way battle to the finish, and that's pretty much it.
It's not common that you see GTPs getting taken out by GT3s. That's the case in this case, because the Deutsche payment car just slightly misjudging the braking zone, and unfortunately they do not have the excuse of the fact that ABS and traction control does not work in the new generation 992 GT3 car. That was just completely misjudging things.
Yeah, 100%. But from what it looks like as well, I don't know. It's weird for me. It doesn't look. Of course, the crash is not intentional. Even though you murdered the BMW, it's like a straightforward BMW murder, and Deutsche Payment might actually go broke trying to pay the damages to that BMW. But why do I feel like there might be something like my brake pedal didn't work as I wanted it to work?
Racing driver excuses. David Barraclough brings the Talk Freak Racing Porsche in towards the pit lane as well. There is Graham Saunders, who I believe is going to take over from John Baderfer in the Hydro Race geodesic racing machine, which has just been involved in its little bit of a tangle. Now, I'm still trying to confirm, but I do believe that this Urano number 90, is going to have to come back and redo its penalty. So I'm not sure how this is going to work. I've just seen as well there was a message that was sent to the drivers that intimated that there was now a 10-second penalty, which was because they failed to serve the penalty for the first 5 seconds. So their failure to serve the first 5 seconds correctly, because they only stopped for 4.4 seconds, means a 5-second penalty is now going to effectively become a 15-second penalty.
Okay.
If that made sense. I got there eventually.
Yeah, I was nearly pulling my calculator over here and trying to make up the math of what you were saying, Arjuna. I'm so sorry. Because I was enthralled in the dance. I saw what you posted on our RaceSpot Discord as well.
Oh, you have finally seen the memes of Bruno Spengler?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I'll be very honest. I admire the composure of Spengler.
Yeah, no, Bruno Spengler, respectful of the efforts of the entertainers around him, I think, is a fair way to describe the cool, calm, collected nature of Bruno Spengler in that moment. So, an hour and 40 minutes now until we get into that halfway point. Already we've seen a handful of GTPs make their pit stop. We wait for the top four, Maniti, Urano, Satellite, and German Sim Racing, to duck their way back on in. That is going to mean, though, that I believe they're in a slightly better situation than some of their other contenders come the halfway mark. If they finish as is right now, if Maniti finishes first, Urano finishes second, which is not actually going to happen. I will just point that out because of the penalty that now Urano is going to have to serve for 10 seconds. If Maniti finished first, Urano second, Maniti only need 5 points come the checkered flag, assuming they get 50 points halfway through to win the championship. We talked with Manuel Sudau. He's only got one goal here today.
Finish.
Win the championship.
And win the championship. Basically, if you finish, you win the championship. If you get if you need 5 points, you can basically say, "Oh, everybody, you want to pass? Oh, come on, private label team, how you want to lap us? P11, we can finish the race and still going to be able to win the championship." So, yeah. So it's insane, and it proves that for Manini, they have, which is insane to think about. They haven't won up until Motegi a single race in the season. Motegi was like the race I think that came to them. We need to hit our marks, and basically that's what they did. They got a perfect race at Motegi. Like
you say that 2 podiums, Road America, Monza, a 4th at Daytona.
Oh,
it's consistency. Look at Urano, for example. Yes, they've always been fast, and when they finish well. They either win or finish second or crash out.
Yeah, the only bad race they had was Daytona, where they had issues. I think, all right, let me just make a phrase better, Daytona. Every single team in GTP had issues at a certain point of the race. And Urano, I think, got the short straw because they were at the very start. And they got like 15 points max out of the race. But other than that, 1 halfway points. In Road America, got second place in every other race of the season. Just couldn't win Road America because they got a they were triggered by the third yellow flag, which was just a very unfortunate incident. So nothing they can do about it.
So Maniti Racing down onto the pit lane. Urano stay out for one additional lap. See how long Maxime Naz is stationary and if there is going to be a driver change, because he's just finished up a double stint from what we understand. And of course, tire preservation and set management so important at this phase of the race, knowing that there's 18 or so stints for these GTPs. They have 14 tire sets. How are they going to fare and phase those in through the different parts of the race? They're fighting, by the way, inside of the GT3 field. This, of course, down outside of the podium spots where 4th and 5th door-to-door, Prestanda Nomad, Satellite Racing. One of these cars is pitted, one yet to pit. Prestanda Nomad, who at one point were in the lead of this class, I think got tangled up in some sort of an incident, had a long pit stop last time by, trying to fight back into contention.
Yeah, which is good to know. There's still this battlefield between the GT3 cars, even though it doesn't look like to have it anymore. And of course, Prestanda, the only team on the off strategy, like everybody else, pitted, like just like you said. So it's good to see that they're still trying to fight back, still trying to get a good result. But the problem is, like, we know that the battle inside is basically done since Maniti basically won the championship already. Now the fight basically becomes on who comes out on the top 6, and can Prestanda Nomad avoid the GT3 duel of preseason.
Satellite Racing, not in GT3, but in your GTP class now lead because Vlad Kimichev has ducked down to pit lane. Maxime Naz stayed behind the wheel of the car, interestingly, so triple stint behind the wheel of the 17. And now flashing lights for Kimichev, finds his way over onto that right, gingerly not wanting to break that 5-second rule. Now remember, he's already had the additional penalty to reserve. 5 seconds doubled to 10 seconds after misserving the penalty initially. That's one of those mistakes that, unfortunately, Lorenzo, you can't blame on anyone else. You can't say, oh, if that car had done something slightly different, maybe I wouldn't have hit him. You already had gotten the penalty and then failed to serve it properly, unfortunately.
Yeah, which is gonna basically, that was Yup that served the penalty, so that is just basically what it's gonna do. Add more silver, like gray hair into his bald head. So, good luck with that, but unfortunately, yeah, it's a driver mistake. You think you timed it right, but you timed it wrong, and it can work different ways, as we see. Having a little bit of a trouble, but that was a German Racing Blue GTP coming out of the pit lane. But yeah, no excuses for mistaken time box penalties. I've never done that.
Never done what, sorry?
Mistake in the penalty box.
Ah, okay, yeah. We saw this happen in the DNLS, Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, for Pure Sims in the TCR. Might even have been Ross McFarlane and Steen Ledger, if I remember correctly. Round 1 or round 2. You want to know how short they were on serving their penalty, Lorenzo?
20 seconds.
No. That's long.
I was trying. I thought that was sarcasm.
It was either a 1/10 or 2/10 of a second for a 30-second penalty. Because it was one of those success penalties, the automatic penalties. So it would have been round 2. It was one of those penalties that you get, I think, automatically for just finishing on the podium in the previous round. 0.2 of a second. They didn't stay, and so they had to come in and I think reserve that entire penalty.
Oh, that is just evil.
Well, you say evil, I say should have served the penalty right the first time.
I agree, but still.
Would you rather spend 29.8 seconds stationary and then have to come back in, or would you rather spend 30.2 seconds stationary, lose the 4/10 that lap, but then not have to come back in?
All right, you're right.
Yeah, it's the same.
You're always right. You're always right. I'm looking at you, Fraser Williamson, by the way.
That's not true. I will say, I think one thing that I am right about is that we talked earlier about the fact that in IVRA, if you have a penalty which you're due to serve and the safety car comes out, If it's less than 10 seconds, I think the rule is, you're allowed to convert that into an end-of-line penalty. Now, Pure Sims would have had that opportunity earlier in the race. It would have been the absolute wrong decision. Pure Sims are a team that was capable of building up a 5-second advantage to mitigate the impact of a penalty. You know what costs a lot more time than 5 seconds, Lorenzo? Having to fight your way through 20 GT3 cars.
Yeah, which is insane to think about. Just to let you know, is 100 seconds. If you said 100, if you didn't say 100 seconds, I might have been listening. But if you have up to 100 seconds of penalties, you can take the EOL.
I forgot if it was 10 seconds or 100 seconds, and I thought better to go with the low number than the big number.
Yeah, no, you would do wrong on that one. But it's up to 100 seconds, you can convert to an EOL. I just look at the regulation because I know I had to do that for when I was signing up my team to try to do this season. But it's a good rule.
So Casper de Court, Chief Steward, organizer for the series, has just messaged me. Maybe it's a bit confusing how we've been describing it because, yes, I didn't say it very clearly. Urano Esports had a 5-second penalty. They didn't serve it correctly, so now they have a 10-second penalty. The penalty itself is just 10 seconds. However, they've already stopped for 5 seconds, failed to serve their penalty correctly, and now came in and stopped again for 10 seconds. Casper correctly points out they didn't stop for 5 seconds, they stopped for 4.4 seconds, the 0.6 seconds there being the operative difference.
Okay, let me just... I'm grabbing my book over here.
Okay.
I'm grabbing my whiteboard.
I didn't think it was this confusing. Urano had a 5-second penalty. They only stopped for 4.4. They had to reserve the penalty, but because they didn't serve it in time, now that got doubled to 10 seconds. So, yes.
15 seconds total, basically.
No. It's still 10 seconds worth of penalties.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
No, but I say 15 seconds total. Like, you didn't serve your 5 seconds, so you have to stop.
Right, yes. This is where it gets confusing.
I know.
10 seconds worth of penalties actually had to be served in the end. They took 15 seconds to serve 10 seconds of penalties.
Yeah, basically.
Didn't this happen in Formula 1 this year, didn't it?
I think it did. At the first race.
It was Ocon. It was Ocon.
Yeah, first race at Bahrain, if I remember correctly.
Was it? I thought it was Saudi Arabia. Maybe
it was either one of those.
They were both pretty boring races, in my opinion. So yeah, either or.
I slept through both of them.
I probably slept through one of them, given that they're poorly timed for me to be able to wake up and watch a race.
Yeah. For you, it's tough. For me, it's like, it's rough, but I can watch. Worst was Australia. Well, Australia, I had to wake up like at 6. I'd stay up at 6 a.m.
You're complaining about Australia?
No. I'm complaining about staying up to watch the Australian race. The Australian race was
not turn you in. Get you in here early instead of Lorenzo so he can stop complaining.
No. I'm saying it was the GOAT race. Like, everything that happened in the Australian race was really good. It's just waking up to the Australian race was a little bit of a pain for our European time watchers.
Now, oh my day! I'm gonna just go home and give up. Sorry, we're turning the stream off. This is legitimately an Esteban Ocon situation. Guess who's got another penalty?
No.
Say hello to Urano Esports and Vlad Kimichev. You remember what I was talking about right when we saw him come down to pit lane, Lorenzo, after serving the penalty? About how he's got to make sure he follows the rules of not spending more than 5 seconds transiting?
Oh my God, no.
So let's recap. 5-second penalty was given out to Urano. They failed to serve it properly and had it doubled because they didn't serve it in time. In coming down to serve the doubled penalty, they have now incurred another penalty by not following the rules of pit lane.
I'm such in a confused place on my head right now. It's like I'm visiting Narnia right now, Arjuna. Help me out. Help me get out.
I've only got 15 more minutes here. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to leave you guys to struggle with this after this.
Jesus.
That is we laughed after, I think, not mocking Esteban Ocon, to be clear, but we just laughed at the absurdity of the situation, how it all just spiraled. And we've just seen that in front of our own eyes.
It's like, I really, this is, Arjuna, all right, I'm gonna go on a throwback. I really wanted this to be like the IMSA Sports Global Championship Series, where me and Ewan used to go for the going to the team's Discord channels. I really would like to see how they would actually go and say, oh, you got like 10 more seconds into the pit stop, adding up to the 10 seconds that you had, but he didn't start the 10 seconds, that it's gonna be 10 more seconds.
You know how on Formula One broadcast now they don't always play the radio, they just show the text? Yeah, you can't even show the text of what was probably said in the Urado team chat after that.
Absolutely.
We do have a bleep machine on RaceSpot. We try not to use it, but that would have been the case where we just had to hold it down. Nothing comes through. So, Kimichev, poor Kimichev on his next pit stop will have to come down for that 10 seconds, by the way. That, in my opinion, the championship is over. Now, that is with the provision that Maniti Racing have to stay out of trouble. So I've just tried to commentator's curse it, Lorenzo, so that you and Ewan have a lot of excitement. You see what I've just done?
But commentator's curse doesn't exist.
That's what Lewis says. I mean, no one.
But no. Yeah, he says that. For me, it does exist because I'm the king of the commentator's curse. I basically cursed Thierry Neuville earlier today.
Okay, Lorenzo, you and me have a track record.
We know track record.
We know the commentator's curse exists.
No, absolutely.
We are the agents of its chaos.
And I like to wear that jersey.
Oh, you do? Okay. If anyone wants to send me jerseys, by the way, what am I wearing right now? Well, unfortunately, it's not a team that's racing. I've got my Mahler Racing T-shirt on right now.
I got a Dragon Ball jersey. If any teams want me to send one, I'm also open to.
I thought you were about to say, why don't we have a Dragon Ball sim racing team?
I approve. As long as you don't have Yunch as either the driver or like the crew chief.
No bias. I am entirely unbiased when it comes to the teams that have sent me T-shirts, which is why, as much as it is great to see the big green machine leading here in GT3 Pro, my heart goes out to Pure Sims because I want to see them win, only because they sent me a T-shirt.
No, okay.
Only, literally only because.
I can try to play the devil's advocate and say, Maniti, I live in Europe. You guys, the majority of you guys live in Europe.
You don't have a T-shirt though, do you?
I don't have a T-shirt.
Can't be biased.
If you haven't seen a T-shirt, I'll be biased towards Maniti for the rest of the year. I'm that cheap.
I mean, if Maniti has T-shirts for consumption, I've got
Send me one.
I've got an address.
I'll be at the expo in October, by the way.
I'll pay for shipping. What I am trying to do genuinely is just have a wardrobe filled with sim racing clothes, so that I wake up every day. I don't have to think about what shirt I put on. It's just
you just wear a different one.
It's just a sim racing shirt, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we could do the fun things like we did on the first round of the BMW M Sim Cup this year, where me and Lewis wore a different shirt every time we were on camera.
I was gonna say that. I remember that.
I think I wore, what was it, Arnage, Altus, and BS or something.
Yeah.
And then Lewis would have worn Williams, R8G. Oh, and I'm struggling to remember the third.
Maybe BS as well?
No, because I'm the BS fanboy on RaceSpotTV.
Yeah, I know.
We're only allowed one of those, by the way, so if anyone else at RaceSpot thinks they like Turner Motorsports, they like BS competition, no you don't. That's the rule. I don't remember. I barely remember what happened at Motegi the previous time we went racing, though.
Knowing Lewis, I have a few thoughts.
Okay.
Right? But it might not even be related to Sim Cup. Because he's with Zun Show, right? So he might have had either the Zun Show or Rocket Sim Sport.
We tried to make sure it was teams that were actually going to be competing that day.
Inside, okay, makes much more sense. I know you're not Urano, and I have something about Urano that blew my mind away when Dylan was talking to me when we were going to port him out. And I'll get to that later. But I don't know. It's like I'm trying to think. Mivano? Nah.
No, wasn't Mivano. Oh
Quentin?
boy, my brain. By the way, I have literally just been sent a link over to where you can buy some very snazzy looking Maniti t-shirts, by the way. If you do want to buy merchandise, though, we highly encourage you to get the very high quality armor.gg/collections/RaceSpot collection of RaceSpot merchandise.
Best jersey.
You've got the best jerseys, you've got the classic Is Max in the Split, you've got the We'll Do It Live t-shirt, and if you want 10% off, just because I'm your friend on RaceSpotTV, use the code RaceSpot.
Yeah. And good quality, I use every single time. I literally used this at WEC.
I wore mine yesterday on ESLR1 underneath the racing suit that I had.
Not racing suit?
Oh, did you not see? I did all 3-4 hours of ESLR1 in my Alpine Stars thingy.
Nice. Man, I didn't even see it. I mean, I was working so badly this week, I couldn't even watch a proper broadcast.
Eventually, I'm going to do a broadcast with full hands, with helmet, with everything. We just have to figure out how to get good audio out of the helmet. That is the major blocking point right now.
So what I did, I tried to do something for my helmet. Like I tried to do an Indy 500 back when we used to broadcast that on Night Racing and do streams. I try to put up my helmet. I actually put up on my earbuds, like those normal plug earbuds.
Yep.
Put up underneath my on my earbud, inside my ears, and actually race with those on.
We've done a test. My teammate had in-ears made, so we tested using those as well. But we want RaceSpot broadcast quality microphone inside the helmet. We want to make it as crystal clear as possible because it will be even funnier. When it happens, Lorenzo, it's going to be spectacular.
Oh no, it's gonna be great.
Yes. We have to do it though where everyone is struggling, everyone is just baking. Like we've got to get multiple people in a warm, sweaty room, sim racing expo kind of deal, you know.
I mean, now that Hugo and the boys are living here, I don't know if we're gonna get a RaceSpot summit this year. It would be great. Like, for example, drag Eku down from Philip.
I wouldn't know. I had to do all the producing when everyone was on site for the RaceSpot Summit.
That is true. I forgot about that.
I would love to do another summit. The problem is free weekends.
No, we have none.
Yeah. I've been trying to organize the revival of the RaceSpot Rally.
Ooh, I actually was doing RBR stream yesterday, and I reminded why RBR is much better than iRacing.
No comment. All I will say is that as I am 7 minutes away from jumping over to the iRacing broadcast booth, I'm legally not allowed to answer that question anymore today.
Fair.
Yes. What important things should we have? Don't forget, by the way, in about 7 minutes' time, we're switching on over to part 2 here on YouTube. It will continue to be live on RaceSpotTV, but 12-hour race. We break it up into a couple of different parts, and so part 2 will be going live momentarily once we are through with this next 5 to 6 minutes of coverage. Lorenzo, I mean, halfway points. Where do we feel like we're standing right now? I mean, at the end of the day, don't think we're so curious about GTP anymore. I don't think Nicholas Laubich is going to be able to get up to second to be able to secure the championship.
I don't think either. I think Max he can get his third right now. Max, and I really mean Max.
I'm trying to see if he's even fast enough to close on Lars Meyer, because Impulse have been up in the thick of things, and
he was faster.
But just the last lap, I don't think if it's going to be consistent enough, because it's Porsche 1, 2, and 3 right now. Urano doing a great job to be the best of the Mercedes, Audi behind them, with Luca Alpert dropping back from the Urano machine as a result of it. It's still, though, this tussle up front with Maniti and Pearson's running at the very top.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out something that is quite important, because if they beat Impulse halfway, it's so well pointed. Makes sense. But I think the biggest battle, in my opinion, like I said, one thing that matters for every team that wants to do IVRA next year is being within the top 6, right? Of course, you want to win. You want the prizes for the top 3, but to avoid doing the pre-qualification, you need to be in the top 6. And I would say, GT3 Pro is wide open, GT3 is wide open, prototypes, not so much. I would say there's one spot remaining, and Maniti's taking that away.
Trying to look at GT3 as well, because like I said, after what was a stunning performance in qualifying out of Archer Brothers and Jacob O'Reilly, the first cycle of cautions cycled all the GT3 machines behind the GT3 Pros, and since then they've been trapped a lap off and very much separated in their own little battles, ensconced by themselves. Talk Freak Racing still does lead after being involved in the contact on the opening lap and serving a penalty. They fought their way back very nicely, got Rusty Spatula second, and then Valorous Motorsports, Prestanda Nomad fighting over 3rd and 4th position. Prestanda Nomad car that was leading, and we missed exactly what happened to it, unfortunately, but whatever the case may be, after 2 quick fire cautions, I say quick fire cautions, Lorenzo, one after 1 hour, a second one an hour after that. We've been green since then.
It's been great, and it proves that the track just stays very floaty and things like that, and makes everything run great. Of course, that only yellow flag we've had was in a very tricky spot for you to navigate yourself in the track. You're going to sector 2, entry sector 3. So it makes sense for the yellow flag to come out, but on that, a clean and crisp race, and like I think you and Will said before, the lack of GTP cars, I think made this race be more cleaner throughout its long run than what we would have had in Motegi in other races of the season.
Let's quickly bring in Ewan O'Leary to chat about championship situations, especially given that we're heading into the hour before halfway points. Valorous Motorsports, a bit of a mistake, a slip off. Prestanda Nomad through up to the 3rd position. Ewan, you just told us, let us know that in terms of the GT3 Pro, as long as Urano's 190 comes out on top of the 156 come the 6-hour mark, they will be champions. We know in the GT3 class, our champions are being crowned and are watching on from the sidelines. What's the case over in the GTPs?
So in the GTPs, as of right now, as they're running, the championship wouldn't be settled at halfway. We would have to wait until the end of the 12 hours to see. To secure the title at halfway, Maniti Racing, and if they're winning here, Maniti Racing, or leading at halfway, I should say, Urano would need to finish 4 lower to be out of it. So a podium place will keep it alive no matter where Maniti finishes in the GTP category, because you need to be within 100 points after the halfway points are applied.
Ewan, you're going to take us through the next couple of hours, but you've also been keeping viewers informed over the entirety of the season, not just here on the broadcast, but on the IVRA League website as well. What's been some of the highlights to you from this season? I mean, big switch from the LMP2 over to this GTP as one of the main talking points. At the same time, the GT3 cars underwent a huge revision with their tire model. What's been the major things that you've taken away, though, from the previous 6 or 7 months?
Yeah, it's been a fun season in IVRA, certainly, and it's been great to be involved with it so closely this time around, and see all the racing. In terms of the GSI Endurance Series, certainly a highlight has got to be bringing in the GTPs for the first time. It's an exciting new era in sports car racing, as we know, and to have that in IVRA so soon after they were into iRacing was criticised by some, I suppose, but it's been nice to see. And we've also had, in terms of an overall IVRA highlight, I've got to go with some of the HyperX Club Sport Series races, to be honest. I know it's a little bit removed from what we're doing right now, but I've really enjoyed those races. We've had some fantastically close finishes there in the past couple of seasons, actually. If you remember, Road Atlanta last season was fantastic. Interlagos this season was particularly great, and I mean, even the race at Barber like 2 weeks ago was fantastic in the Club Sport Series as well. So that's certainly been my favourite kind of moment, favourite part of being a part of IVRA this season.
It's a really wonderful community, and unfortunately for the final time in this GSI Endurance Series, it's time for me to say goodbye. Don't go anywhere on RaceSpot. We're heading on over to part 2. This stream will come to an end. The coverage continues all the way to the checkered flag. To sail you off, though, into part number 2, let's take a look on board once again and ride around this Fuji Speedway. What a wonderful backdrop we've got. What a wonderful first half of the race that we've got. Still plenty of excitement left to go. You're watching the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. Its season finale, the 12 Hours of Fuji, here live on RaceSpotTV.